Good morning, everyone. Beautiful, beautiful rainy day outside, so we're inside. It's always good. I will call the meeting to order. Good morning. Welcome to the August 14, 2024 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, in parts of Alberta, Manitoba, and original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcome here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of a committee wishes to speak, use the raised hand function to be placed into the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be considered at this meeting scheduled for August 21st, and the deadline to register as delegation for the City Council meeting is 12 noon on Monday, August 19th. Okay, let's move on. Approval of agenda. Can I have someone to move a motion to approve agenda? I'll call it the chair with additions of the registered list of delegation amended as follows. Add communication from Andrew Mitchell, Dive Regina, EX 2469, new indoor aquatic facility, and add the following communication related to EX 2472, land and disposition strategy. Mike Agakute, Musqueam, Saulteaux Nations, Fort Qu'Appelle, and Evan Hanchak, Bright Communities, Alamadero, Regina. That says Ahiniak. Thank you. Anyone oppose? That is carried. Thank you. Adoption of minutes. Can I have someone move the motion to adopt the minutes of public meeting held on July 10th? Mayor Masters, any errors or omissions? I see none. Call the question. Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll move into delegations. Administration report. AX 2468. We have in person here. I would like to call upon Delegation Sean Kindle. Maybe you can correct me with the name. Please come to the delegation. Introduce yourself for the record. Organization you represent, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, which time you will have opportunity to answer some questions for the members. I'll give you the, okay, your microphone is on. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Masters, City Council, and City Administration. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Sean Kindup, and I'm the proud CEO of Canadian Western Agribition here in Regina, an event that vultures 96.5 million in economic impact. And we're here today to request your approval for the special event grant for our 25th anniversary of the Beef Supreme. It's an event that we're very proud of. It's something we're internationally recognized for. It's a place that people from around North America come to compete in. It's an event that people come from across the world to come and witness. It's an event that it's hard to describe. We're looking for the funds to be able to, bolster. Sorry, first time I've ever been to council. We're looking to bolster the production. We're looking to bring some people back, some alumni per se, past winners, past champions, judges. There's a lot of history that runs deep in agribition, and we're looking to continue that, and these funds would continue to allow us to continue to elevate our event.
Okay. That's good. Thank you for your presentation. Any questions from the committee? Who's going first? Who's blinking? Councilor Nelson, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Sean. You did a very good job for your first time. Anyways, either here or there, great organization, great event. So the $25,000 will do exactly what? Is there actually is there allocated money for each thing, or is it just, can you just break down what exactly the $25,000 will be used for through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair, we've went through a rebranding where the event is going to go on as it is already. We're currently
Yeah.
funding the bill. This is just, it allows us to bolster it up a little bit per se. It allows us to spend a little bit extra, make it special for these people that are coming back. It allows us to, for the people, they wait all year to come to this one event. Again, we like to say that we're music, we're rodeo, we're all of these things, but first and foremost, we're a cattle show.
How do I know?
The livestock genetics are what we're internationally renowned for. So the people that are coming to compete, we want to just be able to make it even more special, some merchandise, some travel costs for some judges, to bring in some alumni, to do a bit of a rebrand, give it a refresh, and yeah.
So merchandise for the people coming,
Yeah.
some travel costs for the judges, and what else? Sorry.
Production, it's, I guess to paint a bit of a picture, it's like the Stanley Cup of cattle shows. If you win certain events in North America, you qualify for Regina. So when you do win Regina and that animal is chosen, again, it's, yeah, you're the champion of champions, and that happens here in Regina. So we want to be able to do some different things and make it very special, increase the production, and just, we're aiming to deliver a bit more goosebumps, I guess, per se.
Okay, and I understand that. I was just trying to figure out
Yep.
exactly. So the merchandise, the travel expenses for the judges, maybe just, maybe an extra supper or a nicer hotel or something like that. Is that kind of how we're looking at it? Just to give them an extra special visit here to Regina through the chair?
Yeah, and through the chair, yes, and as well as, again, we want to bring in some additional lights, and we want to bring in additional smoke machines, confetti, like it's, we
Okay.
want to make the 25th something that the winners really remember.
Absolutely, and that's wonderful. I just wanted to know so that I can portray to people what this money is actually being used for, and that it's not gonna, it's only just gonna heighten the experience for the people coming. Thank you very much for that, Sean. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Good morning. In terms of past partnerships that we've done with Canadian Western Agribition, what did we do last year for you?
Yes, through the chair, I got to get used to that, I apologize. Through the chair, you guys also provided a busing grant for us for the transit.
And how many visitors? Like for this particular event, what's attendance going to look like?
Through the chair, there's about, I think capacity inside, I want to say is around that 2,500. We're at capacity as it speaks. We're 4 to 5 people deep in the back. Up in the International Business Center, we're 3-4 people deep there as well. 4,000.
And you have an online component as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And in terms of viewership online, how many people tune in to the CWAs?
Thousands.
All right, all right. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councilor Brashani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Sean. Thanks for being here today. So, with the Beef Supreme, I would like to ask you just to elaborate, because I think it's important. How many people come from other countries to participate in Agribition and in the Grand Champion? Because I don't think people are aware of that.
Yeah, through the chair, we've, I believe the number last year was 68 countries represented for a little over 1,000 people. To put into perspective, we already have delegations signing up for 2025 from Australia already to come and partake in this. We've had conversations with Mexico. The livestock genetics that are on display at this event are world-class, and the people are modeling around the world. We've just recently got back from Mexico, and they're trying to model what they're doing down in Mexico after Canadian Western Agribition's Beef Supreme. It's an internationally regarded event that it's very hard to put into words until you see it, but it's very special, and it really makes us who we are.
100%. Being on the Agribition board, I was, again, that surprised how many countries come here to be part of this. I also understand that you originally had asked for the 50,000, but administration had said we'll only give you 25. What were you going to do with the 50? But I mean, can you still do it within the 25,000 that they've allocated here? Through the chair.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. With it, again, this event for us is, again, being livestock front and center. We're willing to take the loss on the event already to put the event on. The 50 would mitigate the loss that we currently take as Agribition, again, being not-for-profit. We can still do it through the 25,000. Again, we can always vamp some things up, but yeah, the 25 isn't an issue, but again, you can always do more with more, respectfully.
Okay. What would, sorry, and through the chair, what would be the loss then that you're going to be taking? Would you say? Is it the other 25 that you're going to lose on this, or what would be the loss to put this on? Through the chair.
I believe that through the chair, I believe the event is around 25 to 30. Again, it's the livestock side of our business isn't what makes us our money, but it makes us who we are. So we're willing to take a bit of a loss on certain aspects of our business to be able to continue to have that international respect and, I guess, be who we are. So when we walk into these countries, it's what makes us special.
Okay. So I guess I'm just asking, is like 30 the magic number is that what you're saying, or is 25 going to work for you?
Again, with respect to other projects, again, I don't want to stop other organizations from not being able to partake in special events. And due to us, again, that we can make do with the 25,000. If there was room to move to 30, again, it would be appreciated. We would be able to definitely utilize it through the chair.
All right. Thanks again, and thank you for all the work there that you do with Agribition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Okay, Councillor Stanichak, go ahead.
Good, thank you. And through the chair, thank you so much for coming today. One question that wasn't asked, you did, in your presentation, you did talk about the economic impact to the city, $98 million in economic impact over 6 days. We know that this is really important for our city, for our businesses, our hotels, but it's also, we're the capital city, and it's also really important for our province. I'm just curious if the province also contributes to this really important event.
Through the chair, yeah, the government is a large supporter of ours through the Ministry of Agriculture.
That's excellent. Okay,
And
that's all I
Tourism
wanted to know.
Saskatchewan as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanichak. Councillor Moll, I think it's you. Go ahead.
I'm just curious, so this Beef Supreme event, do we host this every year, or does it go around the country?
Through the chair, it's yearly.
And we host it all the time? Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to scan. Any further questions for the delegation? I see none. Thank you very much for presenting. You may return to the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now we consider item 2024 special events grant allocations. Can I ask the Deputy City Manager, Deborah Bryden, please introduce the report. Where are you? 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I make it? Yep, here it is. Go ahead.
Good morning, thank you. Through the chair. The City of Regina has received a request from Canadian Western Agribition to provide a community investment grant for the 25th anniversary of the Agribition Beef Supreme event in the amount of $37,500. This event is the finale event of Agribition, highlighting the excellence and diversity of beef cattle genetics and breeding in North America. As this is the 25th anniversary of this event, the organizers of Agribition are seeking additional funding to assist with making this showcase even more spectacular with increased lighting and sound, smoke machines, confetti cannons, and promotional materials which consist of new logo branding, signage, and promotional videos. Administration recommends providing $25,000 to support this event, which will assist the organization with the event, also leaving funding available for any additional events that may require funding in 2024. As a sponsor, the City of Regina will work with the organization to confirm how we will be acknowledged at the event. And with that, we're more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Bratton. Can I have someone to move the report? Mayor Masters, go ahead. Okay, playing buttons again, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Bryden, for the presentation. I note in the report that it says basically 7,700 will remain, which has an application deadline by August 31st.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. And so we've reduced down, they've requested 35, we've reduced it down to 25 to leave room on that 7,700. But we are, what are we, 16 days away from knowing whether or not someone is going to apply?
That's correct.
Can anybody apply after August 31st, kind of on a more of a short-term, extraordinary type of basis?
Through the chair, yes.
Has it ever happened before?
Ooh. Ms. Shaley, are you aware?
Through the chair, I can't recall whether or not we received a specific application for this opportunity, but or for this fund, but council, as you're aware, does from time to time receive requests from various groups looking for funding for activities, and at that point in time, council has considered funding from these kinds of community investment grants.
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't even know if this is possible, so I'm just going to ask the question this way. If there's no other applications by, say, forget August 31st, by November 15th, is there a problem with saying if no other applications come forward that we would allocate the balance of the fund to achieve the original request?
Through the chair, that wouldn't be a problem.
Got it. Okay. Council, I'll free up the floor, but I think I would have, I think I would bring back, I will go again if nobody else does that, if no applications are received by November 15th for the balance of the 7,700 that we allocate the rest of the special grant to Agribition, because they're going to incur the expenses. We know they're going to incur them, so just so you all know. Thanks.
Okay, Mayor, we have speakers here, I believe. Okay, Councilor Brashani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So that was along my line of questioning in regards to, I think we heard from Sean that even at 30,000 they would be able to do that, to kind of work with it, although they requested 37.8. But if we were just to, but I'm not sure that the Agribition would have enough time by the time it goes from November. What's the date in November that you would decide to, if there's no one that applies, that we would?
15th? November 15th.
And Agribition is when?
30th.
Yeah, I think the notice for me, I think it would be too short of a time. Like, I think they have to plan now for what they're going to do. So I guess my thing is either we allocate it or we allocate the you know, even at the I think the 30,000, it's an extra 5,000, which I think is fair as well. So I would be open to moving, you know, we do the 30,000 and then they know exactly how much dollars they've got, and that leaves kind of a few extra dollars in there for if anyone else comes forward. So I'd like to make that if I can, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you want to make an amendment? May I move the report, so.
Okay, so you could ask her if she'd accept that, I guess.
I just need to, thank you. Sorry, Councilor Bresciani, and the dates are the 25th to the 30th, so maybe it would be November 10th if no application came in. I guess right now, I just don't know that a community event doesn't come forward for Christmas or something. And so if there's no other applications, I'd prefer, I'll even pick the date November 1st, but I'd rather that we say 25,000 today, and by November 1st, if no other applications come forward, that, we allocate the balance of the fund to Canadian Western Agribition. You're looking to just give them 30 now and leave 2,700 in the account?
That's right. Well, he said, I think we heard from Sean that they could do with 30,000, even if they requested the 37, but 30,000. This way they can go and plan the event now currently, but I think it's tight. My question is, I heard November 15th. Is that when, you're saying November 1st, but I heard November 15th. Like when would they get notification that they are okay to take the rest of the dollars?
Sorry, I changed it, understanding that I was looking at November 30th in the report. That's the end of Agribition. And so if it was November 1st, if no further applications came forward, that we would throw the balance of the money to help cover the expenses for it. So it was November 1st that we cut it off. But that also then allows community members who may be putting on some kind of celebration access to that 7,700.
So can I ask administration, the deadline for, like if they were to come forth, is it November 1st, November 10th, or November 15th? Like what is the date?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, the deadline is August 30th, but we are, all, as Ms. Shaley explained earlier, there are some events that do come forward, or some groups that come forward with some events after that, and so they may be requesting funds from this account after that. So it's just dependent.
So so then I guess what Mayor Masters is saying is she's now saying not November 10th, but maybe November 1st, that we would allocate the money to all of Agribition if no one comes forward with by November 1st or whatever, we would then allocate that to Agribition. Is that something that I guess is doable then? Because I just thought, I was worried about the window to Agribition now, because it's the 25th. So my thing is, if it's the 1st, I guess I would accept that.
Through the chair, yes, that is workable. If no applications come forward before November 1st for the remaining balance of the fund, we could allocate that towards the Beef Supreme.
And can I ask that even if we're 2 weeks out, just so they have an idea, so they can plan a little bit, that they've still had nothing come forward, so they can kind of have an idea, would be, I think, really beneficial. Yeah, I would accept then, if it's not the 10th or the 1st, that gives them more time, I would be open to that. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Brasciani? No, you're good? Okay. I'll go. Okay. Come on, buttons. This is Ahiniak.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so what I heard is that the organization could make do with $25,000, which was the recommendation from administration. So I'm inclined to support that, and I appreciate the candor that, yes, we can scale back but still run a great event, like we can make some changes, we can make some adjustments, and $25,000 would be something that we would be able to run an excellent event with. Like, those are my words, not fully what was said. So I think that's what we should do. And then we have the money available if there's another request in the additional round of applications. And then if not, that money goes into the reserve, which we do have to draw from time to time. We don't want to take all of the money in our budget and empty the reserve. We've heard from Canadian Western Agribition that $25,000 is sufficient. We need to save money. We need to find cost savings across the board. This is what we should do, in my opinion. Like, I feel strongly that this is actually like a very easy decision. Let's go with the $25,000. And that is what I'm willing to support, not any additional allocations of money at this time, unfortunately. Thank you.
Councilor Ahiniak, thank you. Okay, scanning. Any further questions from committee to administration? If I don't, then Mayor Masters, you the mover. You wanna speak? Sure. No worries. Okay, no. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, so now that extra 7,000, because I was willing to say, yes, that's a great idea, because if nobody comes forward. But now what'll happen is that extra 7,000 will be put into next year's grant funding. Am I correct in that, administration, through the chair? Or will we lose it, or what happens with that money through the chair?
Through the chair, any unallocated grant funding would go into the reserve to be available for future events at the end of the year.
At the end of this year or the end of next year?
No, at the end of this year, any
Yeah.
unallocated grant funding would be moved into the reserve.
So in saying that, I kind of have to agree with Councilor Zakiniak. It's, because next year, everything's getting up, the cost is going to go up. So if Agrivision can do this for $25,000, it may not be, we can always add more lights, that's never a problem. But maybe next year, you guys are going to need more, so then maybe next year, we'll have a little bit more in there to give to people with prices escalating and events escalating for next year. Considering that this year, you've said, yes, you can do it for 25,000, it'll still be good. So maybe save that. Okay, all right, that's, yeah. Sorry, I'm just speaking out loud and trying to confirm with everything with what we had. Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Okay. So Nelson, my message, your light was on?
Yeah, just to close off through you, Chair. How is this particular account funded?
Ms. Bright?
Through the chair, there is an annual contribution in the budget that goes towards community investments in the operating budget.
So we use
annually.
taxpayer money to do this?
That's correct.
Out of the operating?
Yep.
Do we tax to reserve, or do we tax to use?
Sorry.
Do we tax annually on this fund to place in reserve, or do we tax to use?
We fund the general operating budget through property taxes, and in this case, any funding that has been allocated towards grants goes into a reserve.
Right. Is that the intention of it, though? Is it the intention of it to be used for events, or is the intention of it to build a reserve?
Through the chair, I would say the intention would be to fund events.
Right. Did we transfer money into the reserve last year?
I will, through the chair, I'll refer that to Ms. Shaley.
Okay, Ms. Shaley, go ahead.
So through the chair, maybe I'll just start by explaining what happens with the reserve. This is a very cyclical program, as you can imagine, because we're funding anniversary events, and the whole event cycle is cyclical, and so in some years, council will allocate less than the 122 budgeted, and the remaining funds will go into the reserve. In other years, council will have lots of events that they want to support, and so they'll dip into the reserve. So that's why the reserve, as it is, sort of works. It's to support years where there's lots of events. Having said that, to answer your question, we've outlined on page 2 of the report the impact on the reserve each year. So in 2022, $2,000 was transferred to the reserve. In 2023, $2,700 was transferred to the reserve, and in 2024, we're coming in fairly close to budget as well. So I would say that in a typical year, a very small amount might get transferred to the reserve. I will share that before COVID, we saw a lot more events happening in the community, and it was quite regular for council to have to draw from the reserve to fund more events.
Okay, thank you very much. What's the sorry, and I apologize if it's in here because I don't remember seeing it. What is the balance of the reserve?
Through the chair, the balance in the reserve is $28,265.
When's the last time we've drawn on the reserve?
Through the chair, council did draw $300 from the reserve within the last 5 years. So I would suggest that it's been some time prior to COVID that council made a significant draw from this reserve.
And sorry, and what's the min maximum of this reserve?
Kaylin?
The minimum through the chair is 0. The maximum is 175,000.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'll take it as Mayor, you close the debate, so the recommendations on the screen. Clerk, start the vote, please. Okay. Councilor Brasciani, can you give a verbal vote?
Sorry, Councillor Findera, are we just voting on the Mayor Masters, or did she not move? Did she move anything, or I didn't hear her say that?
Councilor Brasciani, we'll share the recommendation on the screen for you. Just 1 second.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Yeah. Just send it to you. Can you see it?
Thank you. Yes, I can. I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, the motion is passed in a vote of 7-2. Those voting in favor of the motion were Councillors Hawkins, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, Bresciani, Mole, Mayor Masters, and yourself, Deputy Mayor. Voting against were Councillors Zakidniak and Nelson, and for the record, Councillors Stevens and LeBlanc are away from today's meeting.
Thank you very much, Clerk. Okay. We'll move on to delegation EX 2469. We have a virtual. I believe we're going to touch base with Marge Walton first. Okay. I'd like to call up on delegation Marge Walton. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address the executive, in which time you will have opportunity to answer any questions from the committee. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Marge Walton. I am a resident of Regina, and I am representing the organization of Swim Saskatchewan. Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
I can go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor Masters, City Councillors, City Administration. My name is Marge Walton, and I am from Regina. I am also a member of the City of Regina Community Advisory Committee for the new Indoor Aquatic Center, and I am the Executive Director for Swim Saskatchewan, a position I've held for 26 years, and it is in this capacity that I'm speaking to you today, so thank you for the opportunity. On behalf of all the swim clubs and the entire aquatic community in Regina, I want to express Swim Saskatchewan's strong support for the proposed budget increase, which is needed to maintain the approved scope of the project. If you recall, the vision for this project is Regina new indoor aquatics facility is an inclusive, accessible, and sustainable community hub and tourist attraction that creates vibrancy and improves quality of life for Regina residents and visitors for generations to come, with the key words of generations to come. If the recommendation from City Administration is not approved, then the other two options presented will only just modernize the experience at the new pool versus providing room for growth for the future, nor will it live up to the vision and principles of the project. Option 1 in the appendix of the agenda provides for growth for city programs and the aquatic sports. If built for growth, the new aquatic facility will allow the aquatic sports to grow their membership and to host larger events and competition, which in turn increases visitors to our community. For the local community, it will be a destination that will support healthy and active lifestyles for the citizens within the City of Regina. As I have attended 3 Paralympic Games as staff for the swim team, I can see the benefits that the recommended option will provide to the disabled citizens of Regina and to our visitors. Swimming is a life skill and something that many people enjoy, whether it be taking swimming lessons, going down a water slide, floating down a lazy river, playing in a wave pool, jumping off diving boards, swimming laps, playing water polo, or performing artistic routines. Swimming pools can be used by people of all ages, from babies to seniors. It is a great family activity. When a new aquatic facility is built, it is appealing for athletes and coaches from across the country to want to attend competitions there. Currently, there are swim clubs from across the country that don't come to competitions held in Regina due to the current facility. We don't want that to continue with the new pool. However, we need to build it right. We want the new pool to draw clubs to want to come to competitions in Regina. If built right, new facilities can draw the hosting of national championships and multi-sport games such as Canada Games. When these prestigious events are held, it promotes interest in that sport to the community and increases membership specifically to the youth. After an Olympic and Paralympic Games, those sports in the Games always see an increase in membership. Swimming has just had a very successful 2024 Olympics, and by the time the new pool opens in the fall of 2028, another Olympic Games will have just taken place in Los Angeles. These clubs need room to grow and expand, as do the city-run programs. The registration from the 5 swim clubs in Regina has almost tripled over the last 15 years. The sport of swimming has come through the pandemic very well, as our numbers have surpassed where we were pre-pandemic. Therefore, I urge you to take these things into consideration when voting on administration's request to approve the total project cost of $245 million, and I encourage you to support the request. Do you want a facility that will just service us when it opens in 2028, or do you want a facility that will provide room for growth for the next 40 to 50 years? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bolton. Thank you for presentation. Any members have any questions for the delegation? What we got? Who's starting first? Councillor Zahidniak. Come on. There we go. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for thanks for speaking with us today. What I'm wondering about is there are other options outlined in the report from administration. And so one of those is option 2 talks about, I think it's like 12 million some less of costs, and there are some implications to amenities at the pool. Are you familiar with option 2? Because I was wondering if you could give your perspective on what would be the repercussions of going with that over the recommended option.
Well, with option 2, it gives less space. So, for example, when it is a 10-lane, 50-meter pool, that also provides the option for there to be lap swimming or competitive training width-wise. When that gets decreased down to an 8-lane pool, that is no longer an option. So the difference from option 1 to option 2 is really about space and how that space can be used. In addition to, it's also the amount of deck space. And deck space becomes quite important when you think of accessibility and the disability community.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Zahidniak. We got it. Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Marge, for being here and giving us your vast knowledge of the swimming community. I have a question. We talk about, I'm not sure if councillors are aware of this, but Mansas that goes on in Winnipeg, that's held I do believe it's every year. And I know that has had a lot of recognition because of the past performances that were performed there. Can you maybe give us your opinion as to that event and why it's held in Winnipeg, and would that be a possibility to be held in Saskatchewan through the chair?
Yes, through the chair. So our Mansas Provincial Championships is co-hosted with the province of Manitoba, and we do have a rotation. And in fact, that rotation it's in Winnipeg in the odd years and in Saskatchewan in the even years. And we did just host July Mansask here in Regina, which was the first time in quite a while because of the pandemic. It was due to be hosted in Regina during the pandemic. But what I want to share with you is we had clubs from Manitoba not come to the their own provincial championships hosted here in Regina because of Lawson Pool. So that's, you know, that's massive. And so, you know, if some of the coaches and clubs in Manitoba had their way, it would only ever be hosted in Winnipeg and Saskatoon. So I'm hoping that we can continue to keep them coming to Regina for the next couple of years until a new facility is built.
Okay, thank you for that, and that's what I was inquiring about, because like I said, it was always there, and why the difference of it not being held in here. So what does Winnipeg have that we don't have, and what will this new facility, obviously will have what Winnipeg has? Like, what's the difference, comparing difference between the Winnipeg Stadium and our stadium here at the Lawson, through the chair?
Winnipeg has two 8-lane 50-meter pools. They don't have the recreation side, but they have the two 8-lanes. So what that means then is you can either, one, you can allow more swimmers into the competition, or two, then you have room for what we like to call a warm-up and warm-down facility.
So now, and like I said, I knew this information, but I'm not sure if my council colleagues know how important that is, to have that cool-down and warm-up pool. With this new facility, we're going to have the two 50-meter pools, but we're also going to have that cool-down pool. Can you, because I'm thinking that this will just allow for more events. What will this allow for, since we'll have the cool-down pool in addition to the 50-meter pools, through the chair?
So what it does is not only does it allow that while a competition is happening, that the more pool space also then still allows that the public is not potentially shut out of the facility, that there's still space that they can use, and that then there's also space that the other aquatic sports can continue to train in while there's a competition of whichever aquatic sport happening. So that's the key thing, and that's the key message that has come out of the aquatic sports to us on the advisory committee.
Right, and we kept hearing that is when an event is held at the Lawson, the whole world shuts down for that, and nobody gets to train, nobody gets to practice. And I know there were some young people that were training and practicing for, you know, the Canada Games, Olympics, so on and so forth, and they didn't have the pool time. So thank you for that information, Marge. I appreciate it, and I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Councilor Nelson. Let's go to Councilor Brashani, go ahead.
Thank you, Marge, for being here today. So I would like to ask a question in regards to comparing this facility to the Shaw Centre in Saskatoon. You represent Saskatchewan. Can you just give me a little bit of a comparison between the two? Because I think the Shaw Centre, you can correct me if I'm wrong, has hosted, and I mean on their website, they say that they can host national and that kind of thing. So can you just elaborate a little bit in comparison to the Shaw Centre to what we're building?
Sure. So
through the chair?
Yes, through the chair. The Shaw Centre is currently one 10-lane 50-meter tank, and then in a separate natatorium, a 6-lane 25-meter tank, and then the recreational piece. So yes, in past, I think it was 2014 was the last time that the Shaw Centre held a national competition. Currently, our national sport organization, Swimming Canada, is saying that the Shaw Centre would not be able to host a national competition, but that is due to the electronic system that they are running, and they want them upgrading the electronics. So currently what happens is if there is a 50-meter competition happening, then the warm-up, warm-down pool is just 25 meters, which is fine. However, you know, especially at a national competition, they then like that warm-up pool to also be the same length of the course that the competition is being held in, which all of our national competitions are in 50-meter pools. Now, having said that, this coming May, the Shaw Centre is going to be hosting the Canadian Masters Championships, which is a national competition. It's for those that are aged 18 and over that still like to swim competitively, and it's a short course competition. So they are allowing that to be held there, and because it is just what we call a time final competition and not heats and finals, they're saying that their current electronic system will suffice to run that.
Okay, so they are running some national competitions in the Shaw Centre. The other question, with the Shaw Centre and the location that it's at, you've got some school, I don't know if you live in Regina or where you live, but the location attached to a school. Do you know if that has helped increase swimmers across this province at all?
I don't know that any for it being attached to schools has helped anything. I do know that in talking with staff that work at the Shaw Centre, that it being attached to schools does add on some additional responsibilities and maybe some issues because it's a city-run facility that's open past school hours. There is then school people that are hanging around that the Shaw Centre staff has to deal with. So, I mean, it's hard to pinpoint what, always what draws people into sports. Again, we all like to think that it's, all of the great work, all of the great achievements that athletes have that gets into the media and on social media that then draws interest.
Thank you. Would you agree, though, that having it located close to a school would benefit students that attend school, or would be a multi-use facility?
Well, I guess it's a benefit in fact that then if, those that are using the facility for their sport happen to attend the school that is nearby, they can walk there, or if they've already driven to school, that then they're already there. Thank you for that.
So in any of the options that were provided here, the Shaw Centre is a 10-lane. You said it's and then the 6-lane. Is that in the option 2 that we're in comparison to what the Shaw Centre is, or?
No, option 2 is still more than what the current Shaw Centre is.
Okay, so probably more option 3 then?
You know what? I need to relook at it, and I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find that document again. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I looked at it, and now I don't have it in front of me. I got various things open, so.
Okay. So just in a comparison. And then I guess on behalf of the Swim Saskatchewan, I know for a fact that even last term that you've been advocating, or the swimmers have been advocating for a new pool for sure. And was there any discussion around like how do we get the organizations to collaborate for the time that's going to be utilized at the swim pools, because we know there's a shortage and we know that there's a competitive process to try and get the time. Do you know if that's how that would work with all of this?
Well, I can share with you that there are city staff that reach out to me as the executive director to obtain what the current swim club's registration numbers are, so that then they can use that factual data to help on that pool allocation piece. I mean, they do work together very well. We all come together at a face-to-face meeting in May of every year to work through what, Lawson Pool and the sports vets like to call their special events. And then, they discuss some of the training time and when there is open space, who would like it. So I believe in the last few years, all the aquatic groups have been working together much better on that allocation piece.
Okay. And then I guess the other thing is, because funding, we know as a city we're almost tapped out when we look at all of the other projects we've got. I guess the question I have for you is, on behalf of Swim Saskatchewan, if option 1 wasn't there, option 2, is that an option? Like, I guess I'm trying to figure out when we look at dollars, because we don't know for sure this is going to be the exact dollars yet either. They still could go up, but I'm just wondering from a perspective of utilization of the facility, balancing competitive and recreation, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, option 2 is definitely a viable option. Option 1 is definitely the most preferred because it gives the most room for growth. I mean, I know that city staff has reached out to all of the clubs and asked them what they think their potential growth would be in, the next 5 years and et cetera. So based on that, which I believe is in Appendix B of your report, I mean, that clearly then demonstrates that option 1 would be the best option to help provide for all of that growth that everybody is anticipating in the years to come. And I'd just like to point out, it's my understanding is that of this additional cost, over half of it, or just over half, is really just inflation. And that's the key point, right? Like, if we don't, make an approval of some sort very quickly and things continue to be delayed, that cost is just going to continually to go up and up and up. And one other thing I'd just like to share is that already the city of Saskatoon is starting to build a new pool. Like, that's already in the works, I think. So they already know that what they built, they still need more.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Put the microphone on. Thank you. Councilor Bashani. Okay, what we got here? Okay, Mayor Masters, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Good morning, Marge.
Good morning, Mayor Masters.
Okay, so I actually want to follow up on this. I want to start with scope. Does the aquatic center need a gymnasium?
Well, need is a, I don't want to say it needs it. Would it be utilized? Yes. When we run various camps, it would be nice to have. I know for the sport of swimming, when we run some camps, we do sometimes then rent out one of the tennis courts to do some things in there because there isn't a gym.
Okay, and so essentially, going back to the scope, my understanding of it so far is that the funding requirement requires us to shut the Lawson. So when we started out in this adventure, we know we needed another 50-meter pool and we need more recreational pool space. We understand the demand for all of this. You just have to go on a long weekend, Monday during the winter, to the east side pool or the north end, and you'll see it completely packed. But because we have to shut the Lawson down as part of green municipal funding, we essentially have to replace that 50-meter pool as well, correct?
Correct. Like, we can't just replace one for one. So if we just build one 50-meter tank and then close Lawson, we are absolutely no further ahead except for having the recreational piece. So it's still not going to allow the growth for the aquatic sports or the ability to host certain national competitions.
So I think Councilor Marciani was kind of going along this line too, but a 50-meter pool and a 25-meter pool doesn't actually get us ahead as it relates to all of the user groups, correct?
Correct, yes. Because the key piece is also depth, right? Like, most of the aquatic sports need deep water, diving, water polo, artistic swimming, right? And so that's another key factor.
Okay, for all of the users. Okay, in terms of location, I think from the perspective of clustering the amenities next to the field house, perhaps we leave the Lawson standing and convert it to court space in the future. Does that make sense to you to be located near all of the hotels and the other amenities in the area?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting that there's questions on location because, from being on the advisory committee, the very first meeting we were told location was not going to be discussed, that it had been decided that it was going to be in the, current location that's being proposed. So as the community advisory committee, we haven't ever discussed location.
Do you have any concerns?
But to me, it makes...
Yeah, do you have any concerns with the location?
No, not at all. I think again, it makes the most perfect sense. Like, let's keep it attached to what you already have there, the field house and those indoor tennis courts, and just keep building.
All right, I appreciate that. In terms of, I know, and I appreciate that you've been on this from the get-go in terms of advocating. I would suggest you've probably been advocating for 26 years. We go to do this on the scope of it. We know we're roughly 14 years behind according to the 2009 master plan from the City of Regina Rec. We get 2 new 50-meter pools and a rec pool. What's next?
What's next? Well, I'm hoping for quite a while that that's going to be, be enough for us. I mean, it's always hard to envision the future. I mean, we've had Lawson Pool for now almost 50 years. And I think that's the whole key piece, is that we keep saying that this new facility is to do us for another 50 years. I would say probably what would be next is maybe you might need some more, smaller pools, in newer areas, much like that's currently that we have like in Sandra Schmirler and Northwest. Okay. I mean, again, those are aging facilities as well, because I do a lot at the Northwest Leisure Center and in that pool on myself personally.
Thank you. So my final question, Marge, is what do you say to the folks that say you got to reduce the scope? You can't build as much.
What I say is that, that's only gonna do us for another 10 years, and then we're going to be back at this in another 10 years, and the costs are going to be even higher to get even less. So bite the bullet and do it now, because it's really going to help us.
Okay. I appreciate, again, all your effort, all your advocacy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Are there any further questions to the delegation? I don't see any. Marge, thank you very much for addressing executive. And you may leave, please leave and disconnect from the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, bye-bye. Okay, I would like to call upon Delegation Tracy Moser. You with us, Tracy? Can you hear us? You on mute? Okay, you there, Tracy?
There. Hi there. I'm here. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, please introduce yourself for the record. Organization you represent, if applicable, where you live. You will have 5 minutes to address executive. After which you have opportunity to respond to some questions from a committee. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. My name is Tracy Moser. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Regina Piranhas Summer Swim Club. I am a resident of Regina. And today I'm speaking on behalf of the Regina Piranhas, but I also have other children involved in other aquatic sports. So the Regina Piranhas are a summer speed swimming club that trains and competes during May, June, and July. We offer swimmers the opportunity to swim in a short summer season. Many of our swimmers play other sports during the winter. We also have quite a mix of beginner and recreational swimmers, and as well as high-level athletes. We are in firm support of the increased funding for the new aquatic facility. Currently, we train at the University of Regina pool, and that pool has been experiencing a lot of maintenance shutdowns, which require our practices to be canceled, often at very short notice. If the University of Regina pool was permanently closed, our club, plus many other user groups, would have significant barriers in securing pool space in other city facilities due to the lack of pool time available. This year, we had record registrations for our club, and we had to put a limit on the number of registrations we could take due to our pool space limitations. We anticipate this trend to continue. Regina has a lot of young families, and they want their children to learn to swim, either through swim lessons or through aquatic sports. We encourage the city to start construction as soon as possible in order to avoid further cost increases and to try to build capacity before the University of Regina and Lawson are at the end of their useful lives. Please build a facility that will provide growth for the future and not be at capacity soon after opening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Any members of the committee have questions for the delegation? I see that. Councilor Nelson, I think you are.
Thank you. Tracy, thank you for being here. I just have a trivia question to ask you, and I think you know the answer. What is the one sport that a child will die from if they don't know how to do? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I believe the answer would be swimming. So we recognize the importance of learning to swim for safety.
Thank you. Thank you. That was something that I carried with me all my life because I didn't know how to swim, so I almost died, and my children were both very good swimmers. So thank you for answering the trivia question. That's all I have.
Trivias. Okay, thank you, Councilor Nelson. Okay, Councilor Stanichak, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, Tracy, I just want to follow up on some comments you made about limited pool space and how you've had to limit the number of swimmers that are registered in your club because of limited pool space. Can you say exactly how much your club has grown and what you've had to limit the number of students or whatever you call them to?
Sure. Well, I know I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but
Okay.
You know, a few years ago, say before the pandemic, our numbers would be some years in the 30s of registrations, which is a small club, 40s. This year, the number of swimmers we registered was 79, which is a lot for us because we practice at the U of R, and we really only have about 1 hour or 1.5 hours of practice time each evening at the U of R. So we just can't fit any more swimmers in that pool. So that's a limitation. That's where our limitation comes in with registration.
Okay. That's all I have for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Stanichak. Okay, just scan the, any further questions for delegation? I see none. Thank you very much for addressing the executive. I ask you to please disconnect.
Thank
from
you.
the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we also have following communication with respect to the next report. Luke Flagel from Sask Sport and Andrew Mitchell from Dodge, Saskatchewan. Can I have someone move these communication be received and filed with the item AX24-74 and DX24-75? Okay. Councilor Stanichak, I think, yeah. I'm trying to figure out whose hand was the tie. Hey, anyone opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay. We will now consider item EX24-69, new indoor aquatic facility. I believe administration has a PowerPoint. Okay, Ms. Anderson, did you want to introduce the administration here with the PowerPoint? Where are you? Gotcha, okay. Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Back in March 2023, City Council approved a capital budget of $160.7 million for the indoor aquatics facility and submitted an Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, also known as ICIP, application for the project, which was approved in March 2024. Since the approval, administration has completed further design work and worked with a third-party consultant to update previous cost estimates. As expected, this project has faced significant cost increases due to inflation and increased scope clarity through schematic design. Despite work being done to find cost savings, the project scope, as approved by Council, has increased by $84.4 million and now requires a budget of $245.1 million. Administration is here today to ask Council to approve a revised project budget in order to continue the work, as we do have enough existing funding to proceed with design work through to 2025, and that administration come back by the end of Q2 with funding options to cover the increase in costs. We know that we are at aquatics capacity, and there are currently service capacity gaps within the existing facilities that we have. We know we need to modernize our facilities and build one that will meet future needs, as we have not built an indoor aquatic facility in over 30 years. The amenities that are provided are important to our residents and increase quality of life, and the project will allow for Regina to be competitive with other cities across Canada by being a destination for national and some international sporting events and competitions. This is a critical project for our community. By building a destination facility that provides competition and leisure aquatics all in one location, while providing modern, accessible, and inclusive amenities and spaces, which is why we are asking Council to approve continuing with the originally approved scope with an updated budget. And to be clear, administration is asking for Council's approval to maintain the current approved scope for the aquatic center, and we will come back with possible funding sources. It was purposeful to not recommend a funding source in this report because it fits into the broader conversations that we're having, how to fund all of the things that Council wants to do, and we have another report in front of us today tied to pursuing an increased debt limit. So with that, I would like to pass it over to administration for the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Good morning, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the progress of the indoor aquatics facility. My name is Bobby Sillinger. I'm currently on a term as the program lead for the project. Since 2019, I've been the manager of community and recreation programs with oversight for the aquatic facilities. Next to me is Jamie Hansen, manager of facilities engineering, who is the facilities lead for the project. And we are also joined by two members of our consulting team, Michael Henderson with HCMA, the principal architect on the project, and Michael Roma with RC Strategies, who is assisting with the economic impact and engagement on the project. Today, we will begin with a brief overview of the vision and background for the project. We'll next walk through a concept for the recommended option. Recognizing that costs have increased substantially, we are also presenting two additional options that have been explored. We'll wrap up with a summary of the benefits for the local economy and community. The city is the primary provider of aquatic facilities in Regina and the surrounding area. In a survey, over 61% of residents indicated they had used a pool in Regina within the past 3 years. This investment illustrates the city's recognition of the important role aquatics can play in the community. There has long been a desire to expand aquatics in Regina. It was highlighted in our 2010 Recreation Master Plan and confirmed as a top priority in our 2019 Recreation Master Plan. The city is no longer meeting the community's capacity or modern needs. The Sandra Schmerler Center, which offers our most modern leisure experience, operates at 140% of its practical capacity, and the Lawson consistently has over 94% of its primetime hours allocated weekly during the training year. The availability of hours for user groups to train has seen minimal growth over the last 15 years, with small blocks of time only being made available by reallocating time from general recreational use. There's a significant unmet demand for swimming lessons. On the first day of winter registration, we processed almost 9,000 enrollments and over 2,500 waitlist requests. Aquatics accounted for 67% of the enrollments and 92% of the waitlist requests. Additionally, our existing aquatic infrastructure is aging. Aging facilities leads to increased operating costs, higher risk of failure, and challenges. In response to this, Council approved a feasibility study that looked to respond to the unmet needs, aging infrastructure, and the increased need for the aquatic community to be able to access programming and user groups, and to accommodate a future population of 300,000. The vision for the aquatic facility, as you heard from one of our delegations, is to be an inclusive, sustainable, and accessible hub and tourist attraction that creates vibrancy and improves the quality of life for Regina residents and visitors for generations to come. Through this work for the feasibility study, 9 principles were developed to guide decision-making through the project. Specifically, the indoor aquatic facility is intended to balance recreation and competition needs, be an inclusive community hub, and a destination that attracts people to Regina for leisure and sport tourism. The facility also offers an important opportunity for the city to further our leadership and commitment to reconciliation. Current targets related to inclusion and accessibility for the indoor aquatic facility position us as a leader in terms of these for aquatic facilities. The city has identified the goal for the facility to achieve gold standard via the Rick Hansen process. This involves considering the categories across the whole facility, including vehicular access, washrooms, wayfinding, and several other categories. Of specific note, the site will include an accessible playground and spray pad outdoors, as well as an elevator to the indoor water slide platform, and at least one slide with enhanced accessibility features.
So with respect to sustainability, as Bobby mentioned, one of the key principles for the project is to achieve ambitious sustainability targets in alignment with the energy and sustainability framework. The goal for the facility is to achieve LEED Gold certification and the Zero Carbon Building Standard, demonstrating excellence in sustainable design and operation. These standards are complementary to one another, and achievement of these standards is third-party verified. While the deep geothermal heating source will be a significant contributor to achieving these targets, the facility will be designed and constructed with a high-performing building envelope, efficient mechanical systems, and incorporate other forms of renewable energy such as solar. All of these design elements will ensure the geothermal heating source lifespan can be maximized. These next series of slides will provide an update on the schematic design process and what has been completed since the feasibility study. Schematic design is the next phase completed after a feasibility study to further define the spaces and facility systems. This slide provides an overview of the project timeline, starting with the feasibility study that was presented to Council in June of 22. Council endorsed a reduced optimized program for the facility in March of 23, and the ISIP funding application was submitted shortly thereafter. While the ISIP application was under review, the schematic design work got underway. ISIP approval was received and the funding announcement was made in March this year. Schematic design has recently been completed and the project is ready to move into the detailed design phase along with engaging a construction management partner. Construction is anticipated to start in the fall of 25 and the facility to open in the fall of 28. The Lawson will remain open until that time and then would be demolished and final site work would be completed in 2029.
As part of the schematic design process, we incorporated Council's direction to reduce the program recommendation of the feasibility study by $20 million, but retain the focus on aquatics. This activity included removing dryland spaces such as retail, lease space, the gymnasium, lounging, and youth area, with the intention to address some of these needs through multi-purpose space. We also included the Central Loop Trail to provide a connection from downtown to the indoor aquatic facility, as well as the real site as identified in the Catalyst report, and incorporated deep geothermal into the project. The feasibility study and ultimately the recommendation was informed by extensive engagement. This included 2 surveys, a stakeholder and user group survey, engagement with nearly 50 organizations, and a community advisory committee was also established. The findings from the feasibility study were used extensively to inform the schematic design process. In addition, we performed additional engagement with the user groups and their sport governing bodies, the Accessibility Advisory Committee. The Community Advisory Committee was brought back together and an Indigenous Advisory Circle was created to ensure that we are delivering on the project with an Indigenous worldview and delivering on our commitment to advance reconciliation.
So this table outlines how the capital costs for the project have evolved from the feasibility study to where we are at today. The first column shows the feasibility study recommendation for the optimized new build at $173 million. The cost estimate was completed in April of 2022 and was based on construction starting in April of 24. The second column shows the project budget based on the reduced optimized new build approved by council in March of 23. The original estimate from the feasibility study was used and an inflationary factor of 5% added to be consistent with the Catalyst Committee's report. After applying the 5% inflationary factor and reducing the project by $20 million based on council's direction, the total project budget approved was $160.7 million. This was based on a January 2025 construction start and anticipating ISIP approval by the end of Q2 of 23. Not shown here was an estimate completed early in the schematic design phase that was completed as a result of the length of time of ISIP approval and given the inflationary pressures being experienced in the construction industry. This estimate indicated that inflation of 2.5% per month or 30% per year had occurred since the original feasibility study estimate, resulting in a significant increase. The project team therefore considered the 3 options presented in the report. The final column shows the updated costs associated with the completion of the schematic design phase for the recommended option. The estimated total project cost is now $245.1 million and is based on a revised construction start of September of 25. The total increase is $84.4 million, and this amount is comprised of increases associated with inflation as well as scope clarity. The $43.9 million related to inflation is associated with the revised construction timeline as well as higher than anticipated inflation rates. The $40.5 million related to scope clarity is really as a result of the increased level of information and detailed development through the schematic design process. The original estimate that was prepared for the feasibility study was based on general cost per square foot for facility systems. The updated estimate that we have now is based on the actual costs of systems selected, as we have much greater clarity on the design coming out of the schematic design process. The estimate now includes specific systems such as acoustical treatments, building envelope details, timing systems as one delegate talked about, roofing systems, filtration and water treatment systems for pools, foundation and other items. These cost estimates have been prepared by a third-party cost consultant that is part of HCMA's team. And as we are currently in the procurement phase to engage our construction management partner, we've been able to validate that these costs are accurate by those who have responded to the RFP. Now I'll turn it over to Michael Henderson with HCMA to provide an update on the design.
My approach for the design update is going to be to walk through a series of renderings first that will show the nature and the activity of the spaces, and then I have some plans at the back to walk through, and then of course I'll be happy to answer any questions in the Q&A. Approaching the new Aquatic Center from 10th Avenue, the first thing that you will notice is a well-connected site with generous, clear, and safe paths for travel for pedestrians, bikes, and vehicles. The new aquatic facility is connected to the existing field house by a centralized social heart, an inviting public space that acts as the community living room. It will be comfortable and light-filled and well connected to interior and exterior programming. The large volume of the pool spaces, noted here as the pool natatorium, is situated along the southern edge of the site and will be visible and a civic element that can be seen from Saskatchewan Drive. The lower volume of the Social Heart and the entry opens to the north, providing an appropriately scaled response to the adjacent residential neighborhood and to the integrated Central Loop Trail that will run along the facility's northern edge. The site will be highly accessible for all users and includes an accessible spray park, a playground, exterior washrooms, and a variety of open landscape spaces. Citywide connectivity is increased through an improved bus service, on-site paratransit service, bike infrastructure, walking pathways, and well-distributed parking. Public access to the facility is centralized along the north, and you enter directly into the Social Heart, a single entrance that serves both the Aquatic Center and the field house. Next slide. The Social Heart is an activated public space for all. It will be as comfortable for those coming to use the aquatic facilities or making their way to the field house as it will for those meeting a friend for coffee or just stopping in to read a book or escape the summer heat. Its scale is large enough to accommodate the number of people arriving for a national level aquatic competition and will be versatile for programming and comfortable for all users when in its day-to-day community use. This area will be highly activated by the large viewing areas into the aquatic zones, as well as by the cafe and children's play areas. A feature stair animates this space and takes the spectators to the second floor seating areas, overlooking both 50-meter pools. The Recreation Natatorium has a number of highly activated features. In this space, there is something for all ages and abilities. While highly activated by recreation features, this space is also capable of delivering swim lessons, fitness swimming, exercise, and therapy programming. The prominent slide complex includes 3 high slides, all accessed from a platform serviced by elevator and stairs. One of these slides will have enhanced accessibility features. The lazy river offers moving water for floating, tubing, as well as therapy opportunities like walking against the current. All bodies of water will be accessible with ramps or beach entry, and there is ample deck space for socializing. There will be opportunities for different types of seating and reclining for individuals and families. Next slide. The wave pool has the ability to create different wave patterns and heights. When not in wave mode, it can accommodate general leisure swimming and swim lessons. Its large beach entry offering water depth for all abilities. Also shown in this image is the play structure adjacent to the high slides. This component is geared to the younger user and includes a range of features from slides to platforms with engaging sprays that can be activated by small hands. The 25-meter, 6-lane multi-purpose pool will provide opportunity for the recreational lap swimmer for swim lessons and also provides excellent opportunity for play when equipped with features like the Ninja Cross obstacle course or a climbing wall. This image also shows the proximity and openness to the change room areas, shown on the left of the image. This openness is one of the strategies that promotes easy wayfinding and a sense of security for users and staff. A glass wall at the far side of the image separates this space from the lobby Social Heart. It is intended that the excitement and activation of the water park will animate that public space. Here we are looking at the first of the 2 50-meter pool cells. From the raised spectator seating area, we see the 10-lane competition pool tank with its movable bulkhead that allows for different course configurations. There is ample deck area to accommodate competition needs. We also see here that the pool has connectivity to the other pool spaces that can be open or controlled when needed. We have also accommodated strategies for control of acoustics between spaces so that recreation and competition or training can run concurrently. The second 50-meter pool cell also has raised off-deck spectator seating. This pool tank is equipped with the full complement of diving infrastructure, 1 and 3 meter springboards, 3, 5, 7.5, and 10-meter platforms. There will be enough deck space for competition overlays and ample off-deck storage areas. I should note that while only one 50-meter pool tank has the diving setup, both will be suitable for lane swimming, artistic swimming, and water polo. The ground floor plan shows how all these components come together, and you can see how the 3 separate pool spaces have connectivity that can be open or controlled to suit operational needs. From the entry on the north, we enter directly into the social heart. The social heart is shown in yellow. From there, we can see directly into the leisure recreation natatorium. From that public space, we pass through the control point and head either towards the field house or continue to the change rooms, shown here in green. We haven't shown a lot of detail for the change rooms in this slide, but they will be a mixture of men's, women's, and universal change rooms. From the change rooms, there is access to each of the pool cells, the recreation water park, and each of the 50-meter pools. The second floor shows how spectator seating is distributed between the 2 50-meter pools. These seating areas are accessed from the social heart by way of stair and elevator. The fitness area is also located on floor 2 with direct connection to the change room areas below.
It was recognized early in the schematic design phase that inflation was increasing faster than the 5%.
Excuse me, could I just interrupt you, but there's just quite a bit more representation? Because we're at the mandatory break right now, so instead of interrupting things, can we interrupt you now, take a break, and then come back?
Sure.
How far more, you have more, a couple more minutes, 5 minutes?
Probably 5 minutes.
So let's break now. Right, everyone, council's good with that? Yeah, we have lots of questions, so let's break now. We'll ask you to come back. We'll be back at 1:45, 10:45. Thank you. Ms. Sanju, if I have your microphone on, please continue.
It was recognized early in the schematic design
No,
phase.
no, okay, hang on.
Nope.
Oh, no, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we're good, and on the line, so go ahead.
Good, okay. It was recognized early in the schematic design phase that inflation was increasing faster than the 5% identified in the March approval. As such, 2 other options were explored. In both options, efforts were made to maintain as much alignment as possible to the vision and principles identified through the feasibility study. A detailed comparison of what's included in the options may be found in Appendix B. You may find Table 1 particularly helpful. Sorry, we're not technical.
Can advance the slides. Thank you.
Option 2 reduces the cost of the project by approximately $12.2 million, with the main reductions in scope being the removal of a standalone leisure lane pool. The dive tower is transitioned onto the other 50-meter to create one competition-focused pool, with the seating capacity being reduced to 875. For anyone who's been to Shaw Pool in Saskatoon, this pool is very similar in terms of function. The second 50-meter pool is moved into the leisure natatorium to maintain acoustic separation during competitions and provide flexibility for increased shared use to replace the leisure pool. The hot tubs are consolidated into one. The cold plunge pool is removed, and the size of the lazy river and the number and/or size of the water slides is reduced. Option 3 further reduces the cost of the project and is $35.6 million reduced from option 1. This option includes all of the reductions in option 2, as well as reducing the 50-meter pool in the recreation natatorium from 10 lanes to 8 lanes, and further reducing the spectator capacity to 750. There is also a further reduction in the leisure amenities by reducing the size of the wave pool, lazy river, and water slides. At its core, one of the key elements of this decision is about responding to growth. The recommended option approved as part of the feasibility study creates a large destination facility that offers a competitive advantage by consolidating leisure and competition amenities into one place that addresses both the unmet need as well as growth out to 300,000. As the program is reduced, each option and the ability to meet growth is reduced, and the destination level of the facility is also reduced. Option 2 maintains many of the elements of the vision and provides opportunity for growth, however does result in some trade-offs. The facility still meets national standards for all sport, but it's anticipated to have reduced hosting impact due to decreased seating and the second shared tank. This option will deliver an enhanced leisure experience, however with the reduced leisure amenities does reduce the overall water park experience. This option continues to provide some opportunity for growth. Availability during peak time, which is weekdays after school until close, will still require trade-offs within the first 4 to 8 years if the user group and programming is realized. Option 3 focuses mainly on meeting current needs and is comparable to what Saskatoon offers today at a citywide level, which includes 250 meters, an 8 and a 10 lane in 2 different facilities, 2 indoor water slides and lazy river, etc. Similar to option 2, the facility will continue to meet national standards for all sports. However, the impact on hosting is greater as the seating capacity is reduced to 750, which is the minimum required for national level swim meets. With the reduced capacity, a policy around the number of events may be required to maintain appropriate levels of training and community access to the facility. This option will deliver a good leisure experience, however, is similar to a standard modern leisure pool rather than a destination type water experience of option 1 and 2. This option will serve unmet needs and demands of today, however, will be expected that trade-offs will occur during that peak demand time of Monday to Friday soon after opening. Enhancing aquatics has been a priority for several years. Recent outdoor pool rebuilds highlight the demand for modern aquatic experiences. Wascana Pool saw attendance of over 100,000 in its first year of operations. Similar success has been seen at Maple Leaf, which has consistently had attendance 2 times more than the rebuild. The recommended option will provide significant short and long-term impacts to the city. Mike, I'll turn it over to you to talk about the economic impact.
Thank you, Bobby. This option 1 is expected to have over 600,000 swim visits and over 1.1 total visits annually. This is based on observed traffic patterns at other existing city pool facilities and in reference to the various tanks, components, and expected operating hours of the facility. Building and operating this kind of quality recreation facility leads to many benefits in the community, many which are hard to quantify, and I think you've heard about some of those with the delegations that presented today, and many others that are articulated in both the recreation master plan and the feasibility study. But one of those benefits that is a little bit easier to quantify is economic impact. So generally speaking, economic impact occurs in 2 ways. It occurs during construction, and it also occurs during the ongoing operations of a facility like this. And there's also 2 ways to articulate that economic impact. One is to use what are called economic multiplier figures, which are prepared by governments and other credible sources, and then applying those to what you know about operating costs and capital costs. And then the other way is to look at expected participation, spending assumptions made on that participation, and then kind of parlaying that into the amount of events and activity that you expect in a facility. So in this case, I would say, rooting back to the feasibility study, both of those tactics were used. First to speak to the concept that existed then, and now to better understand where option 1 is, and actually the other options as well as it relates to economic impact. So on the screen you'll see annually that there's an estimated $13.6 million impact annually to economic output, $3.9 million impact in gross domestic product, and 150 jobs created annually, as well as $5.4 million in event-based economic output. And then during construction, it's more significant, but again, this is kind of one time during construction, so $337 million in economic output, $165 million in gross domestic product, and 1,250 jobs created. So before I turn it over to Bobby to conclude, I just want to share something, I guess, personally from a consultant's perspective. I really appreciate the time that I've had to spend with council and admin during this journey. I was the project manager for the 2019 Recreation Master Plan, and I work across Canada doing this kind of planning work right now from Vancouver Island all the way to St. John's, Newfoundland. And I talk about Regina a lot, and not just because of the excitement and the awe-inspiring nature of this project that you're contemplating, but also in the methodical approach that the city's taken in getting to this important juncture, rooting back not only to the 2019 master plan, but as the mayor said, the 2009 master plan. Believe it or not all communities take that type of methodical approach and invest what you have in community engagement, research, and justification to get you where you are right now. So I'm going to be bragging about that regardless of what happens today, and I really appreciate the time that I've had with council and to this point. Thanks, Bobby.
So in the first few years, we'll capitalize on the honeymoon period to aggressively bid on major events, bringing economic and vibrancy to Regina. The facility will advance our goals of inclusion, accessibility, sustainability, and reconciliation, and will be designed with these priorities from the ground up. Operating approximately 340 days per year, it will bring life, connection, and modern amenities to the city's core, enhancing the well-being and quality of life for the neighborhood, Regina, and surrounding area year-round. This is a significant investment in Regina's recreation. Given the once-in-a-generation nature of the project, we are recommending maintaining the original program to meet the needs of today and future based on significant positive impact of the project. Just like the Lawson has served us for 50 years, this facility will become a destination for leisure competition, attracting people from Regina, Saskatchewan, and the country. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to share this update, and we'll conclude and take any questions, unless anybody else has anything to add.
Okay, thank you very much. See, Mayor, you got the light on. Would you like to move this report, please? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll move the report. 2021, 2022, council approved $3.2 million for, I forget, is it detailed or schematic? We approved $3.2 million to pursue this prior to the application, or at the same time as the application for ISIP.
Through the chair, that's correct. That was to include the feasibility study work, the schematic design work, and design development, which is the next phase after this.
The design development is the next phase?
Yes, correct.
So you already have the funding approved to do design development?
Correct.
In your opinion, what's missing from this particular pool design? Facility design, I guess. It's not just the pools, it's the facility design. Is there anything missing?
Through the chair, as part of the original feasibility study, we did have items like a gymnasium, as I mentioned, the youth spaces. Those were found through the engagement, those were things that the community requested. We do see pressure, particularly on the field house, and that would have offered an opportunity to alleviate that pressure. However, recognizing that funding continues to be a challenge, and recognizing that aquatics specifically has been the priority recognized, those were the cuts made sort of based on that conversation in March.
Okay. In terms of, what's the time frame for the detailed design?
Go ahead.
Take that through the chair. The project is proceeding in kind of a design with construction in parallel. So we have about a year of detailed design work left, but some of the construction activities, we have a year of design work before construction would begin. Design would continue into construction so that we can advance construction in a timely manner when certain aspects of the site and foundations and so on are ready to go. So those are being done concurrently to allow us to move forward as quickly as possible.
Okay. But in terms of construction, we're not putting shovels in the ground until next year regardless, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
In terms of, there's comment about a loop trail. Where does it go? Where does it come from and where does it go? What's it intended to join?
Who goes? Someone, who's going to take that?
Through the chair, the Central Loop Trail is the trail that connects the downtown to the rail district. We are planning for the pathway of that as it goes around this site to be aligned with basically the front of the building, so that we can activate it with programming with the buildings, for example, the cafe or the accessible spray park.
And then it would enter in right between the Armory and Mosaic Stadium in terms of connectivity to the next site.
Through the chair, I'm not sure on the alignment after it leaves the site.
Oh, we're not going to build a trail from nowhere to nowhere, are we? Just checking.
Through the chair, the project is working extensively with the team that is sort of finalizing that route. However, as per your statement, our intention would not be to build it. It would provide connectivity, what the exact route is, to the real site.
Okay. And so I was told the reason that we needed to build two 50-meter pools was because we needed to decommission and replace the loss, and at the same time we were building this. Is that your understanding?
Through the chair, essentially, and you heard from one of the delegations, one 50-meter would essentially provide the same capacity as the Lawson. We are seeing, there was a condition assessment completed as part of the feasibility study. The Lawson is an 8-meter, 65-meter pool, which essentially translates to one 10-lane, 50-meter pool, so one of those is a replacement. As part of the feasibility study, we did assess whether it should be a renovation and addition option or whether it should be the recommended option. And there was a decision that the costs were similar, and so a new build was was determined to be the recommended path forward.
Okay. But we do have to decommission the Lawson, correct?
Mr. Henson, it's up to you.
I'll answer that. Yeah, through the chair, the original discussions with the funding partners were that the Lawson would need to be decommissioned. We revisited that with the province and federal government recently, and they've indicated that that is not a requirement of the funding agreement.
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Through the chair, the decommissioning of the Lawson is not a requirement of the funding agreement for ISIP.
It was originally and it's no longer?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. But in terms of finding that out, we're still recommending 2 50-meter pools?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Can anyone of you speak to the condition of the Lawson? I'll take anyone.
Who will take that on?
All right, Ms. Dell, I'll take it up.
All right, yeah. Are you up there? You got you?
Through the chair.
There you go.
Yeah, sure, I can talk about the condition. As we discussed the condition at the feasibility study stage, the Lawson is nearing its end of life. To say specifically how many years left, I don't have a crystal ball because it depends if a major mechanical system breaks down or whatever the case may be. But we would need to make significant investment to extend the life of the Lawson beyond its expected useful life of, and at the time of the feasibility study, we said 5 to 10 years, so it's probably around 5 years left. We're hoping.
We're hoping. Okay. I'll let other councillors ask some questions. I do want to just give everyone a heads up. I'll be referring it back, but let other folks ask questions.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Who's next? I think we've got Councilor Stanichuk. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So through the chair, I have a couple of questions about the capacity for swim lessons. Can you give some information right now in terms of, because there were some, in your presentation, there was some information about, I'm not sure if I caught it all, 9,000 enrollments, 2,500 wait list, but that's for all programming, and of that, a certain percent was swim classes. So could you repeat that information in terms of what kind of demand there is or unmet need for swim lessons, and how this will option 1 will change that?
So the stat was specific to the first day of registration.
Okay.
And so what we do see is back in 2019, we saw registration, prior to COVID, we typically saw registration at year end, the number of people on the wait list. So that's people that have, we do move a significant number of people off the wait list.
Okay.
But typically at the end of the year, we saw registrations between 3,000 and 4,000 left on the wait list. Since COVID, we've experienced a significant bump in that. And typically we see, we have seen as high as 11,000 down to sort of 9,000 people, and it's not people, it's registrations on the wait list. And so we have seen a bump in that. We do know that some of that behavior is people putting themselves on multiple wait lists. And so that is, it's not unique users. In terms of what we're planning for at the new facility, we are planning to offer between 8 and 10 swimming lessons at one time. Today, we can typically offer between 4 to 5 swimming lessons at one time. So we're essentially looking to double the capacity relative to the Lawson, not double the capacity relative to the entire aquatic system. But we expect typically on a given year, there's about 630 swimming lessons that happen at the Lawson, and we would expect that to be able to double.
And in your opinion, do you feel that that would meet the current need and would still give us room for increased capacity in future years as the population grows? Through the chair.
Through the chair, based on sort of best assumptions, yes, we will see. One of the things that we do know from talking to people is that if people don't sort of get in that first few hours of registration, some people just are no longer trying. So I'm not sure we have a complete picture of the demand. We also know that there's people that go to private lessons or to other facilities. So we can't with 100% certainty say what the demand is, but I would anticipate this is a significant increase in terms of the number of swimming lessons that we would be able to offer, and I would suggest that it will meet the immediate as well as sort of that longer term growth. And in that, we are also assuming that gives us capacity to be able to offer those larger leadership classes, which right now we do struggle to find capacity to offer some of those as they require a significant amount of space.
Right. Through the chair, could you explain what you mean by leadership classes?
So those are the classes that people take to become lifeguards. Over the years, we've had to condense those and run sort of 1 week what we call intensives because we actually can't find the room through the week. And that has impact on who can take those types of courses as well as how many courses we can offer. We've actually had to cancel swimming lessons. As many people may know, we have a national lifeguard shortage. We have experienced that, and it has meant canceling leisure swim just to get the number of people we needed through. And this will offer us the opportunity to offer a more consistent lesson set to ensure that we have a long-term sustainable source of lifeguards.
Good. In terms of the space in option 1 for swim lessons, some of the swim lessons would be in the recreational area, and would others be in the, I can't remember what it's called, but the competitive, more the 50-meter lane pool swimming. Would both areas be used for swim classes? Through the chair.
Through the chair, yes, we would look at how to best optimize it based on what programming was happening. So courses, for example, like our leadership courses or our, one of the courses we would look forward to being able to offer is a life-saving sport class. Those would be best served by that larger sort of the competition pools. We would actually also be looking to offer swimming lessons in the other amenities. So we've already been talking about how are we going to offer them in the lazy river? How are we going to offer them in plunge pools? So we will be looking at how we optimize the wave pool, how we actually optimize all of the water to ensure that we're maximizing the number of swimming lessons that we can offer.
Okay. And I will comment that, like, the day of registration, swim registration, it takes only a couple of hours. Usually, by the time I wake up, there's already emails from people complaining that they couldn't get their kid into a swim class. So I know how important this is to the general public, that we have more capacity for swim classes. Just in terms of other questions, now with the options analysis, and I went through that, and what I am wondering, and again, I know that in the past sometimes councillors will try to take a little bit of one thing and a little bit of another thing and kind of re-engineer what administration has already thoroughly gone through. But is there any possibility of taking elements from option 2, like instead of all of option 1, all of option 2, to take certain elements of it? Or you're quite clear that the options that have been presented are the best options, like we couldn't reduce one water slide and increase the recreation swim pools for more swim lessons or something like that? You don't want us to be doing minor adjustments on the floor of council. I just want to get a sense of that from you through the chair.
Through the chair, the options before you have been completed based on extensive engagement.
Okay.
Of course, I mean, trade-offs are always, our preference would be that you sort of share more about what, I think we have a good sense of what your outcomes are, but if you have more clarity on a specific outcome you're looking to achieve and a budget figure, what I would suggest is through the next round of detailed design, we would go back and consult. A process would be that we engage more extensively through the detailed engagement again with our stakeholders, and through conversations with them, they're involved in making sort of what those trade-offs might be. Our community advisory committee does have members of the general public, and so we are positioned to sort of have some of those conversations in terms of what those trade-offs might be.
Okay, and my last question, I guess, will be regarding the provincial and federal funding. I know that there was the grant process that we went through, but we also know that other organizations who have received the infrastructure funding saw inflationary costs, and they came back to us for additional money, like this was the Globe, the Y, and they were going to be approaching the other levels of government. Is there any possibility that we could go to the other levels of government and say, you know, this is going to be a huge economic benefit to the city, to the province? A lot of the economic output that's going to be generated is actually going to benefit provincial coffers more than our coffers. So is there any chance that we could go back to the province or the federal government for additional funding, or that was set in stone, that infrastructure funding? Okay.
Okay,
Through- Through the chair, yes, we can always go back and ask about being able to increase funding in regards to cost escalation. I believe through the mayor with FCM, they're already trying to advocate through the federal government, being that every municipality is has seen increased costs. We haven't heard any success regarding that, but we'll continue to advocate with the federal and provincial government.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we've got Councilor Nelson, go ahead. I'll give you the microphone. There you go, go ahead.
Okay, awesome, thank you. So I know we all appeased to Councillor Nelson to have an indoor accessible water slide, but as we see here in page 4 of the schematic, on Appendix A, there's no elevator in the design. It's just don't want this to be left to the next meeting and the next meeting, unless I missed it, I wasn't able to see it.
Someone who's,
I think it's on the platform.
okay, go ahead, got a microphone.
Through the chair, the elevator would be adjacent to the stair that serves the platform right by. It's a very convoluted plan at this scale, and I apologize for that, but that's the limitations of page print. But that elevator would be in that location, right by that stair that serves the platform above.
That serves the platform, so it's just not in the drawing, but you guys have added that somewhere?
Yeah, it's included. It's included in the plans. Yeah. If it's not in this drawing, then it may just be hard to see with the line weights.
I'm just unable to see where it is, that's all. That's just the stairs.
Probably be right next to each other.
Okay. So you're saying that it's not in here? Councillor Hawkins says that it is here.
It is included in the plans.
In the plans, yeah, but not the drawing? Like, all I'm just trying to see is if it's there.
It may be hard to see with the line weights on this page, but it is included in the drawing.
So that little thing there, okay. All right, anyways. So the elevator's there. Will the elevator get people to each one of the water slides, or just to one, or which one through the chair?
At this level of detail, we haven't detailed out the exact platform yet, but the intention would be that there would be one platform that the elevator would serve, and then that platform would serve all the slides.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm like, yeah, it's just been really tough on that one. I want to ask about, the mayor brought this up with the 2 different facilities, and now that we know that we don't have to decommission the Lawson, which we run the understanding, I remember that we run that understanding in order to get that funding, that we had to decommission the Lawson. Now we find out that we don't. Have you ever addressed, because I was thinking about this a while ago and I've been talking to administration about this, the cost savings in having staff, lifeguards, so on and so forth in one facility versus 2 facilities? Has that been brought up? Is there anything that you can kind of give us some information around that? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I don't have specific numbers to share with you. However, one of the intentions of this design, and it is in all options, is to create that one social heart that was referenced. That does allow us to consolidate staffing in terms of our cashiers. As we were approaching the feasibility study, we did look at the two different natatoriums and how they would be aligned. And we do anticipate that we would need additional guards on staff, because there has to be a set number of guards for rotation, as well as some in the guard room if an emergency happens, and as well as to relieve. And so depending on the adjacencies and how much we can do that, it does provide some level of duplication. However, I don't have a specific number to share with you, but we have talked about the efficiencies that are realized by having it in the compact form that it will be in, and how we can leverage the different staffing elements between the different sort of programming efficiencies.
Okay, thank you for that. So I learned over my years of being here, cost estimates. We talked about this, Mr. Hanson, cost estimate. Is this an A, B, C, or D, or is this an X, Y, or Z? What is this cost estimate, and have you, just that, through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair, based on where we're at in the design process, this would be considered a Class C, so it's one level more accurate than the feasibility study Class D estimate.
Okay, so Class C estimate is what this is?
That's
And that's, can you tell council what that is, plus or minus what?
Sure, through the chair, the variance on a Class C estimate is plus or minus 15 to 20%.
Plus or minus 15%. So this could be another, say, 10% higher than what we're estimating.
Through the chair, there are a number of measures that we plan to take to remain aligned with the approved budget. We're underway with our construction management partner procurement process. So once we have a decision on scope, we can finalize that process, bring them on board to assist us with aligning costs with the budget. A value engineering process that's occurred to date to find significant savings included in the numbers presented to you will continue. And then there's, I lost my train of thought for a sec here. There's things that we'll look at in as far as trade-offs go with respect to non-program impactful scope, such as maybe reducing the lobby size, looking at building systems, looking at mechanical spaces and seeing if we can tighten those up. They may have impacts on maintenance or operations long-term, but there are some mechanisms that we can use to remain aligned with the budget going forward. And I may ask Mr. Henderson if he has anything further to add to that point.
Your microphone is on, go ahead.
I mean, I think Jamie did a good job of answering. I would say with a Class C estimate, we have had a report from each of the individual engineering disciplines that outlines an anticipated approach to building systems. And so that is the information that the cost estimator is using to form their estimate at this point. As the process continues, those reports become tightened up and the numbers become more real. As you can imagine, at this point we're still using numbers that are representing the design, but they haven't been quantified in an exact nature yet. So the variance of 15 to 20%, although you could say that's a 40% spread up and down, the job of the consulting team is to keep the middle mark, right? And so, as Jamie suggested, there will be trade-offs. Ultimately, some of them will be materiality, some of them will be spatial. But that is the job of the consulting team to kind of manage that as it moves forward to the best of their ability.
So what I'm hearing then is, so we have a Class C, 15% minus or plus. What we might end up having to do, or what you guys might end up having to do, is say maybe downsize a couple things to try to stay within that budget. The geothermal energy system that you're using, has this been ever done anywhere in Canada through the chair?
Through the chair, no, it is not. Our design team on the geothermal, so the geothermal design team is separate from the pool design team. They're integrated, but there are separate teams, so there's no members of the geothermal design team here today, but that team is represented by consulting firms from all over the world that have done that type of project elsewhere. Australia, Europe, there's a number of similar projects that they've done elsewhere in the world.
So they've done these projects elsewhere in the world. What I'm finding difficult, because we've seen this in a couple other builds here in Regina, that they, I mean, technically only have to build to code. All the extra stuff above code is just if you want it or you don't want it or whatever. And we've been told that other places have done it and then they haven't done it because of the cost with doing it, and that's fine. But have you any indication on how this cost could be escalated? Because if it's never been done here in Canada, it's done any place in the world, and that's fine. But what is their price cost escalated? Do we have any idea of any of that? 'Cause
Yes, through the chair, we have recent updates on the costing related to the geothermal, and a lot of the infrastructure for that project is similar to the oil and gas sector. So it's just using that infrastructure in a different way and utilizing that heating source. So the drilling activities, the casing, the heat exchanger equipment is all proven and known technology in the oil and gas sector. So there's folks on the design team from the oil and gas sector that are helping with the costing of that project.
And that was that meeting, I do believe we all attended at the thing, right? And no, some of us attended, and I remember bringing up some questions with them as to the lining and stuff like that, and the cost and how they could use a smaller lining. So this is what worries me, just because, like you said, this is all, we don't know what the cost estimate escalation is going to be with the geothermal. We know this is a Class C, plus or minus 15%. I'm not saying that this isn't needed in this city. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just worrisome with this number, that it's not a real number. And it's hard for us counselors to even take this back to taxpayers with all the benefits that come with it. But then now I have to say, well, technically it could be another, how many million? Is there any way of showing us the geothermal, any type of that cost from, like, as a comparison, because since we don't have it in here, is there information that you can give us that we can give to our residents that are going to question that kind of geothermal, never been done before in Canada? What is the cost, and how much can we prepare to be raised or whatever, through the chair?
Sure, through the chair. So the geothermal numbers are separate from the numbers presented today. Right. So there's 28.5 million for the geothermal piece. There was a detailed cost estimate completed as part of that feasibility study. That's been updated now and validated by industry experts and our geothermal design team. That aspect of the project hasn't been impacted as significantly as the pool related to inflation, because the timing of that really hasn't changed. It's early in the process. The majority of those costs are going to occur in the early stages of the project. Okay. So And we've also been able to find cost efficiencies through integrating the original cost estimate for the geothermal included a separate facility to house all of the surface equipment. We're now, through the schematic design process, we've integrated that in the footprint of the pool, so we don't have a separate facility now. So there's savings related to that change in approach that we believe will offset the any smaller inflationary increases on the project.
That extra room, hey, just kills us. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you. That's good.
Okay.
I think- Councilor
Yeah, no, you were blinking, so I'll push you back off. So I'll just leave it there. I'll go to Councilor Brashani. Councilor Brashani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I have a few questions to start here. Sorry. Can I just ask, and I just need some clarity. So we hired a third party to give us an approximation of what this is going to cost. If we've got the kind of the first scale of kind of what it looks like, why wouldn't we actually have put it out for an RFP to come back with suggestive costs? Because if we've given them now a ballpark of what we think it's going to be from a third party, what is the incentive for them now to come back and say, I can do this at a lesser price or whatever? Like the process to me is a little bit, I need an explanation of why it was done that way, through the chair.
Vincent, go ahead.
Sure, through the chair. So we're currently in the procurement process for our construction management partner to construct the facility. And we did ask those responding to the RFP to provide their costing for the project. So can't really get into specifics of that, but the numbers do validate the cost consultants' numbers. So we have current local numbers now that are representative of who of the proponents that would construct the facility.
So, sorry, I'm a little bit confused. So you're saying the RFP will be put out after, but who is the consultant that put all this together for how much this is actually going to cost?
Sure, through the chair, I'll provide some further clarification. So through the design process and HCMA's team, they have a cost consultant that has provided the initial cost estimate through the feasibility study and an intermediary estimate, as well as the schematic design estimate. In addition to that, we've issued an RFP 6 weeks ago for the construction management partner to construct the facility. We've asked those folks to provide costing for the facility. Those numbers validate the cost consultants' numbers from the schematic design process and through HCMA's team.
So through the chair, if we put an RFP out, don't they isn't that in part included with the construction management, that they are going to come and it would be up to them to make sure that they're on budget and on, why would we have to, wouldn't that be part of the RFP, whoever's going to be bidding on it? Like, why would we have to hire or have someone looking after the construction and ensure that it's on time? Is that an extra cost to the city?
Through the chair, yes. So the construction management process is the construction management at risk, and I may ask Mr. Henderson to speak a bit further to this, but there is detailed design work that needs to be completed before we can fix the price through the construction manager. So at a certain point in time, when the design is advanced to a point where we're comfortable locking in the pricing, that option is there for us. If we were to ask for fixed pricing now, the builders will build in a lot of risk that we'll end up paying for, and this model allows kind of a balance of risk moving forward so that we aren't paying for something that might not be realized. Ask Mr. Henderson if he has anything further to add.
Yes, through the chair, I'd add that it's not uncommon at this stage to have a construction manager come on board. Their role is really to advise and participate in the design at this stage, give advice related to constructability, costing, and so that process is underway, as Jamie suggested. You're right to point out that they both have a dual role in costing the project at this point, and it's and while it may seem like duplication, it does come with some advantages. First of all, it's a good reference check to make sure that both sides have really examined the project from the right angles and fulsomely. And it does give the owner and the city some confidence that the numbers that they're receiving from both parties is as accurate as possible. Should at some stage we want to not eliminate that duplication, it would be possible just to continue on with the construction manager. Both models are common.
Thank you. Just from my perspective, I think if we put an RFP and whoever comes forward, they would be responsible and we could hold them to task for whatever they put in the RFP of what they've come for. That would be up to the city to hold them accountable. I'm not sure why we'd have to duplicate having another construction manager, but I'll leave that. In regards to the inflation of 43.9 million, and then 40.5 of the design scope, I guess, you know, I'm a little bit worried when our design scope is $40 million out from what we originally budgeted. Like, to me, I'm thinking, where did that original budget come of $160 million? Like, that's what I kind of worry. And I think Councillor Nelson was kind of saying that as well. Like, you know, it was 160, you know, now we're, you know, again, we're 280, whatever it is. Again, 45. Like, the worry, I think, is where does it end? And where does it cap? Because if we didn't know the scope at 160, I'm a bit worried that now we're going to increase it by another 40 million to find the accurate. Again, I would like just a response as to why we're 40 million out from a design. Like,
Sillinger's not going to you? Who's going with that? Okay, I'll give you one. Okay, go ahead, microphone's on.
Yes, I appreciate the question, and through the chair. As been discussed already, about half the increase has been escalation, and that's, I think, understandable to the room. Your question is related to the other half, which has been labeled as scope clarity. And as Jamie's suggested a little bit already, some things have been brought into the project. For example, you know, some space for geothermal. That would account for some of that. Maybe that particular item, a small piece of it. But then also, you know, the feasibility was a snapshot in time, done off of a level of engagement. And since that time, we've done about 6 months of further engagement and further refinement of the program, and through that refinement of really examining the needs, there has been some additional scope added to the project. If I was to take some examples of that, if we were to look at something like the bulkheads within the 50-meter pools, no, we made an allowance within the feasibility studies for what that number would be, and now that we have much greater clarity, we know that we need 3. And so we have a more accurate number against that line item. That would be an example of that. Some other examples, as we've now really hammered out a pool layout and building layout, a plan that meets the entire need. You know, there's been some adjustments to areas and things like that as well. So it's through that kind of further refinement that's brought us to this planning, to the plan stage that we're at, that has really led to that increase. Jamie, I don't know if you want to add to that.
I think you answered it. I understand. I have just another question, I guess, is the other one is, we saw about 150 workers. There's nothing in this that's going to tell us exactly what are the costs going to be, for operational, and then, how that would be sustained. And I know this is more about the capital, but again, I think that is part of the balance of the actual cost of the facility, but it's also the operating. And I guess that's probably more for administration as to, we know there's a shortage of lifeguards and all that. No problem. I think we can get there. But from an operational, I think that is a takeaway that's not included in the report. Is there any reason why? The chair?
Sounds that to you?
Through the chair, the focus of the report was related specifically to the capital increase. We do reference the operating costs in Appendix B in terms of the pros and cons related to the different options. We do have the numbers. We have done the work to understand what the potential of those costs increase. We have done it again, it's plus or minus, particularly understanding there's some optimization around the final program. Once we know a final layout, we can actually understand exactly what the lifeguard requirements would be. But we have done the work, and as I mentioned, the sort of the different scale of those options is included in Appendix B, where it references what each option would provide in terms of savings. So it's just within the appendices as opposed to within the body of the report. But I can speak to them if you have further questions.
No, that's fine. Just the operational operations of, say, option 1 is one you're recommending. The overall cost of what's going to cost to operate it year after year.
So through the chair,
did I miss that in the report? I didn't see that.
It references the decrease, but I can provide that number. So our revenues are expected to be approximately $3.2 million, and currently we're projecting expenses of approximately $9 million, which would require, or I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong column. It would be $3.8 million in terms of revenues, and then the total expenses would be 11.1. As I mentioned, those expenses do have optimization within them, but without sort of understanding the final layout, we need to refine that further. The other thing that would happen through the budget request around operations is there'd be some decisions around programming. So how long do we want to run each of the elements? And we would be proposing to council several different options. And then the third piece of that is around fees and charges. So that's another piece of work that we're doing that we'll be bringing back to council, a fees and charges review, to understand if we want to keep our fees the same for this, or if there's opportunity to potentially look at some increases. So other cities, for example, some of their premium facilities do have a slight surcharge on them. There's things, so those are some of the things that we'll be bringing back to you. And so while these costs are determined through this, is further optimization, particularly in the expenses, but also the opportunity to look at the revenue side as well.
Okay, I want to move to what is the life of a pool, Bobby? What would you say, or whoever wants to? What is the life of an indoor facility? Pool facility. Pool.
Through the chair, with good maintenance. For example, with the Lawson, we've seen about 50 years. There's life that goes with upkeep and replacement of materialities and building systems, and then there's programming life as well. And the programming life, as we see in the Lawson, we've kind of extended beyond that already, and so the ability to provide all the programs that you want, we really have surpassed that, and things like accessibility and has changed, and so we do anticipate that trends, best practice changes over time. Sorry, go ahead.
When was the Lawson built, and how old is it?
I believe the Lawson is 1973.
74.
Yeah. 74.
1924, and so how old is that facility right now?
50 years.
50 years.
It was news to me, I think this is a good news, is that the funding, we do not have to decommission the Lawson. And I understood in order to get this funding that we had to decommission the Lawson. So I want to ask staff, if we were to keep that open, we heard from other swim groups, we know swimming lessons fill up fast. If we were to keep this open just as a recreational pool, just going to suggest that now, do we know what that would cost on a yearly basis? We don't have to upgrade like to all of these big amenities, but what would that cost if we just wanted to keep it there for a recreational in the heart of downtown? Through the chair, has that work been done?
So you're going to Mr. Hanson, where are we going? We're going upstairs? Okay. Whoop. Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair. Yes, that work was done as part of the feasibility study. We looked at what it would take to extend the life of the Lawson beyond its life expectancy now. So to extend it about 15 to 20 years, it would take about 20 million at that time. And add your inflation, so in today's dollars, we're looking at probably about $28 million. Now keep in mind, we wouldn't be meeting any of our accessibility or sustainability goals, so that would be above and beyond.
Okay, so 28 million to keep the Lawson open and with some changes. Okay. One of the things that we've talked about, and I guess this is probably for administration, one of the things that we talked about when this pool came forward was looking at kind of sponsors, and I'm going to use the Shaw Center as an example. The Shaw Center is located not in the downtown of Saskatoon, but it's in the areas where the areas are growing. It's close to 2 elementary schools and a high school, or maybe attached to a high school. I think it's a high school, actually. So I guess the thing is, now that we can actually understand that we don't have to lose any funding to risk to closing the Lawson, could we consider keeping the Lawson open, making the adjustments there, but also we know that in Harbour Landing there's going to be two joint schools built there. We know in the Greens and Garden there's going to be 2 new joint schools there, plus a high school in there. Is that something that we would could consider looking at with accessing maybe also regional economic development dollars from that's out there from the province that we would share, because we do know that this facility is going to be used from White City, Emerald Park, all of those surrounding areas. Is that something now, because I do believe that is a game changer, because we've always been told as a council that the Lawson had to be decommissioned. Do you think there's value in looking at that through the chair?
We're going back up, or? Okay.
It's an interesting question. I hadn't thought about that ahead of time, but from a location perspective, and the team may want to jump in. I'm not an engineer, and I'm newly in this project, but I think some of those challenges would require additional design, additional time, and as we've seen inflationary pressures, this isn't a 3 or 4 week thing. This would be months and months and months. The cost of the facility will increase unless it's changed. I think the other thing, and I'll look to our experts over here, but part of the reason that location works, and I'm not sure about other areas of the city, but part of the reason that location works is because of the geothermal and the ability to drill there and get the energy you need to run it in that fashion. So I'm not sure about other areas and whether it's pervasive around Regina, but we know for sure that that's a good area to look for geothermal. So I think can we look at things? I think we would say we can look at all kinds of things. I think the other thing to note is that I think it's fair to say that additional investment in Lawson doesn't buy us the Lawson for another 50 years. I don't know what the time span is, don't have it at hand, but there's a number of considerations that would need to go there. You might get connection in a different neighborhood. On the surface, you would lose that connection into the field house and through that whole area of buildings and facilities in the path. I don't know, I think I'm pretty accurate on the geothermal, but I'll ask Mr. Hanson if I'm a bit off.
Sure, through the chair on the geothermal piece, the aquifer does extend throughout the city. All the modeling, though, has been done on this location, so we would have to revisit that, and our application with the ministry's been based on this location, so yeah, we'd have to revisit that work.
Through the chair, there's only one element I'd like to add from a programming perspective. Through this process, we've looked extensively at the requirements to host national level meets for all 4 sports. In terms of being able to host the highest level of speed swimming, 2 50-meter pools are required, and obviously they'd need to be in the same facility. That is, as we've sort of talked about, one of the advantages of this sort of opportunity is meeting the unmet demand as well as the growth. And so I guess I'm not sure, Councillor Bresciani, in terms of what you're speaking to when you're talking about that new facility, but just in terms of a recognition, competition requirements for that speed swimming, that is a requirement. To host the highest level of national competition, you can host some national competitions with a 50 and a 25. And so just wanted to ensure that programming piece was identified.
Okay. I'll leave it. I do think that if the Lawson, again, I'm just saying I'll leave it there for now, but that to me is a game changer, because I always understood that the Lawson had to be closed in order to access this funding. And I guess the one of the bigger questions for me, and I think because I do think that when we look at this pool, I guess administration has said they're going to bring back recommendations of how it's going to be paid. And from a taxpayer, I want to know today how that's going to be paid before I accept this or look at any other procedure as we move forward. I think one of the things is, I'd like to see this done without increasing our debt, but I'd also like to know how it's going to be paid for. And I'd like to ask administration why that wouldn't come forward with this today as we're trying to make this decision on behalf of the taxpayers of Regina. It's one thing to say, go ahead and do it, but then we're going to say, well, how are you going to pay? It's going to be our debt. It's going to be, I would like to know that why administration, you didn't bring that today before with this, so we can make the most informed decision as council. The chair. Through the chair, sorry, my apologies.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I spoke to it a little bit in my introduction, but what I would say is that a preliminary guess would say that it would come from debt financing. I would say you've all been in various conversations about different priorities and how you're going to fund it, and we're still kind of going through that exercise of what are you funding with what. You will see that there is another report here today about increasing our debt limit. And then, of course, there's always the option of reprioritizing things that you're thinking about. But I think what administration was really trying to get clarity on is, can we continue with the design of the aquatic center as approved? Because frankly, we're worried that more delays will result in further cost escalations.
Thank you for that. So unfortunately, that still doesn't answer my question as to how it's going to be paid. And I think that's one of the biggest concerns that I have, is that before I make a decision on a $245 million beautiful pool, which I know we need, but I need to know how we're going to be funding this. And I would like to, I think refer this back. I heard Mayor Masters say something. I don't know what her intent was referring it back, but that would be the reason I would want to refer it back, because I cannot make a decision today not knowing that we are going, we don't know how for this.
Councillor Bresciani, Mayor's going to answer that. Okay, go ahead.
Councillor Bresciani, I have a referral motion which deals exactly with what you're talking about. So you're welcome to pop back on. You've still got time left, but if I think I'm right after you, so if what I throw up suits you, we can have that chat then if that works.
You have 10 seconds left on your clock.
Okay. I will wait for the referral then. That would be great. Thank you very much.
No, I'm gonna go.
You gotta go? Okay.
Go to town. It's gonna come back for questions anyways, if it passes.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I do have a referral motion, but go ahead.
Okay.
Who's next?
Okay.
Oh,
Councilor Moore?
okay, so the Buffalo Pond Water Treatment Plant, I don't know who to look at here for an answer. It came back with a guaranteed max price proposal. To my understanding, it was a design-build team. Many teams bid on that project. So I'm wondering if we can get to that point for this project. And additionally, is this a design-build system with teams that exist with the construction manager? So kind of a twofold question.
Do you want to take that mic off? Go ahead.
I'll take a first stab at that, and Jamie can clean it up if there's anything missing. Through the chair, at this point, we don't have enough information on the table for a contractor to put a guaranteed maximum price. As Jamie's noted already, if we did that, you would either find them cutting the corners down the road and providing you something you don't want, or building in so much risk that you wouldn't be able to afford it. And so this process is, get to that certainty, put it out for tender with the construction manager leading that charge. They'll get the best price for the city, and at that point flip it into a guaranteed maximum price. That process is probably about a year away, in that realm. They'll start tendering some of the packages early, but by the time they get the fulsome thing, then we're about a year away from that.
Yeah, because the engineering isn't 100% complete.
It's not ready yet.
Okay. I work in construction for my entire adult career, and there's a lot of change orders, a lot of extras that come. You see that on almost every project, which is why I asked that question. Okay. Just another note I want to make. I'm well aware of the wait list for swimming lessons. My kids have been on those wait lists. We need a pool, and I'll just leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I have some questions, and some of these I think would inform my potential interest in a referral motion. So there were cost savings identified already through a value engineering exercise, but I didn't see any additional information in the report about what those were, what were some of the cost savings already identified? I don't need an extensive list, but some examples would be helpful, please, through the chair.
Ms. Sillinger, who's going to take that?
I don't have the list.
Hang on. Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair, I don't have the list in front of me, but some examples of that would be, for example, the crawl spaces or technical corridors around the pool basins at the basement level. Currently, we have allocated space so that operations and staff maintenance can walk around the exterior of most of the pools. That's common kind of best practice at this point. However, it costs a lot of money. And so that would be one area where down the road, should you need to, we could value engineer some of that out, some of it or all of it. We don't know how much at this point. Another example of potential value engineering would be fine-tuning the height of the building. Now this will of course be something we do as we move into detailed stage anyways, but there's opportunity to take money out of the building as we hone in on what's the appropriate height for each of the spaces. As you saw in the renderings, the spaces are all very grand. They're appropriate for the activity, but there is a way to optimize. And so that would be another example of that.
Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of a referral, one piece of information that I'm certainly interested in is additional evaluation of the fact that we no longer have to decommission the Lawson, and I understand there was a potential cost put out of what it would cost to extend the life of the Lawson, I think that merits some further consideration, whether there is any desire or if there would be any benefit to extending the life of the Lawson to some extent, like whether for recreational, competitive, just in general. I think that merits further analysis. And I don't know if that'll be included in the referral motion. Maybe I'll ask the mayor. If I can ask the mayor a question? Is that okay? Is your proposed referral, will it also involve analysis about whether there is any merit to extending the Lawson to any capacity? Is that part of the referral?
Well, I typed the
Could it
referral
be?
up this morning, and it was this morning that I found out that it didn't have to be decommissioned. I'll think about that while you keep asking questions. I'm not opposed to just actually costing that out, not at all, in terms of completely renovating that, and then you're going to cut back on the other project. I understand what you're trying to get to. Let me process that while you finish your questions.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I would certainly appreciate more information and analysis on that. Now, there was a proposed space removed, I think the last time that this came to council for consideration, a proposed leased space that was removed. Can I get more information about what that was supposed to be for? Does that impact potential revenue generation from the pool? Like, I don't understand what the proposed lease space was to be. I don't recall that. Through the chair.
Through the chair, I can start, and then Mr. Hansen may want to jump in. The original design had essentially a placeholder for lease space that would have been then put out through once it was sort of designed, would have been put out to see if people would be interested. And so that's the current process that we use for our concessions. The interest in that space was unknown, and so what our intention was is following a decision of council would be, our intention is to put out a partnership, a call for partnerships, and should a partner come forward that is interested in assisting with building that lease space now, we would look to incorporate it into the design. And so really what we did was remove it in terms of the level of in terms of us saying it will be there, and instead we're going to go to the market and understand if somebody wants to come forward now, and then we would look to do that after the fact. So basically we would be looking for certainty from a partner as opposed to what was built in the original design, which was us just putting in the lease space. So that's the change in approach.
Okay, that's fine. And I just, when I was looking at the report, my initial inclination was to potentially support option B. What I don't understand, what I understand to be the main difference between the recommended option and option B is that some of the competitive space gets consolidated with some of the leisure space. And I guess also a 25-meter pool goes away. But in terms of the competitive and leisure consolidation, what I don't understand is what would be the implications of that? How many competitions are we actually considering that, how many could we project that would potentially be at this pool? What would be the impact to recreational users? I don't have a sense of the impact of consolidating those, if you can help me understand that.
Through the chair, so all three options presented to you do meet national standards for all four aquatic sports. And so option B, as you mentioned, it meets all of the requirements for national level hosting. I'll speak specifically to speed swimming, as they do sort of have the largest footprint, and they also are the largest sort of groups. And that is where we do require both tanks to support those national level events. And so when an event happens that would require both tanks, so would require the 50-meter competition tank as well as a cool down warm-up tank, one of the trade-offs in this in option B is that any recreation and training use would be displaced from that second 50. And in that option, there is no 25-meter pool to move that activity to. And so the impact on the public in terms of hosting those larger competitions is reduced, or sorry, is increased. So that's sort of that piece number one. That is for the largest events. And so, you know, those would potentially be like sort of 2 to 3 potentially per year, or maybe one every few years. At this point, we don't know exactly what that will be, but we do anticipate an increased impact on public use. The other thing that is reduced is when you have less capacity, when we host even a competition in sort of the main competition tank, any programming that's displaced from that program, we just have less places to displace it to. And so with reduced capacity of the 25-meter and consolidating a lot of that use happening in that, what we're calling the training tank, we have less room to move those activities. And so that's one of the sort of largest implications. What we see today, for example, is when we host a competition at the Lawson, often we just have to cancel swimming lessons completely. And so what we would look to do is sort of optimize how many swimming lessons we can run when events happen. But the other pieces in some of those very large competitions, so say we had in this layout, we do have the ability, for example, to attract the Olympic trials. It requires 250 meters. We would have what is required to host, but they would not allow those recreational activities to be happening because they would be in the same natatorium. And so what we would actually have to do is not just remove people from the 50-meter. We would, for some of those very large, high-level, prestigious events, we would need to shut down things like the water slides, like the lazy river, because those activities couldn't be happening concurrently. So that is really one of the key pieces in terms of the competition and the impact and what it has on training as well as recreation. Some of the pieces around sort of the more leisure recreation piece, this does limit our ability, as I said, around that after school time. Everybody wants to be in the pool from 4 p.m. to probably about 8:30. So that includes user groups, that includes parents with their children. And so that time frame is really what we call our peak prime time. And because we would be reducing the amount of capacity by 6 lanes, it would impact our ability as we grow and as programming from the user groups as well as our own recreation programming, the demand for those programs grow. We have less room to grow into those spaces because we've actually reduced the capacity by essentially 6 lanes in option B. So option B does provide opportunity for growth. It does meet, as I said, a lot of those vision and principles that were identified as part of the feasibility study, but it does have a few trade-offs.
Okay, so I understand about the reduced ability for meeting the future needs. And I think what you were saying in terms of when there would actually be potentially like a closure to the public, maybe a few times a year?
Through the chair, we don't anticipate those large events, like those are large national speed swimming events. I don't anticipate those would happen. Those where we're closing the entire leisure side would probably be once a year. Okay. However, people would be displaced on a more regular basis, but we would still be able to run those leisure, like the water, the things that are not in the 50-meter. There are certain competitions, for example, the Masters Swim, where they're actually okay having those other activities happening while they're doing the warm-up cool-down. Some of those larger, higher profile events, that's not okay. They also need the deck space that would come with that. So that's I hope that sort of describes it clearly.
Okay. Okay, here's an easy one. What's a plunge pool? Like, can you just really explain what, is this like just something, it's a very small pool that you just jump into to cool off? That's what I'm picturing.
I'll let Mr. Henderson speak to that, as he's actually, he has more experience with plunge pools. We've seen them through our tours, but.
Yeah, through the chair, a cold plunge pool is about size of a residential hot tub. Fits about 2 to 3 people at max. And it's run at cool temperatures. It's usually located right next to the hot pool so that you can kind of go between the two.
Yeah, okay. Okay, in the Appendix B talks about, I think it's option 2, it's saying a revenue impact, this is the con, is expected to be $7,000 to $10,000 per day. Can you give me more information? Like it says revenue impact because it's in a con. I'm assuming that's talking about a loss of $7,000 to $10,000 per day. What is that specific? Why? Why is that the case?
Through the chair. So that's reflective of when we would have to shut down the leisure area to accommodate those very large events.
Okay.
And that's considering swimming lessons, leisure pool. One option to obviously offset that is to charge the groups for closing down the leisure area. However, that then impacts our competitiveness. And so it's a bit of a trade-off, but that's really what that's intended to share.
Okay, thank you. I believe I just have one final question, and it's just about general cost escalation. I know this is happening across all sectors, across the country. Is there better ways, has administration identified any ways to better predict initial costs of projects so that we don't have, like I said, I know this is a problem across the board. What can we do to have a better sense of costs of projects so that we're not revisiting things with such dramatic escalations? Do we have any insight on that?
Through the chair, I think that's something we need to continue to work at, to get better at. In a complex project such as this, where we pick the middle of the plus or minus range, maybe we look more towards the plus side and build in some additional buffer. There's always a fine line there. I think our approach to have an independent firm, I guess through the schematic design phase, our approach to have the cost consultant who's removed from the actual construction activities, along with the contractors, both price it to ensure they're aligned, will ensure accuracy going forward. It's possible that we initiate that process sooner in a project such as this, but definitely still work to do there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Zaharyuk. Councilor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thanks for the presentation. When we were talking about the efficiency previously, you kind of mentioned about a maintenance corridor being removed, allowing for some cost efficiencies. Making a move like that for the building cost efficiency, what does that have on operations and upkeep over the next 50 years of the use of the pool if we were to make that decision?
Okay,
I'll answer that through the chair. It's a good question, and it's hard to quantify, to be honest. I think in the scenario where the pool does fine over 50 years and needs little uptake, it's a great value. However, we all know that pools are difficult to maintain and things happen and they occasionally need upgrades. Having access to the surrounds of the pool in the basement is very advantageous. It also, it's not just the pool tanks themselves, but we use those spaces to run ducts for ventilation and cabling and all the things that go into to make a modern building work. And so in having access to all those routers and junction boxes is important. So I can't quantify it in a number, but and I will say that there are projects out there being built today that don't have those corridors. So it really is a decision that the city gets to make. But you have to go into it kind of fulsomely with the eyes open on what it means in the future. If you need to get down to a certain level, well, it means breaking up and digging up, around the pool, and that is very, very disruptive.
Maybe I'll just phrase that a different way for historical knowledge in Regina. If I was in Nevada on bedrock and I had that option with no shifting and stability, it'd be a hands-down efficiency. We have clay gumbo here. We can't keep a basement and we can't keep a hole in the ground. Would that be efficiency, Regina, or would that be a long-term cost, just kind of from the hip? I guess kind of made the point, so I don't have to wait for it. Oh, please go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I think I'd just add that although that's one area or one example of an area for value engineering, it's not something that we would look at cutting entirely. I think we'd just be more strategic about where those areas are. There may be areas where we don't necessarily need access or the risk is lower to go back in there at a future date, but there would be areas that we would absolutely want to maintain access to based on the soil conditions here. So.
Yeah, penny savings and decades of dollar spending is not where I would like to take the decision overall as well. So just in addition to that, there's been a lot of talk about the wait list for swimming lessons. I was just wondering, Regina has a fair population, but we have a lot of surrounding communities. What's White City's wait list for swimming lessons, if anyone from the administration has an idea?
Through the chair, White City doesn't have a pool. I'm just to clarify, are you asking about the White City residents and how many of them are on the wait list?
No, what I'm asking about is what our neighboring communities experience with use of their pools. And I know that none of them have one, so I guess I'll just save 10 minutes towards lunchtime and say that this is a regional asset.
Oh.
Going through the report, I note that when this started up, the city's share of the cost wasn't at the 70% mark, understanding this is a regional asset. This is going to be used by White City, Pilot Butte, Emerald Park, Regina Beach, and as these costs escalated, this turns into Regina paying the 70% lion's share for what is a regional asset. I intend to support the mayor's referral motion. I would rather write a motion to exit the whole pool than allow the cost to escalate without partners through this. I believe Regina really needs a pool, but that doesn't mean I think that I can afford to tax all the residents of Regina while all the surrounding communities grow and expand and we pay for it. So that's all I really wanted to get out in this meeting, and I'll be happy to support that referral to try to get these costs aligned with the usage of all Saskatchewan residents.
Okay, Councillor Metzinelli. Well, folks, we have a mandatory break. We can't break it. So we will recess for 45 minutes. We'll be back here, let's just say 1 o'clock. And then we'll start up this thing again. So see you back at 1 o'clock. right, good afternoon. Let's convene the meeting back to order. We're going to continue here. I believe, Councilor Brushan, you have your hand down. I think there's 10 seconds on your time. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just quickly in regards to the referral, just want to make sure that the sponsorship is there as looking at like the corporate kind of donations and naming rights. I think that's imperative, as Councillor Mancinelli has also indicated as well. And then looking at other options, could have possibly 2 pools. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councillor. Okay, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the administration, then I'll have a comment. My question is this. In the course of your consultations, have you discussed this matter with the University of Regina? I'm asking that question because they have a pool that it's at the end of its life. They can't afford to build a new pool. I'm wondering if there is a capital partner in the construction of our pool by the university.
So we're going up on top. Ms. Shaley, go ahead.
Through the chair, we've had many conversations with the University of Regina, including a member of their executive team. At this point in time, we have offered an opportunity for them to partner with us. At this point in time, they're unable to commit to a capital partnership. They are interested in exploring operating arrangements once the pool is built.
Thank you, it's helpful. And just a continuation of that question, have you talked with any of the surrounding municipalities about a capital partnership? I know there are communities in Saskatchewan that have built pools that have had capital partnerships with surrounding municipalities.
We haven't recently been in discussions with them. When we were undertaking the recreation master plan process, we did have some conversations at that point in time, and there were no opportunities that were identified then, and so we've not proceeded with any of those discussions.
Thank you very much. There'll be a referral motion here, and it will succeed. And I think as part of that, a further discussion should be engaged with the surrounding municipalities and with the university. And I say that because the province has been very encouraging to have municipalities and regions get together to do things. As Councillor Mancinelli has correctly pointed out, this is effectively a regional project, and it will certainly, once built, attract, I think, substantial use from folks in communities like White City and in our surrounding municipalities. I think now is the time to do that. I want to make one comment. As I said, I think the referral motion will succeed. Here's my concern. We have before us a first-class design, a really special design, a design that is itself a signature project, not unlike the design that we had for the Wascana Pool project, which went through great opposition, but in fact, at the end of the day, produced a fantastic result. So that's what we have here. And we have here a design that's a product of tremendous consultation, tremendous input from architects, engineers, construction managers. We have here a design that was talked about first when I got on council 12 years ago. At that time, the swimmers were desperate for some kind of pool, and they're still desperate. And I'm concerned that while this is a costly project, it's a project that is needed by the community and will in fact have the enthusiastic support of the community. My concern about referring this project back is that we're going to get caught up in a different kind of discussion. Should we do this in the East End, the West End, the North End, the South End, somewhere else? And that debate will go on. And I'm concerned about, we'll get into the nitty-gritty of whether we have one pool, whether we have a pool and a half. We'll get talking about the Lawson Center, which I think is a red herring, because even if, and I'm disappointed we're finding out this today, I think what we're going to find out is going to cost between $28 and $30 million to renovate it for 15 years, and that'll be that. I'm concerned that the debate will open up all over again. Most of all, this now is going to be decided by a new council. Maybe that's appropriate, but I do know that it will open the debate up and it will continue on, and it won't have been a debate of 12 years, it'll be a debate of 13 years or 14 years, and at the end of the day, what I think will happen is that we'll end up with a second-class project costing just as much, if not more, than it would cost today. And that worries me. So it's with some reluctance that I say that a referral motion succeed. I'll support it, but there's heavy worry on my mind that this delay is going to set us back. I just think we have to be careful in Regina not to always settle for second best. When we reach for the stars, we do really well. When we dither, we just put our community behind.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mayor, you're next in the queue, but there's still few councillors that have not exhausted their time to speak. You have a chance to close the debate. You have lots of time. So if you want to go now, or do you want to give the other councillors time to speak? Yeah, so if everyone has a specific questions for the referral before it's made, then okay. No. The referral not that, once the mover yeah, let it go. Okay. So who's next here? I think we've got. I think Councilor Zahedniak, I think you're up next.
Oh, great, thanks. I do have two specific questions about the referral. I had suggested that we needed more information about potentially extending the life of the Lawson. I've since heard that administration has some of that information. 28 million was mentioned that would be needed to extend the life of the Lawson for, I believe, 15 to 20 years. So first confirmation that I got that information correct, please.
What do we got? Where are we going? Okay. 10? No, I think we're going up there, right? Okay. Giselle, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, through the chair, you're correct. The number I gave you was through the feasibility study. We had said it would be about $20 million to extend the life of the Lawson for 15 plus years. I don't know if that can take us to 20, but at least 15 years. Adding that inflation rate, in today's dollars is about $28 million. We would need to reassess that. We would need to look at, when you're doing a renovation, when you're opening things up, that may increase. That was a high-level assessment on the facility. And to give some more information, I may refer it to Mr. Henderson, just to give a little bit more detail about what that feasibility, or what the condition assessment on the Lawson was during the feasibility study.
Sure. Who's giving that information?
Through the chair, we did study that. It's been suggested through the feasibility study. The $20 million was really a maintenance cost, like, so keep the building lights on cost. Did not include programmatic upgrades. So, for example, no accessibility upgrades or code-related changes were anticipated in that number. And so, to do a more fulsome study, we would really need to open that back up.
Okay, and so to be clear, is it administration's position that that does not warrant further analysis, that is just not a recommended option? Like, are you prepared to make, is anyone prepared to make that statement today?
Who's going? Okay. Where are you? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Of course, we'll look at whatever option council asks us to look at, but I would say that option was ruled out as part of feasibility and all the way along. Part of it, I'm sure, had something to do with the fact that it was a condition of that original funding. We did find out, I believe it was about 3 months ago, that that was not there. I'm not sure, I checked the timeline. That wasn't our decision or action, that was federal government. The other thing about that facility is its age and useful life. That was an initial, as we heard, a high-level assessment of a facility that's been there for 50 years with probably late 1960s design, features built into it, some improvements over time, full of water. So looking at it, is investing more money into that and taking some risk of the age of the building worth it or not? That can be looked at again, as we've heard. We certainly can look at it. The thing that does, though, is sort of the knock-on effects, if you will, of if that building stays and becomes, say, one of the pools that we want to use for the city, then we may not be back to step zero, but we're back to feasibility with the building that we have on the table now. So it's not just taking, I know nobody's suggesting this, but it's not just taking an eraser and erasing lines and we'll make this 10 by 10 room 8 by 8. It's how does it work now with some significant differences. So whatever that period of time, probably some more consultation, more engineering, architect, design, costing. So is that possible? It's possible. Is it practical? Good question. Seems it might be, but it would be a larger cost and a larger period of time. In the meantime, the inflation clock ticks. The risks of the Lawson as a building and its actual practical useful life, sits there for you. And even just thumb in the air math, if a wonderful miracle occurs and construction inflation goes back to 5% a year, assuming all the things that are here in this current design at 240, it's $1 million a month.
Okay.
At a very low enthusiastic view. So there are risks there. Can I quantify those today and say it's exactly this? I don't think any of us can, but those are the risks that exist in looking at that. I think the discussion so far has been, okay, but we've also got this risk of the additional 80 million that also has some variability. So you're measuring, trading off one set of risks against another. But it's, I guess my suggestion, and talking to the team a bit at lunch, is that it's not that easy of a solution to just say, what about if we kept the Lawson and renovated it? How would that impact things? That's not a 3 or 4 week or 3 or 4 month sort of fulsome response is the risk.
I think you may have answered this question a bit, but what does, if a referral motion is successful, what does administration see as the impacts of that? Like what's administration's position on the possibility of a referral motion succeeding, impacts to the project?
I don't know exactly what's in the referral, so a bit of speculation, but if we're talking about relooking at the Lawson and perhaps some other parameters, it would be the factors that I just talked about. I think the process would be how and what, I don't know, ask the team, but is the Lawson, what is the actual viability and cost of the Lawson, and then what impacts would it have on the overall design as a very high level non-engineering view on it, but I know there's an engineer to my left, so I'll see if he has anything to add to that. No?
Well, I'm sorry,
Okay.
not about the Lawson. I think we covered that, but like just a referral, like a potential delay
Yes.
to gather more information, whatever it says, the motion.
We can do that work if it delays shovels in the ground. Right now, at the current assumptions, it's $1 to $2 million a week delay past September of 25. Now, those are assumptions out in the future, but that's if you assume everything's the same and you assume the rate of inflation in construction stays the same, it's
The
about
costs will escalate by $1 to $2 million.
past September
per
of
week.
25 for every, yeah, if that was to hold, right?
Okay.
So 30% divide by, give or take. So you're, to the points made earlier, delays will result in higher cost. Now, if the end result is a different design or something, maybe it doesn't end up in a total higher cost, but anything similar, right? Inflation's running, costs are running, we're doing more work, more engineering, more design, more consultation. There's some costs in there. Could be valuable costs, but there are costs in there for sure, and time.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's no further speakers I have here, so, Mayor Mester, there's no one else that is looking to speak. So I'll give you the close the debate, and
Thank you through the chair. I just want to double check something with Councillor Zakiniak. So you don't need a high-level review of the loss and viability? Okay. Could I ask a question? If we knew 3 months ago that we didn't have to decommission the loss, and why just a high-level analysis wasn't provided for today in any event? Anyone?
where are we going with that?
I understand the feasibility study says, I understand end of life, I understand all of this. I thought it was end of life and we were going to decommission at end of life because we had to. So I'm just, if you knew 3 months ago, why wasn't there just a high-level analysis done?
And I'll ask my colleagues too to jump in here, but the work had been done back in the feasibility study to look at the loss and all that stuff, and the design had already been approved for this particular building, including the decommissioning of the Lawson. The federal government's requirement on that changed. We became aware of it. We did have some discussions, I know, with the steering committee about that. Would that change? You've got an approved design. You're well down the path through the estimating phases and the design process. And knowing that it would require additional capital and investment, knowing that it was a building practically at the end of life that could be extended, knowing that it would materially change both the process and the building itself if we were to try to incorporate that the value wasn't there to deviate from the plan. I don't know if, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but if anybody wants to add to that, that's the discussion we had. We did look at it, and the approved design is is there. It's a fair ways down the track, and it did not seem that the cost of relooking at all that was worth the potential value.
Thank you. Just before this goes up, I think that my referral motion is based kind of on 3 principles. A couple of them already been talked about, or maybe even all of them have already been talked about, maybe not the first one. I think that I completely agree with Councillor Hawkins. We've got a great design. I'm going to tell you, the engagement, the advisory committee, the design, it's beautiful. Like, it's a beautiful asset to build for the city. I think the problem or the struggle will be opaque financing, I don't think is sufficient. And so, you can toss it up, please, Ms. Ackerman. My first and biggest concern is right now there is an infrastructure fund program being designed that the federal government has announced is centered around housing, so it will be water and wastewater. In addition to other projects that support housing, which fall in that, but I know in talking to both the FCM, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, as well as other mayors who have had ISIP projects in this particular funding tranche approved, who have had their cost escalate between 28 and 48%, making them almost kind of impossible to execute on. The cost of this project would mean that the City of Regina is contributing 67%, and I think we were closer to 40-some% when we started out, knowing that we only had $128 million available, $109 million to go towards the aquatic center. So I think we were all kind of looking at, we're probably going to be in this for $60 to $80 million. Now that number's $150 million. That's a bit of a game changer. So while this program is being designed right now, which is an agreement between the province and the federal government, what we're looking for is some time to advocate to create this program that's flexible enough to allow municipalities to allocate new program dollars to existing capital infrastructure projects and permit stacking of dollars. We've been advocating for flexibility in some of these programs for quite some time, and again, what we're hoping for is that over the next number of weeks, knowing some meetings are taking place, that we'll be able to advocate to say that it can't just be new ribbon cutting projects, but we need to address the inflationary pressures that exist. And so I'd like to buy a little bit of time, not a bunch. I'd like this to come back to the October 2nd Executive Committee, and we can vote October 9th. And in that same time, we have, the library's hired DCG to do feasibility study. Ronald McDonald House hired them. We have partnered with the Red Sox on looking at philanthropy and sponsorship in terms of a case for support for a new arena. We should be looking at that, or the next council will be looking at in the next number of months. And I'm unclear as to why it hasn't happened yet, but it would seem to me there'd be a tie-in here that we could be looking at cases for support for philanthropy as it relates to naming rights, sponsorship, just out-and-out philanthropy, especially as it's tied into the potential of what would amount to a recreation and sporting district. And the third point that I would say is that we need some financial modeling. I don't think anyone around this horseshoe doesn't know how difficult it is to raise taxes or to postpone projects, but the reality is that I don't want to borrow $150 million. And so we get, I think the number is 13.7 million in a Canada Community Building Fund, CCBF, also known as the former gas tax. That's what we get this year. We know that goes up every year. It's because income goes up every year for income tax collected by the federal government. Even if we allocated 13.7 over the next 4 years, that's $58 million, or close to $58 million of money we don't have to borrow, and it would target that project. That would postpone, because I believe we just absorbed that somewhere in the system, in our capital, but I think that's what council needs to make. We need to be able to make a decision on this of not just adding to all the time. This is infrastructure no different than any other piece of infrastructure in our city. And as I said, I agree with Councillor Hawkins. It's long past due. I still struggle with why money wasn't being saved over the last 14 years when it was first identified, but that's for another conversation. And I specifically in this said that anything that comes forward doesn't touch the streets budget. And I'm specific about streets and not roads, because I think it would be news to the residents of Regina that when we talk about roads, we're not talking about your road. When we talk about a residential road, we're talking about a street. And so ensuring that we continue the investment, because we are falling behind in terms of street investment. So just making sure that we are able to look at some pro formas for different financial scenarios for funding this that does not include borrowing the entirety of $150 million. So there you have it. I think that if we're going to invest in something like this, and to Councillor Hawkins' point, 12 years in the making, 14 years in the making, that we be able to include it and prioritize it over all of the capital projects, but we should be able to look at that. So that's the referral motion. I dropped the analysis you were looking for, and I want this to come back October 2nd. It's been a year and a half in the making. We've known for some time the project was going to be over cost, and so we should be able to look at some options for portion of borrowing versus what we can get out of our existing budget. That's it. So that's a referral motion. I don't need a seconder, and I think it goes to vote.
Yep, straight to vote.
The only thing I'll ask is if council is wanting to, I can separate A, B, and C out for separate votes if you'd be interested in that. I'm good with that.
Okay, we need a moment, so give a 30-second brief to see, have everyone read it, I think.
just in terms of, under number A, after mayor, can you put council and administration as well? Mayor,
Okay.
comma, council and administration.
You don't do anything, Bob? You could go.
He might through FCM, yeah. Yeah.
I'm on the board for Capital City.
Okay, go ahead.
So when I asked about administration, about like what was their, what were their thoughts on a referral motion, they haven't seen it. We don't know if they can, like, part of it is for administration, part of it is for mayor and council. We don't know if administration can follow through with this timeline. Like, shouldn't we find that out before we vote on it through the chair?
Sorry, step number one has, originally it was mayor, so administration is in contact with, clearly in contact with the federal and provincial governments, because they heard from the federal government 3 months ago about the other one. You're literally directing to get on the case for support for private philanthropy. We've done this before, and that can be in process. And the last one, direct administration, that's non-negotiable. We should have had it at this presentation. We should have been able to look at how we can fund this opposed to debt in its entirety. So we should have had the pro formas in front of us for options. So we can, I don't think it's negotiable.
Okay, so it's actually, I think my question is to the clerk. So my question is about the date. Can my point of clarification be to ask administration whether they can follow through on the time frame suggested in this motion? I think that's a fair question before we vote on this.
Well, it's really up to the mover, and the mover has stated what she believes. It's not so much a clarification as if the mayor says it's, in her mind, it's non-negotiable, then we'll see what admin comes back with. I mean, this is falling on, we're splitting hairs here. You can vote on them separately if you want. I would advise against that. To me, they're all linked together with respect to a collective report.
It's fine. I just won't be able to support it. Like, I don't support things that we just get brought in with no time for consideration or meaningful discussion, so I just can't support it.
Yes. Well, yes, and just to confirm, this goes to council next week for final confirmation. So the green light, the information will be back for approval by the full council next week. So at that time, council, you would be in a position to ask administration, notwithstanding that this was raised today on the 14th, on the 21st of August, how is this looking within that next 6 weeks?
Okay.
Through the chair, just a comment with respect to point B of the referral motion. I understand that the referral motion is directing administration to hire DCG Consulting, and the only thing I would raise with respect to that is that if it's hiring this or asking city administration to purchase a service or a service such as that it needs to go through a public procurement process. That's our requirement, unless it's under $75,000, they're indigenous, or there's some sort of reason to sole source that. So I just would raise that as an issue at this outset, at this point.
Okay, the motion is tweaked, right?
Thank you, actually. I was actually going to say in terms of the solicitor, but lower than 75,000, you don't have to go to procurement as long as it's, and if we open it up, that you can hire, or any other such firm, right?
That's right.
As long as the value of that is lower than $75,000.
If it's through the chair, yes, if it's lower than $75,000, then it can be done that way. But if it's anything more than $75,000, then it has to go through a public procurement.
Right. The case for support for the Red Sox is $56,000, of which we're paying $26,000, so 52, whatever. Yeah, so.
And I would say as well, as we're using the same company to do several of these similar
It
types
might
of
be.
work,
That
and
was
it
gonna
goes
be my
over
question.
75,000, it may tip it over that, and then we are required to go through a public procurement process.
That's all good.
So with adding that,
Go ahead, yeah.
So, thank you through the chair. We have an RFP prepared already to issue for exactly this. So if we want to just tweak the language to say direct administration to issue an RFP to do exactly that, then we could do that. That would leave the pricing wide open, because the pricing could come back in a variety of ways from various companies, depending on if they do just the service or if they want a percentage of what they secure for naming rights or something like that. So it could vary significantly. Right. Does our other such firm cover that? I suspect we'll get some interest. Okay, but it says our other such firm, is that? Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, like, does this cover off basically what you're saying?
Yes, I was just going to suggest if we wanted to remove the name of the one company,
Yeah.
what we could do is say direct administration to issue an RFP to hire a firm to do a case for support for private philanthropy and or sponsorship.
Got that, Amber? She's going to say it again. Go ahead, Ms. Johnson, sorry.
Thank you. Direct administration to issue an RFP to do a case for support for private philanthropy and or sponsorship.
After two, yeah. And then
Issue it within 30
after,
days.
take everything up to the end of firm or providing less than 75 to do a case for support.
Yeah, there you go. There we go. I don't think we need to, sorry, excuse me, through the chair. I don't think we need to keep it at the cost less than $75,000.
No, take that out, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
Does that meet the requirement?
It does, and yes, we've
Okay.
got something prepared already
Perfect.
and intend to issue it soon.
Perfect. Hang on 2 seconds.
Okay, if this is clear,
Take the vote.
we ready to go? I'll. Okay. Madam Clerk, call the vote, please.
Councilor Bresciani in favor.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, the referral motion is passed in a vote of 7-2. Those voting in favor were Councilors Hawkins, Nelson, Bresciani, Mancinelli, Findura, Mole, Mayor Masters, and yourself, Councilor Findura. Voting against were Councilors Zakidniak and Stadnichuk.
Thank you. All righty. I guess we could now excuse you to your other duties, or you can hang out and watch. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, next we have delegation EX 24-71. We have online, Dylan, you there? Dylan, you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Dylan, introduce yourself for the record, organization you represent, if applicable, where you live. You have 5 minutes to present to the executive committee. Afterwards, they may have questions for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, through the chair. My name is Dylan Warren, and I'm representing the Accessibility Advisory Committee. I am speaking to the Wascana Pool Accessible Water Slide. I believe that this can be accomplished. It may take a bit of hard work to get there. I, like Councillor Nelson, is very passionate to this accessible water slide as I am to transit. To give an example, if I were to work for the City of Regina, I would want every other paycheck, half of it, to go to transit operations. That's just an example about passionate. I think there's some stuff that can be done. One, putting in a story in the media. Two, looking into organizations like the George Reed Foundation, the Rick Hansen Foundation, the South Saskatchewan Community Association Foundation, South Saskatchewan Community Foundation, for possible funding options. I would go above and beyond to help administration to host a gala fundraiser. Where, you might ask? Where else but the Hotel Sask. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dylan. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions for the delegation? Hang on, Dylan, I see one.
Okay.
Council Nelson? Council Nelson's got a question for you.
Hey, Dylan.
Okay.
Hi,
Hey.
Dylan. Hey, how are you? I just
Good.
want you to know, and I don't know if you knew this, all the money in the world, and the problem was we couldn't get a contractor to build it. Were you aware of that? Were you aware of that?
Yes, and that's what I wanted to do. Between Monday and today, I was actually on the phone with contractors. I was on the phone with PCL. They were going to send an email to me, but I haven't been home to check it because I don't have internet. So I sent an email. I was going to call Westridge and Mudcore to see if they got the information. And my idea for that is to put out a media release, put out a story in the media, and maybe there's a contractor that's watching that will pick up the story and call city administration.
Oh, Dylan, absolutely adore you and your persistence, and you know how I felt about this, but we're getting one on the inside. Thanks for all your help.
Doesn't mean we could get one doesn't mean we could get one on the outside. We just have to be a little bit more persistent.
Well, and you know what, Dylan, this isn't forgotten about. We can get it anytime, just maybe not right now, but we'll still keep going for it. Okay, Dylan?
Yeah,
Thank
you know
I have no more
what?
further comments.
I'll be making phone calls when I get home.
Awesome, great, Dylan, thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Okay, Dylan, just hang on. I'm just going to check to see if anyone else has any questions for you.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any. Dylan, thank you very much presenting, and you might disconnect, and have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, we have Linda Schofield in person here. Could you come up to the delegation desk, please? Introduce yourself for the record, organization you represent, if applicable, where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to present, and afterwards there may be questions. Okay. I'll give you the microphone, sorry. There you are, go ahead.
Chair Findura and Executive Committee, thank you for your time. My name is Linda Schofield. I'm a resident of Regina, and I am the current president of the Board of Directors of the Regina Senior Citizen Center, the RSCC. In that capacity, I represent our membership, over 1,000 citizens of Regina age 55 and over. They are from all wards and communities. On their behalf, thank you for your consideration of a resolution that I believe Councillor Nelson intends to bring forward today. We are certainly not the first organization that is still trying to recover from the results of COVID and lockdown and the ensuing financial challenges they have caused. I'd like to use my time to give you an overview of why it's important to ensure that the programs and services the RSCC offers to our community continue. The funds that Councillor Nelson is requesting be transferred will allow us time to source and generate additional funding so that we can return to financial stability for the RSCC that we had prior to COVID and ensure the continuity of programs and services needed by our membership. The RSCC provides approximately 8,000 user hours of organized programs and activities each month, and there are additional hours where members are socializing outside of organized programs. These programs, cards, pickleball, line dancing, choir, disc golf, pool, snooker, exercise classes, to name just some of them, are essential elements in maintaining the physical, emotional, and mental well-being of our membership. Many of our members have lost their life partners. They may have lost a number of their friends and may not have family close by. They tell us that without the social connections and community they find through RSCC programs, they would find themselves lonely and isolated. Through our home help and yard services program, we provide an additional 500 to 600 hours each month of subsidized services to over 300 clients, a number limited by available funding and equipment, not by need. Our home help and yard staff provide house cleaning, grass cutting, window washing, ground and roof snow removal, and this is on an as-needed basis. We do not require contracts of payment every month. Fees for these services are on a sliding scale, ensuring that clients receiving GIS and SIP or are otherwise managing on a limited income can access service, and as a result, 85% of these clients pay less than cost recovery for those services. Access to this kind of support empowers our members to age in place in their own homes, an important aspect of being age-friendly and a recognized benefit to the emotional and mental well-being of many seniors. The RSCC provides its programming and activities with a minimal staff of 4 and could not do so without the active involvement of our membership in volunteering to coordinate and lead programs, prepare, serve food, host dances, and other activities. Those volunteers donate over 600 hours of time a month, equivalent to 3 full-time employees. We believe that the RSCC offers a unique package of programs and services not available through any one group elsewhere in the city, and necessary as a support for our 55-plus community. We ask that this council be age-friendly to the long-term residents of the city who form our membership, and authorize this emergency funding transfer to provide short-term stability while our members and our board are actively working on long-term solutions through fundraising, special events, and the development of corporate sponsorship and planned giving. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we have questions without, I think, Mayor Master, I think you're first. Go.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you very much. I'm right here. Hello. It's all good. It's voices from above. I know,
Yes.
over there when you're sitting there. Where does your funding come from right now, ma'am?
At this time, I believe it's about 30% of our funding does come from the City of Regina. But I will point out that 20 plus years ago, our operational grant, which is meant to support a lot of these activities for our seniors, was set at $119,000. And here we are 24 years later, and it is still $119,000. During that time, you were talking about the inflation concerns here. During that time, StatsCan and the Bank of Canada say that the average cost increase on goods and services has gone up 69%. And certainly our expenses reflect that. They've increased even more dramatically since COVID. And up until COVID, we were managing, we were making do, we weren't expanding, but we were providing our services, we were financially stable. COVID changed that. Our first year of operation after COVID, which we felt was important to get people back out, they'd been alone for too long, we lost $100,000. We knew we would lose that. We had that in reserve for that purpose, to get people back out, because it costs the same amount to open the doors for 30 people as it does for 300 people. Our numbers have gone back up. We're back up over 1,000 members. Today is Wednesday. If I walk through the centers today, there will be 200 people through those doors. And that's not an unusual number for any given day of the week. Our second year, we cut that loss in half. We increased revenues by $100,000, but expenses went up by $75,000 as well. Percentage-wise, from 20,000 till now, minimum wage has gone up 150%. So our cost for wages and deductions has gone up to match that. Since COVID, 21 to 22, utilities went up 20%, 22 to 23, they went up 20%. We paid $8,000 in carbon tax. We don't qualify for any refund. I was just looking yesterday, the new GROWS program, the city, is going to add another $2,000 to $3,000 a year to our expenses. Those numbers keep going up. Our members are doing their part. In the last few months, we've raised $6,000 and have more funds coming in, more activities. We're looking at a major 50-50 draw going through till Christmas. We're looking at options. We're planning to start seeking corporate donations because we believe that corporations will value seniors. And we will be coming back to you to say 20 years, please, and ask for an increase in our operational grants, especially to support home help and yard work. Those are a vulnerable population. They deserve services. We cannot become a full recovery fee for service. There are lots of companies out there that do that. You don't need us doing that as well. What we need to be doing is supporting those people who don't have access to that and for whom the difference may be if I can't do my lawn and if I can't clean my house, what is my other option? It's to go into a home. So we have some support and have had for a long time. SGEU gives us a grant every year, and it's targeted towards home help. They value that. They increased our grant by 20% a couple of years ago, recognizing the increase in costs. So we will be coming back to you and asking you to help us. But please don't think that we are complacent in this. We are doing as much as we can. Our members have absorbed 3 increases in costs for membership in the last 3 years since COVID. The actual yearly membership has gone up by, let me just check and make sure I've got the right numbers for you here, 30%. And activity fees have gone up from $3 to $5, which is a stunning 150%. We can't ask our members to pay more for these things because many of them are on fixed incomes. If OAS is your only income, if CPP is your only income, $5 for an afternoon is a substantial amount. Hope that answers.
Yeah, it does. I did want to interject, we don't qualify for carbon tax rebates either.
Yeah.
However, how long have you been in this role?
4 months, 3 months? Yes. Our AGM was in May, and I was elected as president of the meeting after that.
But you've been involved with the organization?
I've been involved. I've been a member of the organization for 7 years. I've been on the board. This is my 3rd year.
Okay. And what is your understanding in terms of requesting at budget time increases to the core funding that we provide?
We have a city rep, and each year there are meetings with our executive director. Each year our executive director expresses a need for an increase, and it doesn't happen. Whether it's that we're waiting for the next plan, whether we're waiting for something else. A couple of years goes by, and then there's a new city contact, and it's like starting all over again. So I wasn't around for a lot of those years, but my understanding from our executive director, who has been for a lot of years, is that the request happens every year and nothing ever changes. I can speak to one grant that has changed in that time. When our organization originally took over home help, and this is quite some years ago, we were given a grant through another area, an operational, to provide .75, I think, was the calculation of the wage of a salary for a coordinator to manage staffing and to support home help. That was $39,000, which for that time would have been about the right amount of money. 10 years ago, with the change in how the money was awarded from those grants, that was cut to $14,000. Our coordinator still earns the same amount, well, earns a little more with cost of living allowance, but that went down to $14,000. And when we queried that, we were told we could apply for an additional, I think, 10% every year. We've done so every year, and we've never received it. And last year, when we received our letter notifying us that we had received $14,000, the committee awarding it commended us on the wonderful work that we were doing and how our programs were supporting people. And they recommended a couple of other organizations we might want to contact because they might have people who could use our services. But they did not increase any funding so that we could go out and actually offer an increase in those services. And there's a little irony in that for me, because there's only so much you can do with the dollars you have.
Okay, I'm going to give you a couple plugs here. How do people find your organization?
Online, word of mouth. We don't have marketing dollars. We don't have the money to actually go out and market much. One of our referrals, a lot of our referrals come from the city of Regina, because I believe if somebody calls your 7,000 line and says, I'm having trouble keeping up and I need some help with housework or whatever, I believe that we are where they're sent. And if you do a search for seniors and so on, we show up, the Regina Senior Citizen Center. This week, we've had a contact from Canadian Mental Health, who have seniors coming in expressing concerns about loneliness, isolation. CMHA said this is not really a mental health issue yet, and we're looking at how can we partner with them to provide some service to assist these people who are approaching them.
Okay. One last question. How do people volunteer with your organization? Just reach out?
Just reach out. We draw volunteers from within. We contact high schools. We contact other groups. We're always open to volunteers. But again, you know, it tends to be through PSAs. It tends to be through general advertising that does. And our members are perhaps our best advertising.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councilor Nelson, go ahead.
Well, I don't really think I have any more questions. You made everything very clear with the grants. Now, I came with a number, you had said $50,000 is what you needed for the 2024. We're going to be going into budget with the new council, and so is $75,000 enough to hold you over to get you guys by till we can address this at budget next year through the chair?
I believe so. When we originally spoke to you and to our city rep and said 50,000, we made it clear that was the minimum that would get us to year end.
Yeah.
But of course, our funding doesn't come in until March.
Yeah.
You know, that's usually the timeline, because we submit our year ends, we have to send in all our financials, we have to fill out an application for the grant. I mean, it's a time frame. I believe 75,000 will get us to that point in time, will make us stable, along with the fundraising that we're doing, with the other money that we're bringing in. It will give us time to start that corporate campaign to generate other money. 50-50, planned giving, we can start looking at those things if we aren't spending all of our energy trying to raise $1 every single day. So I believe $75,000 will get us to there. What we safely need going year to year I believe, reflects that 69%, reflects that cost of living increase over those years, that we would be looking at 190, 200,000 a year as a reasonable amount to support what we're offering. And in part, that would allow us to expand. Right now, we can't put in, we have people call and say, I'd like housekeeping service. We can't offer it until we have 3 or 4 of them and can justify hiring somebody to do so. So some of those people wait 2 weeks, a month, 6 weeks. My vision is that over the next 18 months to 2 years, we not only develop financial stability and plans to maintain that stability, but that we also include in those plans how we expand, because we know that the senior population of this city and this province is growing. StatsCan told us this, 3 weeks ago, a month ago? I look around this room. You're all going to be where I am, so some of you already, yeah, at some point. Whether it's your parents, whether it's you, I mean, the reality is that people are living longer, but they are not always in a financial situation to support that. So if our center is to do what it was designed to do and what we believe our mandate is, we need to not only get by, we need to become stable and expand.
And I just want to let council know here that this $175,000 for the water side was obviously something that I was very passionate about for a very long time. I come to realize that this money, I've talked to administration about the upgrades and stuff to the city facilities. When I spoke with Linda, the kind of compassion and love and thank you for taking money out of that project to give to them for the better of over 1,000 members. I just want this to be something, that money to be directed somewhere that is going to affect a lot of wonderful people and help a lot of wonderful people. And that was my reasoning behind this. And through my conversations with, and my goodness, I go there with my granddaughter and it's the best time in the afternoon when I go there. So I'd like to thank you for that, and we'll see, we'll go from there. I have no further questions, but thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Zahednia, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I do have a few questions. First of all, I understand that you've gone through like the regular application process through the city, but have you, I guess before that I just want some clarification about, so this is being proposed as an emergency fund. So I need some further understanding of like what is the actual time sensitive amount of money that you need and what is the deadline that you're working with. Like I don't have clarity on what part of it is urgent.
When we first started talking to our city contacts, our deadline is the end of August. That's the deadline that we gave for a decision. That should we not identify funding in that period of time, that we would have to start looking at, do we limit services? Do we limit activities? As I said, our members are fundraising, steak nights, doing those things. We've raised some money, but it's not the kind of money that's needed to get us through. We have a $100,000 reserve, but we are a nonprofit. We don't have the luxury of operating in debt. We can't do that. And as a board of a nonprofit, we have a fiduciary responsibility to maintain a reserve that should we ever have to dissolve the organization, that we have the money available to pay out employees, to pay out the government. That's a requirement of the Nonprofit Act. And we can't ask our directors to ignore that and spend that money when we have no way to be sure that there will be funding to replace it. Does that help?
Sort of. Now, okay, so I might come back to that, but have you spoken with administration about, not just through the general application process, but the fact of, it sounds like you've talked about like the particular tight financial position that you're in and the pending deadlines that you have approaching. Is that accurate? Like that information has been communicated already to administration?
I believe so, yes. Our executive director certainly met with administration last November and feels that she was very clear that coming into this year was crunch time. In January, there was a meeting with at that time, our executive, and there were discussions. I was not at that meeting, so I can't speak to guarantee. In talking to our finance person there, he said like a number of the questions posed at the time were not related to finances, and he said perhaps we weren't assertive enough about how things were. But at the November meeting, our executive director was told that our city rep would bring forward a business case, I think, is that the correct term, to City Council for funding. Mm-hmm. That was in November, and that was our expectation. So we were waiting to hear on that. And when we asked for a meeting right after I became president, and asked for a copy of the draft of that so that we knew where we were going, instead at the meeting we were told that business cases are no longer created and don't come to council anymore for whatever reason, and therefore that funding wasn't available. No increase would be available that way. And that is when we said then we need to look at emergency funding.
Okay. So I'm looking for perhaps your thoughts on this. This is a bit like, certainly this is, I understand, like an exceptional sort of situation for you.
Yeah.
It sounds like to me what might be useful is to refer this to administration to have additional conversations with you all and identify potential funding opportunities that may exist. So what I'm wondering, I guess, is in that scenario, what would be, I know you need more clarity soon, but what would be a date that you would need more clarity?
During our meeting, that would be in June, we discussed other grant options. Our community person and her boss were there, brought a package that said, here are all the grants that you could perhaps apply for. Some of them provincial, some of them national, a whole compendium of them, so that you can look into applying for more grant money. So we're looking at all the possible grants that we can at this point. All of our board members took sections of it and are looking into what are the criteria, can we qualify. So I believe we've already had the conversation about what additional grant monies are available. The same problem, though, with any sort of grant is there is a deadline for it, and then there is an approval period, so that any grant that we're applying for now, we are not going to see anything from it until next year.
I'm talking about through this city. So if this money would come from, I'm saying that there may be a better source, in my personal opinion, for money from the city for you folks. And so this isn't even in our traditional grant cycle. So my proposal is that administration works with you all to identify potential sources. So what date would you need that certainty by?
The date that we gave was August 26th.
This is that's the date for from you all, or where did that date come from?
That's our date at which point we have to start curtailing programming.
Okay. Okay, thanks, that's all I need.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Rashani, you've got your hand up. You're next. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here today. Have you reached out, do you receive any funding from the provincial government through the chair?
We do not. A number of years ago, we used to, but those grant streams dried up as money disappeared. And again, we are looking at, are there possibilities out of the province? Can we lobby for money from the province? But again, we're in that time circle of it will take time to accomplish that.
Have you lobbied in this last year for the provincial government? Because I know in 2023 they did put out some seniors funding. There was a whole list of the senior communities that did get some funding. Did you apply for that through the chair?
I believe that they looked into what that was targeted for and that we did not qualify. But I don't have that paperwork in front of me, so I can't absolutely guarantee that. But my belief is that the executive director and staff have applied for all funding that's possible.
Do you know what they have applied for through the chair?
I don't know. And I don't have a list in front of me, so.
Has your organization worked with the Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism at all?
Through our executive director, through our staff, we work with all of the seniors groups, but those are not groups that have funding. They are groups, I believe the seniors mechanism, our ED attends all meetings of groups like that and discussions, but outside of that. I mean, the seniors sports groups use our facilities. I mean, we work in tandem with them, but those are not funding sources. Those are just partnerships in use of facilities.
Okay, sorry. So the Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, they are a representative piece of the provincial government, and they do have funding for organizations like nonprofits like yourself. Do you know if you're part of that group, or if you've ever applied for anything that they've offered?
I can't speak to that. I can't speak to that absolutely. I would believe so. If there is money available, that it will have been applied for. But as I said, 4 months into the job, I don't have a complete list, so I can't be sure.
Okay. One of the things that I know for a fact that like you said, if you haven't had an increase of 119,000, did you say that you've met with city staff and you've asked for that and there's been no increase? Is that what you've said? I just need clarity.
Yes, and that's been happening for a number of years. Each year we request more funding. Each year our grant comes back at the same amount. We have an operational agreement for the buildings. We do receive the buildings for $1. I mean, that's standard. But out of that operational funding, that is intended to help pay utilities, wages, insurance, the various operational needs of the building. Maintenance falls under our bill, okay, not the city's, and so on. So yes, each year we've said we need more, but it has not happened.
Age-friendly Regina, we as a city did bring that forth last term, and it was, I think, we brought it to fruition starting of this term. Are you aware of Age-friendly Regina and part of that stakeholder group, the chair?
We're certainly aware of it. I've seen announcements of it. I'm not sure what you're asking me. Are we aware of or involved in?
Okay, sorry about that. There's it's an initiative, right, where we bring stakeholders together and to kind of ask the questions of kind of what are the needs out there, and does your organization feed information back to the Age-Friendly Regina, which is city entity, to talk about what are the needs and what are the barriers for seniors, and it's housing and transportation and all of these things. Are you part of that through the chair?
I believe if invited and allowed, I believe our executive director will have done so. But
Okay.
that would
Yeah,
have
but-
been part of her role over these years, not mine. I can certainly check for you, but I don't, I
Okay.
can't.
Sure, okay. And I think, would you think it would be helpful to be able to meet with city staff, as Councillor Zakidniak had indicated, and looking at some of the other organizations that could be, as well as government, that could be help with funding. That's kind of what their role is as well, and meeting with the coordinator, I think it's community services, to work through some of these things in the short term. Would you be able to go into any reserves in order to get you through the gap measure? That's kind of what reserves are there for, until we can kind of get this figured out as to if there's more dollars and you apply for the grant from the city, and if it's then decided that there's more money needed. Would that be something of a possibility that you could do?
There are multiple questions there. And the first one, I'm happy at any time with other members of the board, with our executive director, to sit down, with community services, to sit down with anyone from the city and discuss our funding. Absolutely. As to using our reserve, that is a restricted reserve. And if we read the Nonprofit Act, it's very, very clear that we need to maintain an amount of money that, should we have to close the doors, we can pay out our debts. If we don't do that, our board is fiscally liable for that. And I will not ask our board members to take that financial risk on a roll of the dice that some of those meetings are going to produce money and time to refill that restricted account. The reason that we are at this stage is because we have to look at that amount of money and say, where is the moment at which we have to draw the line and say, we now have to use that fund to pay things out? But we cannot just spend it. That's not an option.
Right. I guess my question was to fill the gap until more funding was able to be negotiated with the city, is my question to you.
If there is a guarantee that that money is coming, absolutely we can spend it. But unless there is a guarantee that that money will be replenished, we cannot spend it.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Councilman Sinelli, go ahead.
Appreciate all the information you've given today. In listening to the interactions back and forth between the city and how you're financially organized, it's leased for $1. You're in charge of maintenance and upkeep on the premises. How deep does that go? How much do you have to spend out to upkeep a city asset?
Well, it's a variable, right? If a piece of equipment breaks and can be repaired, that's our responsibility. If it's beyond repair, it's replaced. City covers replacement, we cover repair. Major infrastructure, if it fails, the city replaces. So as an example, our HVAC system was replaced a couple of years ago. It was desperate need of it, and it was replaced, and that's great. The maintenance schedule for it, our explanation from the installer and from the provider of the HVAC, was set up so that city employees could maintain that system. For whatever reason, we have been told the city employees will not do that. So it now falls to us to pay a company to do the maintenance, $3,000 a year. So that adds $3,000 onto our expenses. We have an appendix that goes along with our operating agreement that identifies, do we do light bulbs? Do you do light bulbs? All of those things. But these are not new buildings. And they have not had a lot of, capital input. We've been told that there is application for capital money to replace, to work on accessibility for doors, for washrooms for next year. That will help. But the reality is that, we're doing the maintenance on 50-year-old buildings, and that costs money.
Appreciate the information. I guess part of my worry was about the maintenance, the feasibility of the structure itself as compared to the operations you've been describing. It sounds as if the upkeep on the physical asset itself is adequate, maybe not perfect, but adequate. And part of the problem comes through in maintaining and a little bit of confusion over the responsibilities. So I'll be following up with the administration over that. Thanks for the information.
Well, we would be, we're happy to discuss with the, again, with the administration, whose responsibility is what. As I said, we have an appendix. But there is often, there's not agreement at times on how you interpret that. There are things that we believe we could use help in covering the expense of. And again, we'd be happy to talk with administration about that.
Yeah. Like I said, really appreciate it, trying to understand how grant money is given, but then expended out and spent, and sometimes we're causing more accounting fees than we need to for getting to the same outcome. So appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Sinelli. Are there any further questions for the delegation? Looks does not. Thank you very much for presenting. You may please return back to the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, we will now consider item EX24-73, Wascana Pool Water Slide Accessibility. Can I have Deputy City Manager Sisler to introduce the report? I'll give you a microphone.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Council.
Yeah, late afternoon.
Mayor and Council. On the Wascana Pool Water Slide Accessibility, Administration has prepared this report in response to Council's approval on April 10th of this year to provide $175,000 to fund an accessibility upgrade for the high water slides at Wascana Pool using the 2024-25 Adapted Recreation Plan funding. Council also directed Administration to issue a negotiated request for proposal, RFP, to build the accessibility upgrades and to report back to an in-camera executive committee by July 10th, with the highest ranking proponents' response to the RFP. If the solution was to exceed $175,000, Council further directed Administration to delay the upgrades until such times other sources of funding outside the responsibilities of the Administration could bring the City of Regina's portion of the total cost to $175,000 with a deadline of no later than July 31st. The RFP was issued on May 17th, 2024, with an original submission deadline of June 13th of 24. There were several requests to extend the RFP submission deadline due to the complexity of the project, and we did extend those the closing date multiple times, resulting in a final closing date of July 17th, 2024. No further requests for an extension were received, and the RFP closed with no proposals received. Administration is now recommending returning the $175,000 in funding that was conditionally approved to the Adapted Recreation Plan. The team's here to address any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, can I have someone move this report with the addition to remove item CR 24-31, the 2024-2025 recreation facility accessibility improvements from the list of outstanding items? I'm going to move her. Okay. Councilor Nelson. Do you want to?
Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to find the amendment. Here it is.
Do you have any questions?
Pardon me? Yeah, sorry, I just found it. So the reason behind moving this motion with the amendment, here we have up on the board, we heard from the delegate, this is something that is desperately needed. They have over 1,000 members at this facility. They offer services that help people stay in their homes. I have been to the organization multitudes of times. It's filled with laughter, joy, people there. It's a great asset to our community, and I would hate to see anything, I would hate to see something happen that they can't fulfill all of the things that they do. The water slide was something that I was very dear to for a long time, and I fought really hard for it. Not some good qualities came out in me in this last couple of years over this. This is an ugly situation. And I feel this money is just better allocated to something better instead of just continuing this painful process of trying to do something that should have been done in the first initial drawings, weren't done, mistakes were made. We've moved forward, we're implementing it in the new waters, in the new pool. I think that's great. I would just like to see this money, some of it going to something that's really useful and much needed in our community. The other $100,000 can get allocated back into our accessibility upgrades. I sent an email out to get the upgrades that have been done now. So they've all been done, the five buildings. There's a whole bunch of stuff being done. Any money left over from what they'd allocated to do the upgrades will be put back into the accessibility fund. So it's not that the things that we have put forward to get upgraded, these buildings, it's getting done. So this money's not going to influence whether it gets done or whether it doesn't get done. So to move this money, I don't know if do I need to read this out, Amber, or if everyone can see it? I just think it's a win-win situation for, I mean, 1,035 members of the senior center to just be able to breathe easy. And it's not that they're not going out and trying to find money, and it's not that they're not doing the best they can. I mean, the upgrades to their facilities, the gentlemen were telling me that the dance floor is 20 years old, things that need upgrading. The pool tables aren't great, but you know what? They live with it and they make do. So I would ask council's approval to please support this, and the $75,000 to go into the Winnipeg Senior Center. It's right now, it's immediate, they can have it, they don't have to try to figure out something. They've only got till the 31st of this month before they're gonna have to find ways to save money by cutting costs, by cutting staff, I don't know what, but I don't personally want to see that happen. So I'd really ask for support in this, and like I said, it's only $75,000. The $100,000 can go back into the adaptive funding. The buildings are being upgraded. The things that we said are going to get done, the money is there and it's getting done. So if anyone has any questions.
Okay, so we're going to start this on the amendment. So we're going to debate an amendment. So 3 minutes on the amendment. Who goes first? Okay, Council. Okay.
Is it me?
It's you, Council.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, this $175,000, I just want to back up a bit to the adapted recreation plan. So we do have an adapted recreation plan conditionally approved to support accessibility improvements at recreation facilities. Like this isn't just money that has no plan. There is a plan for what this money was initially supposed to be spent on, and there are improvements that are waiting to be done with this $175,000. Is that accurate, through the chair?
Who's going to take that?
Up there.
No. Oh. Through the chair, there was $500,000 approved as part of the accessibility plan and audits done at the major recreation centers, and that's what this funding has been allocated for. The $175,000 was identified as capital carry forward, which was why it was reallocated at the time when we were at council. There is a list of other facilities that have upgrades waiting, and so our intention is to use the $1 million to do the upgrades at the 5 facilities. And however, there is another each of our other recreation facilities, we do have a list of capital upgrades that this money would, that the funding is allocated for.
Okay. So it's, I certainly, I hear the need and believe in, that there is a significant and serious need from the Regina Senior Citizen Center. However, it's my position that instead of us just trying to find, like, approving this today, that I think it would be best for administration to meet with the Regina Senior Citizen Center and identify potential, whether it's this funding option or a different source of funding that administration would recommend, because we don't know all of the potential funding options. And also, what is the amount of money that needs to be allocated immediately, and then which is something that is potentially something that could be, I don't know that it's 75,000 that's immediately needing to be allocated. All of this could come out if there were a meeting. And so I guess my question to administration is, I have a referral motion in mind to that this meeting could occur. It sounds like there's a thought that some of these conversations have occurred, but I'm not sure that they've occurred in the sort of frank manner of like, hey, listen, this is where we're at, we need this money, can you, what's available to us? Does administration see any, that sort of meeting could result in potential other recommendations for how to assist this center, whether through the city or otherwise? And I think Ms. Bryden would like to answer that.
Thank you, through the chair. So just to raise awareness, the city does meet with this organization a couple of times a year to talk about the needs and the agreements for the grants. And recently, as recently as July 23rd, I believe, we received a request for emergency funding from this organization. And the team is currently evaluating that request and has, I believe, committed to a full evaluation and a look at all the data and some conclusions as early as next week. And actually, I'll refer this back to Ms. Shaley, and she'll be able to provide probably a much more clear picture of where we're at.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. I think that was a fairly clear explanation. I think it might be helpful to share a little bit of background information. So the city supports the Senior Citizen Center. Really, I would sort of categorize in three ways. As you heard from the delegation, we lease 2 facilities to the center to provide their programming. My department is involved in providing an annual operating grant to run the building. And as the delegation relayed, the current level of funding we provide is $119,800. And so we're currently in the process of reviewing whether or not that's enough. The second thing, the way that the city supports the organization is through our community investment grants program. So where the $119,000 that I just talked about supports the operation of the building, they're also eligible to apply for community investment grants. So there's Snow Angels grants, there's social development grants, which are managed by the Indigenous Relations and Community Development Departments, Sask Lotteries. There are a number of grants that they are eligible to apply for, and staff have been meeting with them to talk about those program grants. So really those grants would support the programs that they offer on a regular basis. Then the third way that we support them is we are responsible for the capital maintenance of the buildings. And so Mr. Hansen's area does regular walkthroughs of the building with the staff. And as the delegation referred, there's a very detailed sort of list of responsibilities. I am aware that last time the agreement was renewed, there was a sort of a line-by-line walkthrough as to who does what, and there was some negotiation that saw the city taking on some additional responsibilities. So that's a little bit about the arrangement. In terms of the new request for emergency funding, as Ms. Bryden relayed, we received a formal request on July 23rd for $50,000. It followed some conversations with some of our frontline staff, and we currently are in the process of assessing the level of funding that's required. Our finance department is also involved, and we will be taking a recommendation forward to our executive team next week. So that's a bit of background.
Okay, so my summary of that is, sounds like you folks are well aware of this and working through this with or without any direction from executive committee today. Is that accurate?
Councillor Zahainiak, we are at our mandatory break.
Oh,
So
well, I
if-
think it's a
if
yes
you wanna
or no
give-
answer.
Just, okay, I'll give you the answer. Answer that, please.
Yes.
Answer is yes.
Okay, well, we can break. I don't know if I'll have
You can come
more.
back again if you
Yeah.
want. Okay, thank you. So, yeah. Okay, I'd like to resume the meeting back to order, please. So before we continue, I have, I'd like to have someone to move, to table the EX 24 to 72 land development and this position subject to the September executive. So I would need a Councillor Hawkins. Any opposed? Everyone's listening? Maybe not? Okay, no one's agreeing? Okay, carried. Councillor Nelson, I think I'll give you the microphone.
Pandura, I'd just like to ask that we go in camera. I need a few minutes to talk to council and with something that's very private information, so.
Anyone opposed going to camera? 5 minutes?
Sure.
Okay, in camera. There were no decision made in camera. Okay, Councilor Zahenia, go ahead.
Okay, so I have another question for administration. So what we heard before the break is that the team has committed to a full evaluation as early as next week for the emergency funding requests from the Regina Senior Citizen Center. So my question is, knowing that there's the desire from council to have some answers to this question, like to these problems that the financial situation from the Senior Citizen Center, can administration commit to coming back to having this meeting, to having some answers for the Senior Citizen Center and reporting back to us next Wednesday at council with the results of that conversation? Because I think that if not, like this, there's the desire to resolve this situation, and so either hopefully administration can come with some clarity, otherwise I think this amendment will come at council. So can administration come back with some information at the next council meeting next week?
Who will take this? Ms. Shaley? Okay.
Chair, yes, we will have that information available next week in terms of our proposed recommendation for addressing the issue.
Great. Yeah, I think that'll be helpful, and then can, with that information, that can help determine whether an amendment is needed on the floor of council. So that's my position. So thank you.
Okay. I think I've got Councilor Stanishek, do you want to go?
Just
Just on an amendment.
yeah, through the chair, just because, I mean, some of my questions were going to be related to the appropriateness of using this funding versus other possible funding, but I understand administration is working on that. So I'm going to leave it as it is. No questions for me.
Okay, I didn't hear that. There are no more questions? Okay, Councilor Nelson, did you want?
Councilor Fundura.
Oh, sorry.
Fundura, I know on
see.
the line for.
Yeah, sorry, I missed you there. Go ahead, Councilor Brashani.
Thank you very much. So I would just say that, first off, I'd like to ask administration, we had, this was brought forward, discussed last term being an age-friendly city. We made a full motion on to be an age-friendly city. I went on to the age-friendly Regina, and I see the last minutes there, or the last newsletter was May of 2023. So I'm just going to say I'm a bit concerned, because we said the lens that everything would go through would be around age-friendly. When I asked the delegation about, they've asked for the last many years, I guess, about the funding model. It's remained at $119,000 a year. I guess I would like to know, and maybe council needs an update, because maybe there's a lot of, this is new. I know it was new when it came early on when everybody was newly elected. But what has been the update for age-friendly Regina, and are we really taking this seriously to look on behalf of our seniors about the needs? It talks about transportation, it talks about housing, it talks about social interaction, social participation, social inclusion. Housing is another piece of that. So where are we truly at? Because when I look at the motion and speak to the delegation, that I'm not sure we've moved the needle anything forward, because their funding has not been increased in 23 years. I would like a response from administration, please.
Okay, who do we go for? Ms. Anderson, where do we go? Ms. Bryden, okay. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll ask, I believe Ms. Stock is online, and I would ask her to speak to an update on age-friendly Regina.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Who's online?
Shayna Stock.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, yes, through the chair. Yeah, the one of the biggest first initiatives we've done following the approval of Regina becoming an age-friendly city has been the development of the accessibility plan that was done with an age-friendly lens and includes a lot of actions that will directly support older adults in the city. And as you all know, that was approved in April, so we're now moving into, we've been working on implementation of many of those actions. We'll be bringing an update to the Accessibility Advisory Committee on that next week. So yeah, and I think in terms of the website, like Age Friendly Regina is its own organization. We continue to sit on that steering committee and support them as needed, but in terms of their like external communications, that's they're their own organization, and the city doesn't own that group or that work. But we continue to work really closely with them, and I think we are working on having more of our work happen through an age-friendly lens. It's just a work in progress.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I guess I'd like to also just hear from staff as we move the needle forward, not just in this application, but have there been any others that have come forward that are wanting regarding our seniors that need funding or extra funding because funding hasn't changed? And what budget do we have allocated to that? Like, I'm not sure, is there a budget item for seniors, or where does that fit through the chair?
Ms. Biden, who's that go to?
Through the chair, I'll refer that to Ms. Shaley.
Okay, thank you.
So through the chair, like I can't speak on behalf of the corporation as a whole, but I would suggest that each department or many departments probably have their own initiatives. Ms. Stock would be in a better position to talk globally about what the corporation is doing. In terms of the grant program, support for organizations that provide services to seniors falls within the social development program, which Ms. Stock could also talk about. But there's not to my knowledge, there's not a specific fund that's exclusively for organizations providing services to older adults. In our department, in terms of recreation and culture, we focus on programming. I don't have a complete list of the kinds of activities we do because we were really here to talk about water slides, but we could certainly provide that information to council if needed at another time.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all. I don't need anything further. So just as the motion stands, I won't be able to support it, and I do believe that we need to keep the money where it's needed with accessibility. I know we've got a long list of asks for accessibility, but hearing administration that they are willing to work with staff, I think that's imperative, or to work with the seniors center, because I think that's imperative to get this moving. And if it will come back before council, I think that's very that's vitally important as well, so we know where we're at. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. A message, your light is on. Do you want to speak? Okay, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I think there was a question raised, and I'm not sure of the answer. The $75,000 that Councillor Nelson is referring to comes out of the $175,000 set aside, which was in a carry forward account from which account? Which fund was it sitting in? You got this?
Who takes that one?
Yeah,
It's within the capital budget for accessibility improvements to recreation facilities.
And it was money that wasn't spent in what year?
2023, and there were some purposeful efforts to set aside the funding for the water slide. And so when we knew that we were going to have a carry forward, it was at the time that we were having discussions about the water slide accessibility.
Thank you. Is there any issue with allocating funds sitting in a reserve such as this for the senior center, which I may have this wrong, but seems to be a little bit about accessibility, if not, and recreation. Do you have a dance floor? Yeah. Is there, Mr. Schischler?
Thank you, through the chair. I don't have an answer, but I have people already on it, and we want to, this idea about having some more fulsome information, and again, prepared for the item, didn't prepare for the amendment. But yeah, we just want to be sure, because it is a capital funding program, and this would be more of an operating type situation, and there's already ongoing conversations. So we just wanted to be certain of funding source, and there's no reason we couldn't have that for next week, but I don't have a specific answer right now on whether you can just, or whether council can just reallocate this fund to something that's not accessible capital related. We
Right.
want to be sure, and we're
Right.
not sure right now.
Yeah, my understanding from the budget conversation was that you can't touch the utility because utility is a completely separate legal entity. It was legal collection process, but as it relates to capital, the capital comes out of the operating anyways, correct?
Yeah.
So we could ask for it to be paid back to operating. That's legit.
Yeah,
and then
there's an
pay.
option, we just want to make sure we give
Okay.
you the right option through the chair.
Okay, on an emergent basis, and not look at Councillor Nelson when I ask this question, I did want to check, I think I heard the word 24 years. How many years has the Regina Senior Citizens been receiving dollars from us?
Around 24.
So are they a service partner category?
So we kind of have a unique situation with, I would say there's about 5 of these organizations. Some are, well, there's the Senior Citizen Center, and then we have 5 community-operated centers. So there's centers that are run by the community, like neighborhood centers. An example would be Eastview Community Center. And they're all, our arrangements with them are leases, where we lease the facility for $1, and then we provide funds for, basically to keep the building running. And so there's 5 organizations, and we're looking at the formula that we use to fund those, all at the same time.
Got it, appreciate that. Sorry, but that's where the Regina Senior Center
That's
kind of
right.
lands? Is
That's
like
right.
With the community associations that operate our buildings?
That's right. They're one of 6 organizations that are under this kind of arrangement.
Okay.
And then in addition to that, as I said earlier, they're eligible to apply for program grants.
Okay, I just have a final policy question is, do we have an automatic review of these programs as it relates to their budget that comes to council to flag for us when we've gone, say 5 years without increasing these capitals or this funding for these associations?
Through the chair, we do not currently. We're trying to put that in place. We've identified this as an issue. The funding comes out of the grant, the Community Investment Grants Program. So I would say that it's kind of buried within that program. And as we're taking a look at this right now, we're identifying the need to have a regular review process.
To come to council for our purview, because it's a budgetary question, right? Okay. Mr. Chair of the Audit and Finance, I might put that on your radar as well. I'll just say that from an emergent standpoint, I don't see how, again, I'll follow Councilor Nelson's lead on this if she wants to wait a week or whatnot, if we've got administration on it, but I don't know how we leave our community service partners hanging out there in situations where we're all recovering. We've all increased our budgets, just not theirs, so thanks.
Okay, no further speakers on this, so Councilor Nelson, you moved that report. Do you want to, I'll give you a microphone.
So I heard today that administration is going to work with the senior center. They're going to have an answer to us by council meeting next week, whether they can find the $75,000 to give or not. So from the direction of our city clerk, if I just don't move this amendment, and just leave it the way it is, we'll discuss it, sorry. We'll discuss it on Wednesday when administration has come back to us, because if there is money somewhere else, then great. But it needs to be decided by Wednesday if this organization has $75,000. Yeah, he's going to.
Okay. No, Councilor Nelson, so on
Did that
next Wednesday, the 21st, if one or the other, then you can bring your recommendation or your amendment at
Yeah.
that time.
So
So you want to withdraw?
I'm going to withdraw it, but I'm going to ask the city clerk, because everybody thinks that I don't know how to explain myself, which I'm sure I don't know how to explain myself. But I just want to make sure everybody knows exactly where we're going with this.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So by withdrawing your amendment, Councillor Nelson, administration, the public, the media have heard where you're coming from on this, and they've heard the discussions around the council or the executive committee table. So by withdrawing it, we would revert back to the concurrent motion to have the original recommendation of returning all this money back to the adapted recreation plan go forward to next week's council meeting. Now at that time, you'll be afforded the opportunity, as was committed to by administration, to get their answers to your questions about how did the meeting go with the Regina Senior Center, et cetera, et cetera. Depending on those findings, then they may have found an answer and all the money can revert back to the adapted rec plan. Or if they were unable to find a solution, you could then move your amendment at that time.
So, okay, all right. So council, we are back to the main motion. Are there any speakers on the main motion? And if not, then I will ask the Madam Clerk to call the vote.
Councillor Bresciani in favor.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 8-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you. So we're going to continue. We'll now consider item EX 24-70, request to seek an increase in the debt limit. Can I ask Deputy City Manager, Mr. Schlichter, to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Chair, and through the Chair. Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. This report requests City Council approval to seek a $230 million increase in the city's debt limit from the Saskatchewan Municipal Board, or SMB. The city's current debt limit is $660 million, all of which is or will be utilized by existing debt, $185 million for the water network expansion project, and up to $114 million for the Central Library Renewal Project. This requested increase will provide for an additional $500 million for the library, $150 million in debt for the indoor aquatic facility, $13.8 million for the geothermal heating facility as part of the IAF, an additional $58.5 million for unfunded development charges for SAF projects. If approved, the city's debt limit would increase from $660 million currently to $890 million. While being mindful of our overall financial position and our credit rating, the city also needs to balance the needs to finance critical infrastructure to support city growth and the vibrancies of the community, as we know. An increase in the debt limit provides the city with the flexibility to assess cash flows and borrow funds when required. As such, debt will not be acquired. We won't actually start to borrow it. This is about the limit, and each individual borrowing needs to be approved again by council. In addition, administration is requesting that council authorizes the Deputy City Manager, Financial Strategy and Sustainability, or designate, to negotiate with financial institutions to obtain debt of $150 million for the IAF, $13.8 million for the geothermal facility, for a total of $163.8 as the project progresses, and debt of $58.5 million for the SAF unfunded projects. My colleagues are here to answer any of your questions.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone to move the report, please? Okay, Mayor Masters? Okay, go ahead.
Thanks very much. Through the chair, I would actually not move the entirety of this. I would move number 1, number 2, and number 7, and I would table 3, 4, 5, and 6 until such time as we hear back from the Saskatchewan Municipal Board, which I understand is 3 to 4 months. We have, in an earlier vote, referred to October 2nd, the issue around the Aquatic Center, looking for more financial information, And without a project list in this particular document for 58.5 million worth of SAF unfunded projects, I'm not prepared to approve that. And then the geothermal seems like small potatoes at this particular point in time, but until we approve a pool, we don't need to apply for geothermal. And so really, this is about going back to the SMB board to see what is actually possible, and see what they come back with, understanding that might take 3 to 4 months before it comes back, which means this will be in a new council term as well. And so administration would have to come back at that particular point in time to go through future council as it relates to financing these projects. So that's what I'm moving, 1, 2, and 7. Tabling 3, 4, 5, and 6 until the SMB comes back.
Okay. Any questions from the executive? Okay. Councillor Stanichak, go ahead. It's you.
Yes, and so through the chair, just a couple of questions. Has administration had any conversations to date with the Saskatchewan Municipal Board on timelines to process this request? The mayor mentioned some timelines, but I'm just kind of curious, do you have a more specific timeline?
Yes, we do. I'll ask Ms. Kurluk to update.
Through the chair, I did speak with Sask Municipal Board. They are hesitant to provide a firm time frame until they see our application. So
okay,
we require approval to move forward in order to do so.
So I guess a follow-up question on that is, if not everything is in our application, like if we move the reference to number 3, which is the indoor aquatic facility, and I can't remember what else, the servicing agreement fees, does that limit our success at the Saskatchewan Municipal Board through the chair?
Through the chair, I would say it does not limit our success. However, I believe in our last application, we did include those projects as future projected. So we would still include them, even though we don't have authority to move forward with negotiating debt at this time or formal approval. We would still include it as intent to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
There, on page 3 of the report, there's a reference to one of the impacts of asking for an increase to our debt limit is going to push the city outside its current debt management ratios for 8 years. I want to understand that. Can you explain that a little bit more? Because I know there's throughout the report, there's a number of different ratios that are there, but can you explain really clearly what that means and what the impact is like to our operational budgets or whatever in terms of what that means through the chair?
Go ahead.
I can start. I'll do the easy part, and Ms. Kurluk will do the difficult part. But basically, within the policy, and if you refer everyone, I guess, and Councillor Stadinchuk, to the top of bottom of page 8 and the top of page 9, you see how those, and I think you referred to, that's how that goes out over time. Yeah. So if you, I guess sorry, I keep bouncing around, but bottom of page 7, top of page 8 actually talks about what those are. So this is so debt interest is really what part of our revenue is going just to pay the interest. So we have in our policy a limit on that.
Right.
And it's a prudent, responsible, fairly conservative limit. It says you should not go over this. The next one is debt service. That's a pretty common ratio for any business or organization, which includes both your principal payments and your interest payments. Okay? So it will include the earlier one and then add on what you're actually paying down on the principal.
Right.
And then the next ratio is around the amount of debt that's repaid with operating revenues as opposed to other sources. So it's a good, any one debt ratio can be problematic if you only look at one. You want to kind of get a bit of a picture of where you're at. And yeah, the report speaks to those and says you're over that. So you're over what you think has been a good solid policy, but you can also see, that sort of over time and it peaks and then it starts to come down. Now,
right.
There's a number of assumptions in there, but the idea here is don't adjust your your risk parameters or your targets, because you're going to borrow some additional money to do these large projects, keep them in so you know you're running over. There's a good reason for it. If you approve everything, you're still confident we can get through it, but you know you're borrowing a little bit more, you believe in the value of that, and you're tracking it over time. So really what we're trying to say is, where's the funding source? How much is just the interest? And then how much is the principal and interest together? And then bringing that through, what impact that has on our overall financial picture. I don't know if anything else to add there.
No, through the chair, I think that's been covered.
Okay, so in fact, that reference to the current debt management ratios was referring to those three that you
Yes.
highlighted.
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay.
Yep.
Now, on page 10, there's also reference to the Canada Community Building funding from the federal government, which is estimated at $13.7 million annually. What infrastructure investment plan projects do we currently have in the queue? There's a reference to the road renewal and street infrastructure projects, but are there other things in the queue for that funding through the chair?
So go ahead.
I'll ask Ms. Kerlick to respond to that. I'll ask Ms.
Through the chair, there are a number of projects. If you want specifics, you'll have to give me a moment.
Oh, okay. So a few, are they small projects or are they like major projects? If there's a series of small projects, then I don't think I really want to hear a list, but get a nature of them if that's possible.
Mainly related to road renewal, and there is a small portion currently allocated to transit.
To transit, okay. Okay, thank you, that's really helpful. And what am I reading? Page 10, the last bullet. It refers to the fact that the city was in a net financial debt position in 2023 for the first time since Mosaic Stadium was built in 2017, which says it means that we're using future cash flows for past expenditures. So I also want to have an explanation of what that means, because it sounds very significant through the chair.
Okay. Who's going?
So through the chair, essentially in I guess respect to the stadium specifically, we had taken out significant amount of debt that of course is amortized over a period of time, and so that debt servicing cost, we're investing in infrastructure that's being capitalized.
I want to just stop for a second. Yep. Mr. Chair, I'm having a hard time hearing the answers because of the chatter. Okay, thank you. Continue.
We're essentially investing in capital items and infrastructure, and we're taking on debt that is amortized over a period of time. So our future cash flows are being used to accommodate those past expenses, essentially.
And the reference to since the stadium was built in 2017, is it because of the Mosaic Stadium that we're in that position?
No, it is continued investment in our infrastructure ongoing. So we moved to a positive net asset position, and then in the last little while with Buffalo Pound treatment water, the Buffalo Pound treatment plant expansion and the water network expansion expenses being cash flowed, we have now moved into a net debt position again.
Okay, I'm not sure if I have any other questions. I'm not sure. I guess the other question I'd I'd like to ask is just related to the tabling that the mayor has put forward, the tabling of those items. So could administration give a bit of a response in terms of what the impact of removing those from this report would mean? Like if there's some I just want to make sure I understand what the implications of all of that is, to remove the reference to the indoor aquatic, to table that one, and the number, I can't see that, number 5, I believe it is.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I would say that it would not have any impact, which may be frankly why Mayor Masters has chosen to say move 1 and 2 forward, and there's more work to be done on the rest of them. The only thing that I'm going to maybe provide clarity on, because I'll be honest, I'm not entirely clear on it myself, is was there something around when we applied for the funding last time being told that we would have a better chance of receiving debt funding if it was tied to a specific project? And I didn't really hear that in your response back. And so I just, frankly, for clarity, because in the report, one of the main reasons that we tied debt to projects was because we were under the understanding that that would actually improve our chances of getting debt. So I'm wondering if we can provide any more clarity on that part.
So through the chair, debt tied to specific projects definitely provides better support for our debt application. If we have approved projects, like in the instance of the water network expansion that's already in progress, we have set timeframes, established timeframes for the completion of that project, and it's been approved. That helps support our application. So in the instances of projects where they have not been formally approved by council, but we have an intent or hope that they'll be able to proceed, we still include them. However, because we don't know what our timeframes are necessarily, that can definitely provide a little bit of an impact on our approval. So maybe our debt limit request is not given to us at the amount that we're requesting, and SMB may ask us to come back with a revision.
Okay.
Does that help?
Well, and through the chair, I'm not sure if the library is mentioned in here. Is it? So would that be something that could be, well, again, we still don't know what the status of the library is going to be either. It's kind of, anyway, I guess I'm not that comfortable with excluding it, even though I do understand that we just passed a motion saying that we were going to deal with it again in October. But if we want to apply for this increase in debt now, then we need to include the aquatics facility in our list of projects, why we need more debt. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Okay.
And to address your earlier comment, we would also include the intent for the library as well.
It would be, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's all I have for questions right now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor Masters, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I would just remind council the last time we went to apply for debt, what Sask Municipal Board provided us while we have lists. We actually only had a couple approved, but the application that was prepared by Mr. Barry Lacey actually just went to the maximum of our ratios that he had worked out with the provincial government. They provided additional room beyond the approved projects that we had, going to a certain limit, and their feedback back to us, and having spoken, was that spoken to the government was, when you have more projects, you're welcome to come back and apply. We have since added the library. We have new dollars in on the pool showing that the 160 million, which was approved previously by council, is now 245. They'll now have that hard number as well. In terms of administration adding in, they have $58 million worth of whatever projects would be helpful, but we were approved for financing beyond projects we had approved last time. They provided the room to us and just said, come back when you actually, if you want to go higher, just come back with specific projects. Those specific projects are now present and we have confirmed numbers. This goes into borrowing. This isn't about projects. This is about borrowing the money, which we can't agree to until it's exempting the future council's opportunity to approve that borrowing, which is as their right. So the SMB is fully prepared. We can put the list up there. We've already got projects approved which extend past our current limit. We have done what they've asked us to do. We'll go forward and ask for the increase based upon the list of projects. Now, could they come back and say, we don't like your 58 million whatever that you've done? They could completely do that. But further to the referral done earlier in this meeting, which is, I don't want to borrow $150 million for a pool. We want to actually come up with some other financing options, so I won't agree to borrow $150 million for a pool. So we've got the projects approved for the SMB application. Last time, we got extended up until certain ratios, and they said, come back.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Councillor Hidniak, go ahead.
Okay. What a fun meeting this is.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I got some questions. So what's on the floor now is simply to ask for an increase to the debt limit to $890 million. And just so I understand the tangible impacts of this, like this just gives us the possibility, if it's approved, of borrowing money. However, in terms of tangible impacts, one potential tangible impact is the decrease to our credit rating being downgraded, just from making this ask. Is that accurate, through the chair?
Okay. Cecily, go ahead.
Through the chair, I don't know that it would happen as a result of the ask. It may happen as a result of whatever the approval is. So, do you know, so if we ask for more,
Right. And they approve it.
the debt rating agencies look at your actual financials and your actual limits on what you could borrow. So if they were to approve the whole thing, when we get rated again, it could, we don't know, they do their assessment, could result in, say, us going from, say, AAA to AA. AAA is, obviously very good. AA is also very good. It has some potential implications. We can't give you any range of certainty because it depends on a number of factors, but an increase of that much debt in an organization over a period of time, they would definitely look at that, the bond rating agencies.
Right, so that's fair. Not the ask, but the outcome of the ask.
Yes.
So if the ask is successful, it'll be one of the factors considered when our credit rating is determined once again. And just for some clarity, what about what would, the impacts? I understand AAA, very good, AA plus or whatever the next level is, also very good, but what is the tangible impact of a downgrade in our credit rating? I think my understanding is we wouldn't get, maybe I won't say anything, if you can just fill me in on that.
So,
Go ahead.
The biggest impact is the rate you pay, the interest rate you pay on the debt.
Yeah.
If a downgrade, it's likely to be higher.
Yeah.
It won't be, it isn't going to be a crazy amount higher with one notch downgrade, but much like, it's not perfectly analogous, but much like your own personal credit rating, a higher rating, you might get a lower mortgage rate than somebody who's at a lower level or what have you, to reflect the risk. So generally speaking, a lower credit rating will result in a higher rate, interest rate that you pay on the debenture. That would be there may be some other factors, but that would be the major impact to any of this. One notch at that end of the scale would not be, I don't know what big is, but it wouldn't be big, but it has the potential to increase the interest rate you're going to pay on the debt.
Right. Okay, so, and you're saying if you don't think that that change would be big, can you give any more information about like the implications of that?
I couldn't speculate on I mean, it's a municipal debenture. Those would be seen as generally pretty solid in Canada. I mean, generically. Those who buy those things in the market and those who would structure the deal, the fees and the rates are set as part of a whole bunch of information that goes out with it to usually like not retail buyers. So there's just a whole bunch of what ifs to get there.
Okay.
But I mean, if you were going to get 8%, you're not going to pay 15 because of a one notch. Like, I don't know how much it would go. It depends on the market at the time and the market's view on debt and risk, and the bond market is a complicated thing that I don't pretend to understand all of. So.
Okay. Now, if administration doesn't address the debt management policy, which we're saying, oh, we won't be aligned with it for 8 years, but then we'll be back in line. Is there, if we're outside of that policy, does that factor into our credit rating?
I don't believe directly. I mean, they would understand the ratios and our revenue and all those types of things, but that policy is our own. I'm looking at Ms. Corlick to see.
Through the chair, when our rating is assessed through our current assessor of Standard & Poor's, they do look at things like our debt ratios. However, they do take into consideration other factors than just the debt ratios. What is our debt limit? How much debt we actually are utilizing within that debt limit? Just because we get approved for an increase to say, let's say 840, we may not take on all that debt right away. So there's different factors that kind of go into that as well,
So aside from the fact that, so we'll be outside of the policy for 8 years, I mean, wouldn't there potentially be merit to, if we think that the policy needs to be adjusted, adjusting the policy?
Through the chair, I mean, there's several other factors too. Like we made assumptions in factoring out where we would land in the debt ratios using a 2.5% inflation rate for things like revenue. So if we may not be as far outside the ratios, depending on what the current economic factors are for the city. So I think that we did consider adjusting the policy, but at this time we didn't feel that it was necessary.
Okay, on its own, will administration be reevaluating whether or not that's necessary at some point in the future?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. Now, the report also mentions that the asset revitalization reserve can be used if investment income is earned, but I guess but that's not a certainty. However, it sounds like if investment income is earned, that could be utilized for some of these expenses, and that is true regardless of this debt limit request. Is that accurate? It's just not certain.
Through the chair, that is accurate, just based on the current approval of council redirecting any investment income over our budgeted amounts, 50% to the asset revitalization reserve. Council could make a decision to utilize those reserve funds for this purpose.
Okay. Now, this request, from my read of the report, there's a chart that mentions that the estimated debt needs are $833 million. And what we are what the Red's proposed here is to request, what is it, $890 million? To like increase it to 890, yes. And so, and the estimated debt needs do include some things that have been discussed but not approved. So for example, the multipurpose event center and the Ring Road Railroad relocation for a total of, this is what I totaled, 532, what? Oh my God. So $532 million. Yeah, I think that was the total that I got for those and some change costs. Is that accurate? So some of the things included in this debt increase request are things that like are just possible expenditures at this point. Is that accurate?
Seriously, where we're going?
Through the chair, that's fair.
Yeah. Okay, so my next question is, what would be the implications of deferring the entire request for additional debt until we have the information, like we just referred this aquatic design decision until October? What would be the implications of deferring this decision until we have a decision on that?
Seriously, talk to you, or?
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
We know that the application process will take approximately 3 to 4 months, so delaying this until October would just extend that time frame. That may impact our ability to react quickly if the other projects are a go forward to proceed. So I think that it would depend on what the prioritization is, and it may potentially, if we don't have the cash available to cash flow some of the project funding, if they are approved ahead of this debt limit increase, then potentially we're looking at further delays of the projects.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I think what I'll likely just do is vote against this, because I don't think that we need to be, I understand that like just us asking for the increase doesn't mean we're proceeding with the projects, but some of these things, like they can't, it's my position that we cannot proceed with all of the things that we've committed to, so I don't think that this is a reasonable request. I don't think that we actually have this amount of estimated debt needs. I don't think we can afford it, and so I don't think that this is, in my opinion, a reasonable request, and I'm not going to support it.
Okay. Zaydenyak, we got, okay, Councilman Sinelli, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up with some questions on the policy. When was that set, and when was the last time the policy was updated?
Sisley, we'll go on. Okay, go ahead.
It might take a minute.
Through the chair, we just did a review in conjunction with this report. The debt policy is up for review, so I believe it was 4 years ago. I don't have the exact date on my in my memory here. So if you would like an exact date, I will pull that up.
I guess it's not imperative to the vote on this matter, but it is interesting to know how we set those ratios, how we set our targets, and how we balance that against the quality of life we provide for our residents. So I appreciate the information.
So through the chair, the policy was built with review of cross-jurisdictional information, comparators to other jurisdictions, and best practices. and set with what made sense for the city at the time.
What's that time?
Just one moment, please. So, through the chair, the last review, formal review and update of the policy was in November of 2021.
2021, okay. And those targets, are they adjusted at that time, or were they carried forward? Do you know if the targets have been adjusted in the last 10 years or 20 years, or how long those targets have been remaining in place as they sit?
Through the chair, I don't have the history on that, unfortunately, but I would like to think that the ratios were reviewed at that time in conjunction and adjusted as necessary, but I am not sure that what the exact revisions were for the policy.
Okay. Thank you for the information. In going through this, I appreciate the diligence in trying to save the taxpayers on the interest payments. Looking at this, the debt interest payment ratio, will that be affected by the recent drops in interest rates from the feds? And if the rate continues to drop, does that change that target in our favor as those changes come through? If we were to get the maximum amount?
Mr. Sirsley, we're still going over? Do you want to start?
Either way.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
I'll start. So I think Ms. Grella could speak to the assumptions that were put into this table about what rate we may be able to borrow at. The Bank of Canada generally moves the very short end of the curve, if you will, the short-term rates. The rest of the bond market doesn't always move in sync, but over time, if it's a declining return to a more normal interest rate environment, you may see, and that's why it's so hard for us to say exactly what it might cost. What month, what's the risk in the economy, et cetera, will determine to the basis point what people are willing to buy these debentures at. But generally speaking, a lower inflationary environment with a generally lower rate movement should act in our favor as far as cost of debt.
Okay, as well as the ratios and the targets that we're trying to achieve.
Through the chair, to be on the rate, the ratios are like they're ratios, right? So they're saying of every dollar the city brings in, how much should we spend on interest? How much? So it's those I think would have some permanence to them. Like how much of your family budget do you want to spend on your mortgage? 10%. That the actual dollar may vary, but you're saying I want to spend 10% of my income on my mortgage. So these are more ratios with respect to the revenue the city brings in. What percentage of that are we using to service interest or to service principal and interest together? So I think those ratios would have more permanence over time. They should be regularly reviewed to look at the risk environment and what we're trying to do, but they wouldn't move just because of movements in the interest rate. What might move is your willingness to take on debt at higher rates, or you might take on a little bit more at lower rates to fit within that ratio, but the ratio would endure longer than that type of rate environment.
Okay, just because I'm confused still a little bit, that debt interest payment ratio, it's set to, Regina estimated a maximum in the next 20 years. It hits in 2028. It brings us to 4.1. And like in my head, I'm thinking exactly as you explained, interest rates are on a cycle. That cycle is determined by years, if not decades, you know. It's a longer term cycle.
Yes.
Looking out to 2028, coming off a high interest cycle that's been rare in the last 20 years, the highest point in 20 years we're coming out of right now. Just wondering how malleable that number will be. It doesn't really look like it's set in stone when I analyze it that way, and I'm wondering if I'm misunderstanding the information.
Through the chair, I'll start a bit. Again, there are a number of assumptions that are made to forecast this out. So this is, you may have already got this, but just for the benefit of the doubt, what this is saying is that in 2028, 4.1% of city revenue will be used to service principal and interest on our total accumulated debt that year. So the rate, the interest rate itself is not really, like, well, if we borrow this money in 2025 on 30 years, it'll likely be a fixed rate. So we can say that's what the payment will be. So this is, I guess, of the money coming in, how much we're spending on this. And if you think about, say, the timeline we saw this morning for the IAF, the maximum borrowing start to come in that 27, 28, because you're adding, and building the building now and that type of stuff. So that's where it peaks and then it comes down.
You're activating your
Am
debt.
I helping there, Councillor?
You are,
Mancinelli?
yeah, you are. I don't want to overthink this, and I don't like rose-colored glasses, so the actual movement of the money and how it starts to get activated, it's appreciated very much. Thank you. I guess just a couple comments. I'm not a fan of debt. I try to stay away from it as much as I can and live within my means. Looking at what we have in our city with the quality of life and the assets that we want to share with our residents, that we want to draw others here with, and the need to organize this going forward for the future generations. I field so many questions in a day that come off about the great life in Alberta, all the assets that Calgary has, everything to do with Edmonton, what you can do there, what great shape they're in, how much cheaper taxes they are, everything you can imagine. And then I come to information piece of policy like this, and I look at that pertinent information we're balancing decision on, and the target we set for ourselves is so far about heads and tails above what the places people want to aspire to be, the two don't coincide. So for me, I would really like to know the history of how we set these targets, to know what we're shooting for as a municipality and for quality life for our residents, for decisions going forward in the future. I think that's really important. To have perfect accounting for our debt policy and hit a target perfectly is great, but to not keep up our infrastructure and the assets our residents all enjoy to do that isn't so great. So that's where this debate today has taken my mind, and I plan on supporting the referral motion. So thank you. Or supporting the motion. Too many talks about referral. Thank you.
Referral. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Okay, I don't see anyone else. Mayor Messer, you move this report. Do you want to close debate? Sure. Okay, where are you?
Sorry, Councillor.
Oh, sorry, did I miss you again?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
No, my apologies. So I guess I do have just a couple questions for administration, and I think I think we have to make some very, very tough decisions. The last council meeting, previous to that, was looking at a library and putting all the funds in there for a library. And prior to that, we had a pool. And that was our first big project that we were going to take on as a city. The concern I have is that we want to take on all these big projects at once. And that's my worry. When I think about increasing our debt limit, I think it would be for urgent matters, things that we truly, truly need. I'm going to ask, when does a city really, truly need to increase their debt limit? And I'd ask, administration, from a financial stability, does that not, can that not strain us for future making decisions down the road? I think higher debt levels can lead to, I think for sure, a risk or a default. Can I just get a yes or no from administration on that?
Seriously, is that to you?
Would that be accurate?
Through the chair, I heard kind of two questions in one there. So just so I'm clear, are you asking about our risk of default, or are you asking about our risk of being constrained in the future?
Yes, 100%.
Those are, okay, so I'll answer both then. So obviously, when you borrow money, you're essentially bringing money from the future to today to get whatever it is you want. You want to build an aquatic facility, you want to build, and so you do that. And you pay for it in the future. So yes, it means there's less money available for things in the future. However, if it's something that's needed, the value, whether that's financial or community-wise or else, is judged by council to be in excess of that borrowing, then it's, you might argue, good debt because it's getting a value. We're borrowing the money now, we're getting the asset and the use of it, and we're paying it off over time, and that makes some logical sense. The most common way of thinking about that is people with a mortgage. Most people can't buy a house without a mortgage, and most people would argue as long as it's a reasonable price mortgage at a reasonable rate versus their income, it's good debt. You want to get paid off, but it's good debt. You get the house. You get the value of the house and living in it. So on that level, it does constrain, I would say, versus other jurisdictions that we looked at, even at our peak, our ratios, while above our policy guidelines, and we would take that decision knowingly if all this was approved and we would understand the risks, is still considerably below many or all of those other jurisdictions, including many of the ones Councillor Mancinelli just mentioned. So as a percentage of revenue, we'd be in a healthier debt position than any of those other comparators. That's not a be-all and the end-all, but it's a good comparison to where you're at. So does the interest cost take some money off the table for future things you could spend it on? Yes. Is it attached to a good solid project that has lots of benefit and assessed each time and saying, yes, this is something we want to do? In my view, generally, that's a good way to do it. I lived in Kelowna for a long time, and the orchard business is the juice worth the squeeze. How hard do I have to squeeze that apple to get a drop of juice? And so that type of thinking, I think, is what's needed by council administration. And what I like about this process, being very new to it, is you come back and you say on each individual issuance of debt, is the juice worth the squeeze at this time? And I think I take your caution. Out of control debt is a problem. It carries on for decades, absolutely. So being measured and very careful is the right way to go. As far as the risk of default, I'm not a bond market expert, but I would say even at these elevated levels, looking at 4 to 5% of overall revenue going to debt servicing is not close to approaching a default level.
I hope that wouldn't happen. I would ask just about interest payments. Obviously more debt means higher interest payments, which can obviously divert away from, I think, essential services or funds, from other infrastructure or things that we need. Would that be accurate, that because we would have interest payments, more debt means, could possibly, obviously have, that would be a possibility?
Schussler?
We're paying debt, we're taking on more debt.
Yeah, no, I take your point.
I don't need a long answer. It's like yes or no, we're taking on more debt. And what does that mean? More interest rates, we're paying interest on more debt. Is that accurate?
Yes, if you take on more debt, you pay more interest, yes. And those dollars are not available for other purpose. Yes.
Exactly. Okay, thank you. Is there any, you talked a little bit about when we look at all of these projects, and we talk about the library, we talk about the pool, but we talk about the more urgent ones that are needed, the ones that we know for a fact, or water, or wastewater, all of those that, what if something happens and I'm going to say that it's emergent and we've already extended our debt? What happens then? Like, when do we live within our means? And from administration, I think that should be number one priority. So, have at it. I'd like a response to say, council, you can't do a pool and you can't do a library, so you're going to have to choose. Where is that response from administration?
So after Trina wants to go too, so.
Or something has to give. I think that's my worry, and I think when we want to be responsible, I'm going to ask administration. I know you're going with what council has, but when do we come back to say, listen, we know that there could be other things coming up, and we know how our infrastructure, some of it is crumbling. There's lots to it. With the projects that I would say sometimes are, I wouldn't say, I would just say what is your response to that comment to the taxpayers of Regina? They can only afford so much. We pay debt, could be a mill rate increase. Like how can you please respond to that?
Yeah, I'm just chatting with Ms. Anderson as well, who will add, I'm sure. I think I'd go back to my earlier comments through the chair, Councillor, that while it's increasing debt, and while we're all in part engaged in this conversation and making decisions as we go, and it's very important, as I said, to be prudent and to understand the risks and what we're actually undertaking, there's a good and thorough process here of analysis. If administration believed that what is in this report could be severely damaging to city administration now and in the future, we would absolutely alert council to that fact. Given what we understand about our current financial position, our current debt rating, comparing ourselves to other similar and larger jurisdictions, it would not seem to rise to the level of things, as you mentioned, like a default, or we would have money to fix a road or those types of things. It's a lot of money, but versus the size of the city and the infrastructure and things that you're building, it doesn't seem irresponsible. And if it did, we would have alerted council before now and certainly now. The other bit about it is, yes, we did include those ones that had already been approved by or are in the pipe of discussion through council. Those always are open for reconsideration, but yeah, that's how we did it, was project specific, looking to the municipal board to fund based on, hey, these things are coming and this is what we need. So we're responding to that. I'm looking around the table and I'm not.
That's okay.
I'm just saying, like, if we knew something was wrong, like if we thought you were crazy and spending all this money and it was going to be really damaging in the future, we would absolutely say so.
Thank you. So what, I guess the response then, just hearing that, what's the response to the residents of Regina who say spending is out of control? Adding more debt is like you've got a credit card and now you're going for another loan to pay off that credit card. Like, that's what it seems like to the residents of Regina. And so I guess the question is, like, why can we not just continue on with the debt that we have? And why are we, because we have added these projects, and that's where I'll just make a comment that I understand that we want a city that's got all these amenities, but I don't think it should be done in one term or two terms. It's going to take some time. And I would say that
Councilor Brashani,
we've made...
we have a mandatory break.
The end?
Yeah, oh yeah, believe it or not.
What time is it? Okay.
Yeah, we have a mandatory break, so we'll reconvene at 4:30 or 60.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
convene the meeting back to order, but before we continue, I would like to get someone to move that we send the EX 2471 RM Sherwood Fire Services Agreement directly to the council meeting on the 21st. Councilor Hawkins? Councilor Hawkins, yeah, so it's good. Anyone oppose? No, that is carried. It's going to the Wednesday, August 21st council meeting. Thank you. Okay, let's start this up again. Where are we here? Okay, Councilor Nelson, I think your light was on.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Just kind of a question.
Oh,
Sorry.
oh,
to
sorry. Oh, no,
interrupt.
no, I think you still have some, I forget you still have some time. Sorry. Okay.
Oh.
How much time do I have?
How much time you got? 1 minute. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. So in regards to, and I'm going to throw this out there, I know that an example quickly would be when we looked at, there was a report that came about 2019 about the debt or the infrastructure from Rio. And I think that Stantec report, it was about $44 million that may have to be considered at some time that the city may have to take. Can I ask, in this, where would we get those dollars to have to take on some of that debt for real? How would those kinds of things be added into any of this through the chair?
Okay, Mr.
And then
Schuster,
I'll
let's
make
go
a
to you. I don't know. Ms. Anderson, okay, go ahead. There you go. Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think this goes to the entire conversation around the prioritization of what you're funding, whether it's new, whether it's infrastructure maintenance. I mean, I think I've heard, all of you say that you inherited, even within the city, capital deferred maintenance deficit. We know that we're having the conversations about how do you fund it for real, because similar organizations, when you look at other municipalities, their capital maintenance is funded by the city, not by the independent municipal corporation. And so I think really this report, and I would say what the mayor is recommending goes ahead, and what doesn't go ahead is apply for the debt increase and then decide what to use it for, because that process takes months and months. So I would say what administration would say is we have many conversations, future conversations still to be had with council on what's the sequencing of all of this work and what are all of the different ways that you can fund it. But I think knowing what your maximum debt limit is almost like a precursor step in then having those future conversations about we're going to prioritize new, and then we're going to prioritize this or invest further in our capital maintenance. But to me, doing 1 and 2 of the report is simply saying what is the maximum debt that we can have, and then having the conversations around, okay, now let's prioritize. And you have to look at new initiatives, and you have to look at capital maintenance upgrades. Because I think everyone recognizes that you can't do all of the things today.
Then the question I asked with that response is why even extend the debt? Why not just live within our means? Through the chair.
Dennis, you want to continue with that, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Assistant.
It might be a team answer. I think if without increased debt, we can't proceed with any of those new projects. So, for example, take the IF, and I know there's been some approved already, but whatever incremental amount above what's already been approved could not be acted upon by administration to pursue that project without knowing the funding was there. Even the library, as is noted in this report, and I know there's still discussion there, but there was only 114 million of room at the time, and it was up to 119. So right now, it's a small amount, but there's 5 million more of debt needed just to meet that commitment. So again, from an administration perspective, why are we asking for this debt? One, we know what we have. Two, we know what's approved and in process, and we look at things like water pressure, which may not be as exciting as a brand new pool, but is vital to city growth and life and safety and all those types of things. And we know there's a cost there, and we know we're pretty well spoken for with our current debt. So knowing you have that room allows then, as Ms. Anderson outlined, to make the priorities. So again, administration is responding to their priorities as listed through all the decisions the city has made together, mainly from council for these larger projects. And the proceeding to a longer term application to see where we're at makes some sense as opposed to waiting 4, 5, 6 months, 3 months to prioritize a list and then starting the application clock, understanding where we're at, and then prioritizing accordingly based on the needs of financial and other needs of the city seems to have some logic to it, to me anyway, Councillor.
Thank you. I'll just make a statement. You know, I'm not a big believer or supporter in debt. I believe that we do have to live within our means, and I believe that I think council has made some accommodation that we wanted to get a pool going. And you know what, if any other project comes forward, you hope that there's partnerships there, you hope that there's federal and provincial funding to go along with that. I don't think it should fall on the taxpayers to increase the debt limit because we know that is mill rate, and that just means more interest payments that will have to be paid through probably a mill rate increase. I would just say also that, you know, I think that one of the biggest things that I think today is we're just coming out and we're seeing from the pandemic.
Councillor, your time's up, so can you wrap it up quickly, please?
Yeah. Anyways, I cannot support this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think, Councillor Nelson, I think you want to speak?
I don't even know if I've got anything to say after that. All I want to know is, I think everybody sitting around this table knows we need a pool. That's number one highest, I think, for everybody here. If that was the only project to go through, would increasing the debt right now make sense through the chair? And does that make sense as a question through the chair? I'm going on like no sleep right now.
I'll try, and I don't want to suggest it isn't, but just to be clear, asking for an increased debt limit doesn't mean we've borrowed the money. It just means we have that much potential to borrow. We could conceivably ask for an increased debt limit and borrow $0 new. We could. So the request for a new debt limit is a separate thing from now I want to borrow money for a pool or a library or water pressure or whatever we want to borrow. And I'm just going to look here, Councillor Nelson, through the chair, sorry, and for the 20 through the chairs I've already missed, I apologize. We actually did, I think, look at that if we kind of reprioritize things. So if I'm understanding your question, so does that mean sort of no library, just the pool, or library and then the pool and draw the line there? What does that look like?
Just the pool.
Just the pool? So we would need to borrow money.
Okay.
So right now, if you include the library, stay with me for a second, if you include the library, we need to borrow an additional $5 million based on the information you have in your report. The pool, as recommended but not yet confirmed with council, would be another 163.8 on top of that. So even if you took the library out, that would pull 119 out of the debt. So you get that back, but you're asking for 163, so you need another 68 and change million just to do that. So I think the answer is if we don't secure more debt, these big projects on this list that aren't spoken for yet would not proceed anytime soon. unless another significant source of funding was somehow identified.
Yes, because what I'm struggling with right now is, I mean, we just had this at the pool, and it's like, well, what happens if all of us counselors and the mayor and administration go find another $50 million from the feds for the pool? We don't know. And then what happens if the DCG finds, I don't know how many $1 million for the library? Then we don't need to do this. There's just so many unknowns, and I'm just trying to figure out the sense behind asking for the debt without it. I'm not gonna go to a bank and ask for a $500,000 mortgage if I'm only buying a $200,000 house. But I understand that if I go to the bank and I get approved for $500,000, I can spend up to $500,000. I don't have to, but I might be able to. And that doesn't really do anything to my credit. All it does is I ask for $500,000 instead of $300,000. It only applies to my credit if I take the $500,000 and I am at a debt ratio at 42%, and then I go and start applying for credit cards, then I start getting dinged. Right.
So-
That's in a smaller basis.
Through the chair, so I'm with you, and yeah, that
Okay.
can, I mean, municipal debt and everything is a little bit different, but essentially, yeah, you're asking, this is a, don't quote me on this, is like a perfect, but you're essentially asking for your pre-approval amount. If you equate this to like going to buy a house to make it kind of easy, it's not quite the same, but that's kind of what you're saying. And now you know how much room you have. And now, between council and administration helping to set priorities and clarity and understanding the costs and what might other funds be. So we're gonna go back to your individual, your parents decide to kick in 20 grand to help you buy a house, you borrow less, fair enough. But you knew what you were doing before you went to buy the house.
Right.
And I think that's the logical plan here. I think not borrowing may, on a lot of these projects, put the city in a box where it's always 4 to 6 months away on anything because you don't have enough capacity to action any of them in whole. And if you look on page 6 of 12 of the report, there are, under the heading projects other, there's SAF projects, there's wastewater treatment, multi-purpose center, ring road relocation. None of those would be covered even by this request.
Right.
So again, priorities, what's necessary, what's the total value, all that is good discussion to be had.
Right.
But, you know, to think that we could do even a smaller subset of this without debt is probably not going to work really well, or not work at all. So I'd say some is necessary, understanding where we're at now, prioritizing and moving forward, cost control best you can, get the value and move on through time is not a bad path to take.
Okay, so that makes much more sense to me when it's brought down into a smaller scale of borrowing. My concern is if we don't do this, what happens if, in my smaller version, a house comes up for sale and I have 2 months to buy it at a cost of this much? But if I don't buy it in those 2 months and I don't have the funding in place, the house rises to $300,000. That's what I would be worried about with these projects. If we know we don't have the funding for it, what will happen to the price and escalation of these projects if they go forward, and the uncertainty of if them being able to go forward? Does that make sense, or does that come into play?
Through the chair, I mean, that's a risk. It could go like who knows what
Yeah.
inflation will look like in 18, 24 months, but it certainly, the longer you look over a time horizon on anything financial, the cost becomes less and less clear.
Right. And in improving this debt financing increase, this doesn't equivalent to a tax increase. It's only if we use that debt, that's when it goes into a tax increase through the chair. And all of this stuff has to be approved through council again, through the chair.
So through the chair, yes, it's just a limit of what you're permitted to borrow by the municipal board.
Yeah.
And each individual debt issuance would have to be approved. We'd have to go negotiate the terms with a bank and understand all that, and then bring it back for final approval again. So there are stage gates between, at each sort of key action point that council controls.
Right. So that makes sense, like I said, in my smaller scale of money than in this great big scale of money. So I have a line of credit, I can use it, but I don't have to use it. But it's there in case I need to do something.
Through the chair, correct? Only in this case, you would have to go to somebody every time you wanted to use the line of credit and get approval. So in the city, so this thing gets approved, Ms. Curluck and I can't just go spend the $280 million. We have to come back for every issuance.
Right, and that's why I got a divorce.
That's another meeting.
I know, sorry, I
Sure.
was just, I'm really tired. Okay, I understand that now, that makes better sense, and I'm good with it. Thank you.
Okay, you good? You're good. All right. If there's no further questions for the administration, I think, Mayor Master, you've moved this. Do you want to close it, debate? Okay, that's you. Oh, I'm
Thank you,
playing.
thank you so much. I have a question. What are our financial statements? What's the value of the city of Regina as it relates to, is it called contributed surplus? What's it called? 2.6 billion, is that right?
I'm looking to my excellent and knowledgeable colleague, Ms. Curluck, to get that number for you, Mayor Masters, through the chair.
Through the chair, I don't have that number just in my brain, so.
That's all right.
I need a
I think it was
walk.
2.6 billion at the end of 2022, which means it goes up because we keep investing, correct?
Yes, and yeah.
Depreciation, investment, et
Yes.
cetera.
Yeah.
So of all the assets we own a pool that's 50 years old. What's the value to us today? When did we term it out?
Is it fully depreciated, I guess,
Yeah.
through the chair is the question. I would say it has a low, I mean, it has a value, but it's,
Right.
the structure itself outside of the land would probably be minimal versus, what it costs in today's dollars.
What I find fascinating about all these conversations right now is that council fully acknowledges that roads and streets are assets, sidewalks are assets, fleet are assets. How is it possible that an aquatic center and the main branch of the library's been talked about for 14 years, how is it possible, if we don't want to borrow the debt, that we haven't been planning to replace it for at least the last 15 years? Setting money aside so you don't have to borrow it. You're new here, so I know it's not you, but I'm just wondering, because we have two options. We can start setting aside before something reaches its end of life, or at least when it reached its end of depreciated value life. Or you borrow a mortgage essentially to build the asset, which then goes on our books. Is that correct?
Generally, yeah, I'd say that those are your two choices through the chair. And for some things, as you know, we have reserves, and they're purposely, each year they get a bit, and then when you have to buy a new half-ton, for example, for Civic Fleet, it comes out of that reserve. Could be a choice. I mean, would be, yes, a current cost each year to put that little bit in over the life of the asset, but over time, you're not paying the interest.
I'm looking at an audit and finance chair right now as well, because how have we not planned to replace assets that we own?
I think it ties into your earlier statement. When we look at fleet assets, they're amortized, the money set away as they're used. For a 50-year-old building like the Lawson, it appears it was just set aside till it was going to fall down and someone decided to do something about it. I don't believe it's being set aside. There's no amortization table for it like the fleet assets. So that would have been a decision to make 20 years ago to correct it for today.
Yes, it would have, wouldn't it have, as everything comes due at the same time. I think there was sort of a statement made which was kind of off the charts, and I think I really appreciated your response to it in terms of, what's the responsible thing to do? Do you just wait and build up that money over 15 or 20 years to avoid paying the interest because you're now 40 years behind, or do you borrow the money to put the asset into play so that people can enjoy it and pay for it at the same time?
I would, through the chair, generally speaking, I'd say that it is situational. Sometimes, I mean, if you're asking my view of it, I've been the interim in this area for a few weeks, but I mean, there is some debt that is good debt. It promotes growth, it promotes a value, you can afford it, it provides financial and or non-financial benefits. And I believe that to be true. I believe the city believes that to be true. That's why we have debt for some of these things that we need. How long you borrowed for, all those things, I think that's where the real energy is. When you're talking about, should we, for example, when we start to build the pool, should somebody think about saving for the next pool? I'm reminded of the best time to have planted a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. So that could be an interesting conversation as you consider priorities and structures and everything else, given, however, that would be an expense in the current year attached to, obviously, tax revenue to pay it.
Okay, and the annual debt, says this debt limit increase request does not result in any new debt being issued or approved, correct?
In and of itself, zero new debt will be issued. Any new debt would have to be tied to a project approved by council and brought back for subsequent approvals by council before we incur the debt. Correct, through the chair.
Thanks very much.
Let's take the vote. Okay, so do we want to bring it up? Bring it up? Yep. Let's bring it up what we were voting on. 127, 127, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can count. Okay.
Sorry, the list of projects, so council, just to be clear, we are voting on to pass 1, 2, and 7, which is a debt limit increase. 3, 4, 5, and 6, we're actually negotiating the borrowing, and I think what we've tried to make clear is, no, we want the increase, and then we need some time to prioritize. So 3, 4, 5, and 6 are tabled until the SMB comes back with their response to our application.
Okay. Okay. Mayor, if you're done, we're going to call the vote. Okay, call the vote, please. Councilor Rashiani, how you vote?
I am opposed. I'm opposed, actually, and I don't know if we can separate the vote, but that's fine. I'm opposed.
Okay, thank you.
This is Councillor Moll. I'm in favor.
He's been there for a while. There we go.
Deputy Mayor, the motion carries in a vote of 7 in favor, 2 against. Those voting in favor of the motion were Councillors Hawkins, Nelson, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, Mole, Mayor Masters, and yourself, Councillor Findura. Voting against were Councillors Zakidniak and Bresciani.
Thank you. So before we move into private session, we'll need to get a motion to go extension going past 5 o'clock. So Councillor Hawkins, anyone oppose this? That's carried. Now we move, yep, resolution for private session. Councillor Hawkins, and then we'll have a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Who, no.